Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning, Idaho. We're only moments from starting court, I'm pretty sure. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to Difficult Research. Difficult Research is the channel that's operated by Cresha K. Easton, and Cresha K is JJ Vallow's aunt, biological aunt. Cresha K is Kay and Larry Woodcock's daughter. And so we're here with the family to get justice for JJ, Tylee, Charles, Tammy, and Joe. But in this instance, in this case, we're here for the trial of Chad Daybell, who is being tried for the murders of Joshua Jackson Vallow, Tylee Ashlyn Ryan, and Tammy Daybell, because all of these murders were committed in the state of Idaho. The United States is divided into states, and because some of the murders were committed in Arizona, they will be adjudicated in a different state than Idaho. So we're here in Idaho for this trial today. Welcome, everybody. I'm going to go through and read some of the comments. Eric Jasper says, all my lovelies. How's everyone feeling? Fantastic. It's a great day for more justice. Yes, it is, Eric Jasper. Cheyenne Penna says, good morning. Feeling good about getting some justice for the evil minded people. Donna Coggins says, good morning, y'all. Good morning, Donna. Zero says, here, present. Good morning to all. I have an appointment, but I will listen as much as possible. Thank you, Zero. I know you will. Whenever you have to do some other things, we're listening in. And if anything's missed, we'll catch you up. Natalie Huber says, good morning, everyone. We'll be in and out till the nurse leaves for my husband. Okay. We had a nurse last week. I understand, Natalie Huber. Also, NF Mom says, good morning from Pendle, Wyoming. It's my day off. I get cross stitch and watch live. Hopefully, some interesting witnesses. Me too, NF Mom. We're getting down to it. The prosecution seems to be using these witnesses to to nail down the story for the jury. Long Gray Mare says, good day, y'all. Natalie Huber, good morning. Cheyenne Penna, NF Mom, I have a family in Lehman, Wyoming. Where's Pendle? Natalie Huber says, pretty sure state is almost complete, wondering how long defense will take. Me too. That's what I'm thinking, Natalie. I'm just thinking each time this may be the last witness. Mad Donuts says, morning. Uh, Lauren 60 says, why does this say tomorrow's date? You know what? Because we're imperfect and we might have typed it in wrong. I don't know. I'll go back and check it since you brought that up to me. Uh, our heads are spinning, is all I can tell you, Laura. Cresha K put that information in, and it was her nephew that was murdered, and also her niece slash cousin Tylee's description of her death was given yesterday. So kudos to Cresha for getting for even scheduling this live after having to listen to all this. So we're going to give her grace if there's a wrong date or something in there. But I appreciate you being here since you pointed it out to me. I'm definitely going to check on it. Y'all, Cresha, her daughter graduates. Let's see. I don't know whether it's on Friday or Saturday. I don't know how many of y'all who went through graduations, but that is a lot of work getting the kid ready, everything they got to have, all that. It's a lot of money involved, all for that big day, probably a party. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that Kay is going to come back for the graduation too. So, you know, they better take some pictures of this graduation. I'm just saying, it's a lot to think about all in one week. Bless Kay. Vix text says Tylee was a witness yesterday. Yes, she was. Jennifer Serp says, I'm happy to see y'all. Let's see. Angela Davison says, good morning, everyone, from Facebook. So you may not can see her message, but we've got people commenting in from Facebook and also from Twitter. Uh, Lamecia says, hello, sweet friends. RD and AC says, good morning, kiddos. I have my art class in an hour and a half, and I'll be in and out. Per turquoise waving speech. Woo! You know what, RD, AC, I don't know how many people know what your uh, picture is here, but that goes in the middle of a 45 record, so it'll work on the on your on the same played as your LP whenever you listen to records. I had some of those. I didn't have enough for all my records, so I had to put it from one to another. Rita Mae, you know what? I want to apologize to y'all too. Yesterday, I got, I'm like the worst substitute teacher ever because I get off of the subject and tell some story and totally take control of the whole thing and never be able to reel it back in. And so I want to apologize for not staying on topic yesterday and getting things sideways. And I hope you can forgive me and we'll try to stay on topic today. I guess, I don't know. The topic was so hard yesterday that I was trying to, you know, trying to not talk about it, but I think I went too far the other way and it distracted everybody, hopefully from the horror of it, but not from the importance of it, because yesterday we got some very, very important points. Brutus is locked out of the room and he is not happy about it. So I'm going to put my little stop cam icon on and let him in because he's talking from the door. Brutus, did I lock you out?
All right, please, just for a good session. I'm Stephen Boyce. Back to you guys.
Thank you. Please be seated. Bailiff, if we could have the jurors brought in, please.
All right.
Front of the jury is present and accounted for.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right. Good morning, everyone. We're back on the record on KCR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. Defendants present as well as counsel for the defense. The state's present. Court notes all jurors are also present and properly seated. The court's received the juror affirmations signed by each of the jurors. Thank you again for continuing to follow the court's admonishing instruction as we break each day. And with that, the state is continuing with its case in chief, and I believe has another witness to call this morning. Who's going to be examining the witness?
I will be, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Blake, you can call your next witness.
The state will call Dr. Lily Marsden.
Very well.
Testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, to help you God.
Sit close enough to speak directly into the mic. You have the water right there, and this is a laser.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll note now the witness has been sworn. Before we begin with direct examination, I just have a couple of questions for the witness. Dr. Marsden, have you been watching or viewed any of the trial testimony that's taken place in this case?
I have not.
Okay, have you discussed with anyone else the testimony they've given at trial?
No.
All right, thanks for your responses, Ms. Blake. You may inquire on direct.
Thank you. Would you please? My name is Lily Marsden, Lilymmarsden. Dr. Marsden, where are you currently employed? I'm currently employed at the Utah Office of the Medical Examiner. What is your title or position? Right now, I am the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner. How long have you worked in that position? In this position, I've been the Deputy Chief for approximately a year. Did you work at the Office of the Utah Medical Examiner prior to that? Yes. What other positions have you held in that office? So I was also the Forensic Pathology Fellow during my training year, and then was an Assistant Medical Examiner after that. Prior to working at the Office of the Utah Medical Examiner, did you have other experience as a pathologist? Yes. What was that? So I was the autopsy pathologist and medical director for Northwestern University in Chicago, Illinois. Do you have any specialized training in order to be a forensic pathologist? I do. Can you tell us a little bit about that? So the training to become a forensic pathologist starts with an undergraduate degree in college. After that, we go to medical school and finish a 4-year medical degree. We then receive a training program in anatomic and clinical pathology, which is 4 years. After that, I additionally did a year of pediatric and perinatal pathology in Chicago before starting as an autopsy pathologist for Northwestern. And then I did a year of forensic pathology fellowship training after that before starting as a forensic pathologist. And when you worked at Northwestern as a pathologist, was it in a different capacity than what you do now? Yes. And can you explain a little bit about that? So at Northwestern, there is a significant difference between hospital autopsy and forensic autopsy. So with hospital autopsies, our primary goal is to diagnose the natural disease processes that people have when they die in a hospitalized setting. And so I was doing autopsies both on fetuses, neonates, and adults who had been admitted to the hospital or had died in a medical setting. At some point while working at the Office of the Utah Medical Examiners, are you aware of that office being contacted by Fremont County, Idaho law enforcement? Yes. And did you end up attending an exhumation of Tammy Daybell? I did. Had you heard of Tammy or Tamara Daybell prior to that? No. And you did in fact attend the exhumation? I did. Did you either follow or were in close proximity with the body for transport to your office? I was. And at the time that that autopsy was conducted, were you a fellow? Yes. And which doctor were you working with? Was there one specific or were there several? During my fellowship, I worked with all of the forensic pathologists who were employed by the office.
And did that include a Dr. Eric Christensen?
I did.
Did you in fact conduct the autopsy alongside Dr. Christensen?
I did.
As you conducted the autopsy, did the two of you discuss your findings?
Yes.
And what was your relationship with Dr. Christensen?
So during my fellowship, Dr. Christensen was my supervising physician. Before I started my fellowship, I had known Dr. Christensen as a colleague, both because of my work at Northwestern and because I was a resident at the University of Utah and had experience with the medical examiner's office and Dr. Christensen.
Is it fair to say, as you conducted the autopsy and reviewed things, that you were able to form your own opinion?
Yes.
Did you discuss that opinion with Dr. Christensen?
Yes.
And I've used the term performed an autopsy. Can you tell us, did you in fact perform an autopsy of Tammy Daybell?
I did.
Can you talk us through the autopsy process?
So autopsies vary depending on the type of case that we have. So in a case such as this, where there were suspicious circumstances that led to her exhumation, there are different things that we do. So as soon as the body arrives in our office, they receive an X-ray so that we can see if there's any potential natural disease we can diagnose by X-ray, as well as traumatic injuries to the skeletal structure. After we review the X-ray, we then perform an external examination of the body. This is to, again, document any potential natural disease processes that we may be able to see from the outside, as well as any traumatic injuries that may have been inflicted or sustained on the body. After an external examination is performed, if there's trace evidence that needs to be collected, we will do that. We will then do an internal examination where we dissect all of the major organs to look for any natural disease processes, any traumatic injuries, anything that could explain why a person has become deceased.
And kind of breaking it down, when you started with the external examination of Tammy, did you notice anything?
So Tammy, of course, had been embalmed previously and had been interred. So she had the findings that we see related to embalming, an incision near the neck for embalming, as well as a puncture in her abdomen where more embalming fluid is infused. She also had, the changes that you see with internment. So she had various molds that had unfortunately been growing on her body. And then in addition to that, she had some contusions, or that's the technical term for a bruise, on her chest and on her arms.
Through the external examination, did you find any noticeable or immediate cause of death?
No.
Your Honor, I would ask to be handed State's Exhibit 178, and if we may approach briefly.
Yes.
And after performing that external, what next steps did you take?
So after her external examination, we did a the general Y incision that we do to open the torso so that we can examine all the major organs. We then remove all of the organs, weigh them, and dissect them to look for any potential cause of death, whether that be natural, traumatic. And then we open the head, we do an incision through the scalp that can be easily hidden, and then open the skull cap to remove the brain, which is then placed in a fixative so that it can be dissected at a later date more thoroughly so that we're not rushing.
And as you went through that process, did a cause of death become apparent for Tammy Daybell?
No.
Did you find anything abnormal or anything that caught your attention in doing that internal exam?
The only thing abnormal we really found on Tammy's examination was that she had a lot of fluid in her lungs, which we call pulmonary edema. And she had a foamy fluid in her airways, so her trachea and her larger bronchi.
What could possibly cause pulmonary edema?
So pulmonary edema is very nonspecific. It essentially occurs anytime a person is experiencing respiratory failure for whatever cause. There are multiple causes, both natural and non-natural, that can result in pulmonary edema. Natural things that can cause pulmonary edema are things like congestive heart failure or pneumonia, both of which I was not able to see on Tammy Daybell. Non-natural causes we are frequently seen with drug overdoses, anything that causes asphyxia, drownings, and those are the things that I think of off the top of my head when I see that.
Did you find any other injuries or signs consistent with any of those potential causes immediately?
No.
What were your next steps after performing that internal part of the autopsy?
So while we're doing the internal examination, we're obtaining samples for potential toxicology testing. So for samples, just in general, the best sample that we can get is blood. Unfortunately, in somebody who's been embalmed, most of the blood has been removed from the body in the embalming process and replaced with embalming fluid, which is a mixture of different volatile compounds like formaldehyde, alcohol, methanol. So, we get what we can from vessels, which is essentially just a mixture of the blood that's left and embalming fluid. And then we also obtain liver tissue, which we have a fair number of standards for as far as comparisons of lethal to therapeutic levels. And then we get some eye fluid, which is relatively well preserved during the embalming process. And then in her bladder was intact, so we were also able to get urine.
What did you do with those samples that you were able to collect, if anything?
So the samples were sent to labs for various testing, and we used two labs to do our toxicology testing. We used a reference lab in Pennsylvania that does a very large amount of forensic toxicology testing called NMS labs. And then because of the circumstances around the case, we also involved the Utah Chemical Threat Response Lab to do some specialized testing and things that aren't normally tested for.
What, if anything, were the results of those tests?
So based on everything that was ordered, the only thing that we really found in Tammy's system was fluoxetine, which was an antidepressant that she was known to have been prescribed for many years. And that was detected in her liver tissue at a reported therapeutic level.
Did you find any explanation or anything to explain the cause of death?
Not with toxicology.
Once that toxicology was ruled out and there was no immediate cause to be seen, what did you next consider as possible causes?
So when we have negative autopsies like this, So it's not an autopsy that's completely normal, but there is no cause of death that we're able to see. There's a few things that we have to consider. So we consider, seizure disorders. We consider cardiac arrhythmias, and as far as non-natural causes, we consider asphyxia. So we have to really take a look at all of these possibilities and see what is the most likely and what can essentially be ruled out. So in Tammy Daybell's case, we initially got some information at first that she had been having some minor shaking fits that looked like seizure activity. So we had our neuropathologist examine the brain very thoroughly to see if there was any possible reason why she could be having seizures. It is extremely unusual for a 49-year-old woman to just spontaneously start developing seizures without some anatomic reason, like a tumor or a brain bleed or something like that. And we just weren't able to find anything. The other thing that we think about are cardiac arrhythmias. So with cardiac arrhythmias, so abnormal heartbeats in the heart that can lead to sudden death. These, again, are very unusual in a 49-year-old who has no history of palpitations or anything that has been evaluated by a physician. So her heart was structurally normal. It was the normal size. It did not have dilated chambers. All of her valves were normal. So there was really no great reason why she would be experiencing a cardiac arrhythmia at this time of her life without anything preceding it. After that, we're left with asphyxia. And asphyxia is a diagnosis of exclusion. And in our opinion, we did thoroughly exclude the other potential causes of death with a negative autopsy.
And when we talk about being left with asphyxia, is that what you ultimately determined to be the cause of death?
We did.
What did you determine to be the manner of death?
Manner of death in this case was homicide.
How many types of manners do you consider?
So we have 5 manners of death that we get to choose from.
And what are those?
So there is natural, which is death by a natural disease process. Accident, which is death from an accidental external factor. Suicide, which is death by one's own volitional act. And homicide, which is death by the act of another person. And then if after the autopsy and examination, we don't have enough information to make a determination, we have a category that is cannot be determined.
Have you ever conducted an autopsy where you determined the manner to be undetermined?
Yes.
Have you conducted other autopsies where you determined the manner to be homicide?
Yes.
Do you know approximately how many autopsies you've conducted?
In my career, I've conducted approximately 2,000 autopsies.
And if we now go back to that cause of death being asphyxia, are there various ways that someone can die from asphyxiation?
Yes.
What are some of those?
So I separate asphyxia into 4 general categories. So the first is exclusion of oxygen. So the airway is obstructed by something. Examples of this would be like choking, drowning, having a bag placed over the face or over the head to exclude oxygen. The second category that we see the most in my line of work is neck compression. So this would be things like hanging. Then we have chemical asphyxia, which is there is some type of chemical that is displacing oxygen on your red blood cells. So that's like carbon monoxide poisoning or cyanide poisoning. And then the last is a mechanical asphyxia, where there is some weight that's on the chest that's not allowing it to rise or allowing a person to breathe.
So with that last category, could that asphyxia be a cause that's linked to the manner being homicide?
It could be.
And again, we talked about the bruising that you observed. Do you recall where it was on Miss Daybell's body?
So Miss Daybell had one bruise on the left side of her chest. She had one bruise on her left arm, and then she had a cluster of bruises on her right arm.
In your opinion, could those be consistent with someone being restrained?
Yes,
Could they be consistent with someone having pressure applied?
yes.
Did you do anything to attempt to determine the age of those bruises?
Yes.
And what did you do?
So we took samples of the bruises to look at under the microscope. And when we did this, we're looking for, what causes the color of the bruise, which is hemorrhage or bleeding into the skin from the ruptured blood vessels. And then we're looking at any type of inflammatory response that the body is mounting to try to clean up all of the hemorrhage.
And what were you able to determine, if anything, in relation to the bruises on Tammy Daybell?
So all of the bruises on Miss Daybell were what we would call acute, which meant that under the microscope, the only thing there was bleeding into the soft tissues under the skin. So there was no inflammatory response. So the body had not started to mount a response to try to clean up the injury.
What, if anything, were you able to determine in relation to the age of the bruising based on that?
So I would consider these perimortem bruises, which would mean that they occurred probably within a couple hours of her death to maybe a few minutes after her death.
Did you observe any lividity on Miss Daybell's body?
Yes.
Can you explain a little bit about what lividity is?
So lividity is a postmortem change that happens in the body when the blood stops circulating. So when your heart's not beating anymore and blood is not circulating through your body, it kind of just falls with gravity. So whatever the position a person is in, all of the blood that's in your blood vessels just starts to settle. And so it settles to those lowest dependent portions that are closest to the floor just because of gravity.
Where did you observe the lividity on Tammy's body?
On Tammy's body, it was a little bit more difficult to see because, again, she was embalmed, so much of the blood in her body had been removed. But she did still have some lividity on her back and her posterior surfaces.
And mentioning the embalming, does that create issues in conducting an autopsy?
It can.
In this case, did you feel that it affected your ability to perform the autopsy?
No.
Did it have an impact on your ability to determine the manner of death?
No.
And have you ever, are you familiar with the coroner systems?
Yes.
And can you explain a little bit about the difference between a coroner and a medical examiner?
Sure. So a medical examiner is a forensic pathologist. So they are physicians who go through medical training and then specialized training in pathology and forensic pathology to do what they do. Coroners are often either elected or appointed to a position where they are in some ways doing the same thing as a medical examiner, but not always with the same level of education.
And in your experience, is it fair to say coroners don't even have to have any medical training?
In some places, they do not.
And you work in Utah, correct?
Correct.
And is that a medical examiner system?
Yes.
Are you, as part of that office, tasked with determining whether or not an autopsy should be conducted?
Yes.
And does that include for unattended deaths?
Yes.
Can you explain what an unattended death is?
So in Utah, an unattended death is an individual who passes away when they are not under the routine care of a physician. So in Utah, we consider attended deaths if you are being treated for a lethal chronic medical condition with within a year of you passing away. So if you have not seen a doctor for a year and pass away at home, that would be considered an unattended death, and those would be considered the jurisdiction of our office.
When you're determining whether or not to get an autopsy, do you consider additional factors?
Yes,
Does that include police reports?
it can.
Can it include witness statements?
Yes,
Does it include medical records?
yes.
In regards to Tammy Daybell, did you in fact look at those types of documents?
Some of them before the autopsy and then additional afterwards.
And I talked about in terms of requesting an autopsy, do you also look at those in assisting in determining a cause and manner of death?
Absolutely.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about what rigor mortis is?
So rigor mortis is like lividity, again, a postmortem change. So when you stop breathing, all the oxygen that's currently in the body gets used up by your muscles until your muscles become stiff. And then once that happens, you usually continue to stay stiff until decomposition starts to break that down.
Are you able to determine a specific time of death based on rigor mortis?
No,
Does it assist in providing a time frame?
it could.
If a body is described as stiff and cold, would that indicate anything to you?
If they are being described as stiff and cold, what I would consider is that they've likely been deceased for a couple hours, but I would also be asking more questions of my investigators. What do you mean by stiff? Is it stiff in just her jaw? Is it stiff in her arms and her legs and her hips? Because that stiffening happens as a progression, starting with the smaller muscles and then going to the larger muscles. And so I would be asking my investigator more specifically, what are you meaning by stiff? And then that would give me more of a time frame that I can work with. But if somebody just says stiff to me, I would usually say a couple hours, but I can't be more specific than that.
And in the case of Tammy Daybell, is it fair to say you were not on scene initially when her death was reported?
No.
When we talk about those bruises on Tammy's body, if someone's stiff or been dead for a few hours, would something cause bruising to the body at that point?
Judge, speculation objection.
She's an expert. I'm asking her expert opinion.
It's overruled.
Sorry, will you repeat the question?
Yes. If someone's been described as stiff and potentially dead for a few hours, would you expect that body to be bruised by some kind of external factor at that point?
Not at that point.
And when we talk about the various ways that asphyxia can occur, can some of those not leave any external signs?
Absolutely.
Can some of them not leave very many internal signs?
Absolutely.
Is one of the internal signs of asphyxiation the pulmonary edema?
It can be.
And in this case, did you review some medical records associated with Tammy Daybell?
I did.
Did you see anything in the medical records that would explain her sudden death?
No.
Do you recall seeing anything in the medical records about seizure activity?
No.
Do you recall seeing anything about low blood pressure?
Nothing that was reported as a diagnosis. I did review her vital signs for multiple medical visits in probably the decade before she passed away. And she had some low normal blood pressure readings, but it was never discussed as a problem with her physician.
And would you expect someone that had a prior history of anemia to just suddenly pass away?
No.
Would you, or in your experience, expect someone using homeopathic medicines or remedies to just suddenly pass away?
No.
And again, in your prior work at Northwestern, would you have been conducting autopsies that would have been attended deaths?
Yes,
And those would be deaths where someone was under the care of a doctor
exactly.
and deaths where someone had some kind of a medical issue.
Yes.
And I asked you about those bruises and not expecting to see them on a body that had been deceased for a few hours. Can you explain a little bit about why you wouldn't expect to see bruising?
So when a person passes away, blood stops flowing through your vessels. And the reason why a bruise occurs in a living person is a force causes rupture of the blood vessels under the skin. And because your heart is pumping blood, the blood is exiting those ruptured vessels and accumulating in those tissues under the skin. That is what causes a bruise. So a person who's deceased, who doesn't have blood pressure, who doesn't have blood circulating through their system, if those blood vessels are ruptured from a trauma after somebody is deceased, there's not going to be a lot of blood that is leaking out into the tissues because there's not blood flowing through those vessels.
And so again, the bruises on Tammy in this case, you determined would have occurred sometime around her time of death.
True.
And you talked about asphyxia kind of essentially getting there by ruling other causes out. Is that fair?
Yes.
When we talk about the seizures, any indication in Tammy's medical history that made you think that was a plausible explanation or likely cause of her death?
No. And there's a number of reasons why I think seizures are an extremely unlikely and unplausible explanation for her death. So most people who have a seizure disorder and who die of their seizure disorder, they are not minor shaking fits. They're not minor seizures that these people are having. They're usually grand mal shaking seizures that are not subtle. And so to not have a history of any type of seizure like that and to suddenly develop it as a 49-year-old woman with no explanation in the brain for a seizure focus just does not make any sense.
And then talking a little more about the cardia arrhythmia, did you see anything in Tammy's medical history or with her heart that would lead you to believe that was a likely cause of death or plausible?
No, Tammy's heart was completely normal at the time of examination.
And then we talked about the different manners of death. Did you consider undetermined as a potential option?
We did.
What did you ultimately determine the manner of death to be?
It was homicide.
And again, the cause of death?
Is it asphyxia?
And if I may have just one moment.
You may.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, I have a question, Ms. Blake. You had discussed or potentially offered an exhibit 178. Are we not, is that being offered or not? I need to clarify.
No, Your Honor, it's already been admitted into the record, just not republishing it.
Okay, thank you for the clarification, Ms. Blake. All right, once you're ready, Mr. Pryor, you can
Thank you.
cross-examine.
Good morning, Dr. Marston.
Morning.
You mentioned that you're currently working at the Utah Medical Examiner's Office is that Salt Lake City, Utah?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of what day Tammy Daybell was exhumed?
I believe it was December 11th, 2019.
And your examination took how long that day?
I cannot remember off the top of my head, but it was likely 2 to 3 hours.
Okay. And you were present for the exhuming of Tammy's body, is that right?
Correct.
Were you also present at the time when they reburied Tammy as well?
No, I was not.
And are you aware that whether or not they reburied her the same day that they exhumed her?
That was my understanding by the court order that that was required.
Okay. And being present, did you see anybody from the family who was present for that process?
No.
Okay. You mentioned that you were contacted by the Fremont County Police Department regarding this matter.
I was not, the office was.
Do you have a recollection or knowledge as to when they contacted your office?
I don't, I was not involved in that process at the time.
You mentioned the subject of suspicious circumstances as to why they exhumed her body. You testified that because of the suspicious circumstances. What suspicious circumstances were you referring to?
The ones that we were told was that there were some missing children that had been reported by other family members, and that the decedent's husband had recently remarried a person who was being, who people were saying they were in a relationship with before she had passed away.
So there wasn't any suspicion regarding what was surrounding actual going on with Tammy Daybell. It was all of the collateral circumstances about Mr. Daybell being in a relationship with another woman and some other matters that were being investigated. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's misstating testimony
Sustained.
and move to strike that question.
The question should be stricken, not considered by the jury.
So the circumstances that you spoke about were the investigation of the missing children, correct?
Correct.
And to your knowledge, that had nothing to do with Tammy Daybell. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. The fact that Mr. Daybell and Lori Vallow were in an affair relationship, that didn't reflect any physical signs of any foul play with Tammy Daybell, did it?
It was suspicious mostly because she was a 49-year-old woman who was in good health leading up to her death, which was unexplained by the coroner on the death certificate.
But the coroner had explained that there weren't, this wasn't a homicide. You saw that, correct?
Correct.
And the coroner determined that there was no autopsy. They made the determination not to perform an autopsy. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, the bruises that you spoke of, when someone uses the term, they're not specific. Can you explain to me what you mean by a bruise is not specific?
So a bruise is not specific just because, there's usually not a pattern to it. So we really don't know with any degree of certainty what produced the bruise.
And isn't it true, there really is no empirical way to determine when exactly a bruise is placed on a body?
With any specificity, yeah.
Right. So we can't really tell to a certainty or specificity when those bruises actually occurred on Tammy Daybell's body, correct?
We could give a general time range, but not a specific time.
And even that time range is a subjective determination. Isn't that true?
Yes.
In other words, you can't be certain when those bruises were placed on Tammy's body or how they were placed. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
On the subject of heavy lungs, one of your associates, Dr. Christensen, who you worked with on this, made some mention of heavy lungs. And explain to me what
Objection, Your Honor. Misstates testimony, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
have you heard of the term heavy lungs?
Yes.
Did you observe or make a determination that there was a medical situation here that's consistent with heavy lungs?
So heavy lungs does not necessarily indicate a medical situation. It's just a description of how heavy the lungs are.
But there are underlying medical conditions that can be related to a determination that the lungs are heavy. Isn't that true?
There can be, which is why we do microscopic examination of the lungs.
Now, at the time of this autopsy, you were working as a fellow with
Correct.
Dr. Christensen.
Correct.
And was this your first autopsy outside of a laboratory environment?
No.
Okay, how many autopsies had you done prior to this?
Approximately 500.
And were those autopsies all under the supervision of another physician or medical examiner?
No, only the ones that I performed at the office of the medical examiner.
You mentioned that the stomach contained a substantial amount of foam.
Not the stomach, the
Oh.
airways.
The airways, I'm sorry, I don't know why I put down stomach.
And it wasn't a substantial amount, but there was foam still present.
And that was after Tammy had been exhumed, is that correct?
Correct.
So in other words, either the foam continued or it was that way when she was prepared for burial, correct?
Correct.
You talked about natural causes of death. And you said pulmonary and seizures. I recall. Again, could you describe to me what are the natural causes of death that could be unexplained in a situation like this?
So the natural causes of death that you would think about when you have a quote negative autopsy, an autopsy where there is no discernible cause of death, are going to be things like seizures or cardiac heart rhythm disorders.
Right. And when you're talking about, and I wrote down pulmonary because it's heart rhythm disorders. Uh, Maybe that was my shortcut. Heart rhythm disorders. When you have a situation where there's no identifiable cause of death, including a completely healthy heart, you can still have cardiac arrhythmias, correct?
You can.
And you could still have a manner of death that included the heart just stopping its functioning process without any explanation as to the whether there's damage to the heart or not, correct?
Correct.
So when we talk about foam, and I was about to say the stomach again, but when we talk about foam that was in the airways and the lungs, one of the indications of foam, isn't it true, is that the heart stops and doesn't provide enough oxygen to the body, and the result is a significant amount of foam.
Usually it's that the heart isn't functioning appropriately for an extended period of time that's leading to respiratory failure, which is causing accumulation of fluid in the lungs. Usually when you have a sudden cardiac death, you don't have enough time for that pulmonary edema to develop because your lungs are essentially stopping at the same time that your heart is stopping.
So if I understand you correctly, then that if there's a sign that the heart isn't working properly, regardless of whether there's signs or not, though of an unhealthy heart, that's when you're going to get that foam situation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I guess my question is this, is that if in fact Tammy Daybell's heart was immediately stopped by compression or asphyxiation, that's an immediate stopping of the heart. Why is there foam in her system then?
Well, asphyxia isn't going to immediately stop the heart. The heart will stop once it's not able to get enough oxygen to continue to pump. And that's going to take minutes if a person is being asphyxiated. And then that will allow time for the lungs to start to fail and fluid to accumulate.
Or it could be that the heart wasn't functioning properly and it stopped and foam developed within her system as a result of a heart that wasn't working properly, correct?
So what you're describing is congestive heart failure. And in that case, when we look at the lungs under the microscope, we see other evidence of congestive heart failure, which is usually old bleeding into the lungs from leaky vessels, which causes macrophages or the inflammatory cells to come in and clean it up. And that was not seen in her. So this was not a congestive heart failure.
But when you come up with a determination that the death is undetermined, then there's absolutely no signs. Let's say there's no bruising. Let's say there is nothing indicating any sort of cause of death, and yet we have someone who's passed away. You make an undetermined, that in that situation, without any signs or any other collateral information, you make a determination that it's an undetermined death, correct?
If
That-
you have no other collateral information, investigative information that leads you to any other conclusion.
And when you make a determination of an undetermined death and there's no indication of any cause of death, you just may never know. The person just died. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And in a situation where the person just dies, you could have an absolutely healthy heart, correct?
You can,
You can have an absolutely healthy lung, correct?
correct.
You can have absolutely healthy organs in every single manner, and yet the person can still die, correct?
Correct.
And that's not limited to someone who's 49 years old. That could be an athlete on a basketball court who passes away suddenly without any notice of anything or any sign of any damage or disease, correct?
Could be.
And that athlete could be a 17-year-old athlete playing in a basketball game and suddenly just passes away and that would be an undetermined death, correct?
Not necessarily. It depends on the autopsy. And in that kind of case, especially with a young person like that, that is where we start to think about genetic arrhythmia disorders, and we would do genetic testing.
And what that means is that you would be looking back at their past as to whether or not there's any family history of any heart issues or anything like that, correct?
Correct.
And in this particular situation, there was a notation on her medical records which indicated that Tammy Daybell's family had some heart issues that were listed and noted on her medical records. You recall that?
I do.
Okay. Now, on the issue of asphyxia, you talked about the bruises on her arms, and the vast majority of them were on the right arm. Is that correct?
Correct.
There were a number of them that you're claiming are bruises were on the right arm, and then one on the left, right?
Yes.
And then a mark on her chest. Okay. So you talked about what you claim are the 4 levels of asphyxia. And the first one you mentioned would have been exclusion of oxygen by way of choking, correct?
It could be exclusion of oxygen by anything.
Now, in Tammy Daybell's situation, there was no sign of any broken or malfunctioning airway that had been blocked physically. Is that correct?
Correct.
You didn't see any damage to the neck or the throat or any of and I'm going to hack the bone that's called the
The hyoid.
Thank you. I'll never get it right. I could practice and I'll never get it right. That wasn't cracked or broken or anything like that, correct?
No, there was damage to the muscles on the right because of the embalming process. So we weren't able to do a full examination, but there was nothing on the left.
Okay. And then you talked, the second one would have been neck compression.
Yes.
And there were no indications of any bruising or fingerprints or marks suggesting that Tammy Daybell was choked or someone had squeezed her neck to cause her to die that way, correct?
Correct.
And then the next one you mentioned was chemical asphyxiation, and there's no indication. You did an extensive review of potential chemicals that could have caused this, correct?
Correct.
And the only thing you came up with was the fluoxetine, which was the medication she was taking, correct?
Correct.
And did you do a cross check as to whether or not any of these homeopathic or any of these essential oils or other items could potentially interact in a way that could cause her some medical issues?
So most of the essential oils and homeopathic medications that are out there have low overdose potential. There's still a potential for overdose, but because of that, testing for those things is not offered in most reference labs. And so we wouldn't have been able to rule any of that out, but there was no evidence at the scene that she was overtaking any of these things.
Okay. And you don't know the quantity of those homeopathic medicines or the oils or the other things that she was taking, correct?
No.
And if you were to make a determination and you did have that, would that aid you in maybe considering that as a possible option?
It could.
Now, the last one you mentioned was a mechanical asphyxiation. And I don't know if this one falls into the subject of you cover up the mouth or you cover up the chest physically with something to stop the breathing. Is that what that is about?
So exclusion of oxygen would be something that covers the mouth, covers the nose or airway. So that would be like a suffocation. With mechanical asphyxia, we see mechanical asphyxias very frequently. And so the classic situation is somebody who's working under their car and the car jack fails and the car falls on the chest, and then the chest is no longer able to rise. Those people die of a mechanical asphyxia.
And the type of asphyxia you're talking about is the stoppage of the breathing. Tammy Daybell, someone was trying to stop. That's what you're suggesting, is someone was trying to stop Tammy Daybell from breathing, physically covering up her airway. Is that correct?
Correct.
So explain to me, with the bruises on the arms, did you see any scratches on the fingers or any sign of any DNA under the fingers?
So in this case, she had been prepared for burial. She had been washed, cleaned, and there was also mold on her fingers from the internment. So at this point, there would be no trace evidence.
And there were no scratches of any kind that would indicate any kind of a struggle. Is that correct?
Correct.
Nothing, in fact, to indicate any kind of a struggle, correct?
The bruises could indicate a struggle, but it's again nonspecific.
And when you say non-specific, we don't know how those bruises got there, correct?
Correct.
So if someone's holding Tammy's Daybell's breathing, that same person then at the same time would be holding her arms down as well?
Or there's more than one person. I don't know.
Okay. But the suggestion is that you're saying someone was stopping her breathing, and potentially there could be another person there who's restraining the arms. Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm not suggesting anything, but that is a possibility.
Okay. You talked a little bit about rigor mortis, and when you have a pulmonary edema, that speeds up the process of rigor mortis, does it not?
No.
Okay. When you're talking about stiff and cold, again, that's a subjective determination, correct?
Correct.
You could walk up to somebody and hold their arm and it could be stiff and cold, but that doesn't give you a distinct determination as to when what that means specifically, correct?
Correct.
In fact, unless you're someone in your profession, making that determination, the best way is that you're there and you evaluate the level, because that's an advancing determination of when someone starts to become cold, and it increases as time goes on, correct?
Correct.
So if someone makes mention of the fact that something is cold or stiff, that's really doesn't give you any sort of information or determination as to how you would apply that to the time of a cause of death, correct?
Correct.
And again, as far as the cause of death, again, this is a subjective determination by you. You really can't say to any specificity when the cause of death was or had occurred in this case. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And again, what kind of medical records, which specifically medical records did you review?
I would have to go back and look at the list, but I know that we looked at primary care physician records and urgent care records from 2007 to 2019.
I'm sorry, again, from when?
2007 to 2019.
And in reviewing the medical records, you never saw any treatment for any low blood pressure or anything like that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you provided information about Tammy Daybell having dizzy spells
Yes.
and maybe some fainting issues?
Yes.
Okay. Balance issues?
I don't recall balance issues.
Okay. And in terms of the contents of her stomach, you found some, at least what I describe as potatoes or something like potato-like substance in her stomach?
Yeah, she had about 3.5 ounces of a pink liquid that looked like it had food substances that appeared to be consistent with potatoes and peanuts.
Judge, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Correct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Marsden, you were just asked about the stomach contents. You recall that question?
Yes.
Do contents in a stomach tell you anything one way or the other if someone's thrown up?
No.
And you talked about seeing remnants of potatoes and peanuts. Is that what you recall?
That's what it appeared to be.
Did it appear to be a Big Mac?
No.
You were asked about learning that Tammy had dizzy spells or fainting spells. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
Do you recall where that information came from?
That information was from the police report, which was obtained from her husband.
So the only information regarding dizzy or fainting spells came from Chad Daybell.
Correct.
Anything in the medical records that indicated dizziness or fainting spells?
No.
Did it surprise you not to see Tammy's family at the exhumation?
No.
And you were asked about some of the suspicious circumstances involving some missing kids. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you learn that those missing kids were Chad's new wife's kids?
Yes, I think I knew that.
And Tammy Daybell was Chad's recently deceased wife.
Yes.
With regard to this idea of heavy lungs, did you find any signs of a medical condition which would cause heavy lungs?
No.
Did you believe that to play into a cause of death in this case?
I think that it is the result of the cause of death, but it is not itself the cause of death.
In looking at the history, Tammy's medical history and her family's medical history that was noted in her records, any concerns in relation to Tammy's heart based on that?
No, and her records we specifically asked did not include any sudden cardiac deaths in young individuals in her family that would indicate a genetic cause of heart disease.
And counsel went over with you again, death by essentially asphyxiation by exclusion of oxygen. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Are there ways that someone can cause someone else's death in that manner without leaving any signs or external injuries?
Absolutely.
Are you aware of some of the mechanisms or way a person could asphyxiate someone else without leaving those signs when we're talking about the exclusion of oxygen category?
Yes.
What
So
are those?
this would include things like smothering with a pillow, putting a bag over the head, putting a weight on the chest so that the chest can't rise. These are all potential things that would not necessarily leave any sign.
And the last one, the weight on the chest, would be mechanical asphyxiation? Would it
Yes.
fall into that? And you were asked about the bruises and indicated, it could indicate there was more than one person there. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Could it also indicate someone kneeling on a chest and holding someone down?
Yes.
In reviewing possible causes of death, what did you determine in relation to a seizure as a possible cause?
That it is extremely unlikely and improbable.
What did you determine with regard to cardiarrhythmia as a cause?
The same, extremely unlikely and improbable.
And again, ultimately, what did you determine the cause to be?
Asphyxia,
And what did you determine the manner to be?
homicide.
In your experience, or would it be fair to say that dead bodies don't generally roll out of bed?
True.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms.
Judge,
Blake.
could I have recross, please?
On which issue?
On the kneeling issue and the falling out of the bed.
I think those are within the scope of the cross.
I believe those were covered in cross as well, so I'm not going to allow any recross on that. I don't think the redirect went outside the scope to open a new topic, so I'll deny the request for any recross at this point. That will conclude the testimony then of Dr. Marsden. And with her testimony being concluded, is she going to remain under subpoena
No, Your Honor, she can be released.
from the defense?
I didn't subpoena her, Judge.
Okay, so that concludes your testimony. Thank you for appearing this morning. You can be excused.
Thank you.
State can call us next witness.
The state will call Investigator Ricky Wright.
Judge, that looks like Officer Hermosillo.
That's what
to
I was
me.
thinking.
That's who I think it is. Unless Officer Wright is muscled up a little bit, but
They may have gotten a little confused. So if we may have just a moment.
Yes.
Swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
All right, I'll note now the witness has been sworn. Before we begin with direct, I want to inquire, Officer Wright, have you watched or viewed in any way any of the testimony that's taken place in this trial since it started?
No, I have not.
Okay, have you talked to anyone else about testimony they've given at trial?
No, I have not.
Very well. With that in mind, then, Ms. Blake, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Thank you. Would you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Yes, Rick Wright, Wright.
And where are you currently employed?
I am currently employed as a contract special investigator for the FBI in Pocatello.
And what position did you hold prior to that?
Yes, I was a special agent with the FBI.
And for purposes of today, would you prefer investigator or agent?
Investigator is fine, or Mr. Wright is fine.
And how long were you employed with the FBI?
I was a special agent for 24 and a half years.
Do you have or did you receive any specialized training in order to be a special agent?
Yes, I attended the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia in 1997. That's approximately 4 months. And then after that, I was assigned to my first office, which was the Denver division in Denver, Colorado.
How long did you work in that division?
I worked there for over 21 years.
In addition to the initial training to be a special agent, have you received or did you receive any specialized training?
Yes, after my initial new agents training, I worked a variety of violations throughout my career, primarily criminal matters for the FBI. The FBI is roughly divided in half between criminal investigations and national security investigations. So I worked primarily criminal investigations and received a variety of specialized training in those type of investigations that I conducted.
What were some of the areas that you received specialized training in?
So initially I worked drugs and organized crime cases. And then for a period of about 8.5 years, I worked financial crimes and public corruption. And then for the last 11 years in the Denver division, I worked violent crime and specialized primarily in violent crimes against children. And that was before I transferred to the Pocatello resident agency in late 2018. And once there, I worked more general criminal matters for the FBI there in Pocatello. So throughout that my career, I received specialized training in all those types of investigations, particularly regarding crimes against children, which was much of my career. I received specialized training in responding to missing abducted children, sex trafficking of children, other exploitation of children, international parental kidnappings. And I received that training. Usually most of these trainings were 1 to 5 day trainings, usually once or twice a year. Much of that came from within the FBI, from the Violent Crimes Against Children unit, or the Behavioral Analysis unit, or the Child Abduction Rapid Deployment teams that the FBI uses for child abductions, or from outside agencies or organizations like the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children and other law enforcement agencies.
And you indicated in about 2018, you ended up transferring to the Pocatello area.
Yes.
And is that a different division? How is that in relation to where you were at before in Denver?
Yes. So I transferred to the Pocatello resident agency of the Salt Lake City division of the FBI. The Salt Lake City division is the headquarters. The headquarters is located in Salt Lake City, Utah, and that division covers all of Utah, Idaho, and Montana. The Denver division covered all of Colorado and Wyoming. And so within a division, there are often these satellite offices called resident agencies, as was the case with the Pocatello resident agency being one. Within Idaho, there were 4 resident agencies at that time, one in Pocatello, another in Boise, Lewiston, and Coeur d'Alene, I believe.
And when you transferred to that resident agency in Pocatello, how resident agency?
Yes, at that time, there were 5 agents in the Pocatello resident agency. 3 of them did criminal work, which I was one, and the other 2 did national security work. That resident agency covered really all of eastern Idaho, about 17 counties, I believe. Our supervisor for the criminal agents in Pocatello was actually located in Boise, and that was Doug Hart.
At some point while working there in Pocatello, did you become involved in a search for a missing child named JJ Vallow?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain a little bit about why the FBI became involved?
So the FBI was contacted by the Rexburg Police Department about a child missing in their jurisdiction. That was on November 27th of 2019. And I spoke with Lieutenant Ron Ball and I believe Detective Ray Hermosillo from the Rexburg Police Department about that missing child and the circumstances under which he was missing. The FBI assists in missing children cases because of the Federal Kidnapping Act. Under that act, when children are missing because of the potential interstate nature of a kidnapping, it is a potential federal crime. Unfortunately, we usually don't know up front whether a federal crime has been committed or even if there is a kidnapping that has taken place. But because of the time-sensitive nature of those types of investigations, it's necessary to respond right away. And allow the FBI's resources to assist with that. And so when they described the circumstances under which Joshua Vallow or JJ Vallow was missing, We believe that met these requirements of the FBI being involved. And generally, when we have a child, we define that as a child of tender years that's missing under suspicious circumstances. We should get involved. And a child of tender years, I believe, is defined as 12 and under.
And did you know how old JJ Vallow was?
I believe he was 7 at the time.
When you first became involved, did you know anything about Tylee Ryan also being missing?
Shortly thereafter, I became aware that JJ had a sibling named Tylee Ryan. We did not realize that she was missing from Idaho at that time.
Do you recall approximately when yourself and or the FBI became involved in the search for JJ Vallow?
Yes, really almost immediately after that telephone call from the Rexburg Police Department, we offered our assistance and began to communicate with them on how we could provide further assistance. We opened an investigation. I believe we opened it as a police cooperation matter at first, and then within a few days changed that to a kidnapping classification. And I was assigned as the case agent on that. And due to the scope of the investigation, really the size of the investigation, we actually assigned a second case agent was assigned, and that was Travis Homer, also at the Pocatello RA.
And you'd already talked about being contacted by the Rexburg Police Department. Do you know if there were additional agencies involved in investigations linked to JJ being missing?
Yes, there were some related investigations being conducted by other agencies.
Do you know what those other investigations were looking into?
Yes, I do.
And what were those things?
So Rexburg Police Department, of course, was looking into the JJ being missing, but the Fremont County Sheriff's Office, also in Idaho, was looking at the death of Tammy Daybell. And there were 2 agencies in Arizona that I became aware of that were looking at incidents in their jurisdiction. That was in the Gilbert Police Department was one, and they were looking into an attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux, and the Chandler, Arizona Police Department was looking into the death of Charles Vallow.
Would it be fair to say that this turned into a joint investigation?
Yes,
And did you personally become involved in the investigation?
yes, I did.
Did you become involved in the investigation into Tammy Daybell's death?
Yes, I did.
And then did you also investigate the JJ and Tylee being missing?
Yes,
Did you ultimately assist in investigating their deaths as well?
yes.
And I think you indicated that you were assigned or you were the case agent. Can you explain a little bit about what the case agent does?
So really, when an investigation is open at the FBI, there's a case agent, or sometimes called a case manager, that is assigned. Most cases have one case agent, and due to their size, can be handled by one agent. So the agent has the responsibility for conducting the investigation, whether that's gathering evidence, conducting interviews, and so forth. And but the FBI, that agent can also call upon additional resources. Often that's other agents that may work in the unit, other staff within the office, and also pull up from resources from outside the office, but within the FBI. The FBI, being a national organization, has considerable resources, and that can include administrative, analytical, technical assistance, and so forth.
In this case, did you actually end up requesting some additional assistance?
Yes, I did.
And specifically, did you request assistance in looking at location data associated with Alex Cox or devices associated with him?
Yes, there were a number of devices, digital devices, recovered during the course of the investigation. Many of those were processed by the regional computer forensics laboratory in Salt Lake City. As also for many of those digital devices, they were cell phones, and we were able to get records associated with them, including location data. Many of those records went to a member of the FBI's cellular analysis survey team who reviewed those records and helped us interpret them and review them.
And do you recall specifically which agent from the CAS team looked at the records?
Yes, that was Agent Nick Balance in the Phoenix, Arizona division.
As he would go through that information, would he share it with you?
Yes.
And did he provide information to assist you further in your investigation regarding location data linked to Alex Cox or a device associated with him?
Yes, there was one particular device that Alex Cox seemed to use extensively, and Nick Balance was reviewing records for that device, transactional records, and location information, and providing me with and other investigators with information that we could follow up with from those records.
And in relation to that information, were there specific time frames that you were interested in or looked at?
Yes. So this particular device had extensive location information within it. In the initial stages of the investigation, when we learned that JJ was missing, and shortly thereafter that Tylee was also missing from Idaho, we didn't know really where they had gone missing exactly and when they had gone missing. Initially, it was as much as potentially 3 months they had been missing, from sometime around August until the investigation was starting here in late November. And so over the course of that, the next ensuing months, we were able to narrow that time frame down significantly to help us determine where they had been or where they had last been seen, and when they had gone missing. And that was critical for us to determine what had happened to them, just because it was hard to know where and when in time to look at the various types of information that would be available to identify what had happened to them. And so by approximately April of 2020, we had narrowed down that they had both been went missing in September of 2019. Tylee appears to have gone missing first, sometime around the 8th or the 9th of September was our best information, and that JJ had gone missing approximately 2 weeks later, around September 22nd or September 23rd. So I requested at that stage in the investigation, we had not been able to locate the children, and Nick Balance had been providing location information.
Judge, at this point, it's becoming a significant narrative. Can the state ask some questions?
There's an objection there on
Yes.
narrative. I'll sustain that. Go ahead, Ms. Blake.
So in determining the last known sighting of Tylee being around September 8th or 9th, and the last known of JJ around September 22nd or 23rd, what time period did you initially focus in on in relation to location data?
So I requested that Nick Balance look at those timeframes in September related to the children, and he was doing that and providing us with information. And due to the size and the amount of this information, I asked for him to provide me with the same information that he was reviewing, and put it in a format that I could review, that I could start that process of also looking at that data and see if there were potential avenues for investigation. So he provided me with a file of all of the location information for that particular device for really all of September of 2019, from September 1st through September 30th.
At some point, did you also end up requesting location data for the month of October?
I did.
And why did you request location data for the month of October?
So there were incidents that happened in October, not necessarily related to the children, but related to other components of this joint investigation. And at a later date, it was actually after the children had been recovered. I requested him, Nick Balance, provide me the records for all of October, and I did a similar review as I did for the September data, and I completed that in September of 2020.
And when you were reviewing this data from September and October, were you also following up on information that you gained from that location data?
Yes, it was really a process. As I said, Nick Balance initially was giving us information that he was observing in those records, and we were following up as investigators. Sometimes I did that personally. Sometimes other investigators did that, particularly in the Rexburg Police Department. They were doing that. And then as I started looking at those records myself, I tried to, as best as I could, determine whether there's potential follow-up investigation can be at these sites where the device had gone. And some of that I did myself. Sometimes other investigators were tasked to go and follow up with what we observed.
And in going through that location data and then looking through the follow-up that was done, did you assist in preparing a summary exhibit today?
Yes, I did.
And is that, actually, I will do this. Your Honor, I have what's been marked as States Exhibit 299. It's actually a PowerPoint on a thumb drive would be the original exhibit. I have a copy of that for counsel and the court. And then I also have printed out copies, a courtesy copy for Your Honor, one for the court and one for counsel.
And can you explain a little more about what the summary exhibit is?
Yes, Your Honor. And I was going to see if I could have the witness shown a copy.
Very well.
And Investigator Wright, I just asked them to hand you Exhibit 299. In reviewing the location data, is that some of the information included within this exhibit?
Yes, it is.
Does this exhibit also contain some of the follow-up investigation that was completed as well?
Yes, it does.
Would this, in looking through it, does this appear to be an accurate depiction of the exhibit created?
Yes, it does.
And would this aid you in your testimony today?
Yes.
And would this do you believe this would aid the jurors in understanding the evidence in your testimony?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of States Exhibit 299.
Any objection?
Judge, the information as it came from the Homer J. Maximus account is admitted by way of stipulation. Just so we have a clear record, the other information that was not obtained from Homer J. Maximus and part of this officer's investigation, I won't object at this time to that admission of those.
All right, so under Rule of Evidence 1006, then this may be admitted as a summary to prove content.
And Your Honor, I'm just looking at the time and wondering if before I start publication, it may be a good time for the morning break.
I think that's a good idea, Ms. Blake. Thank you. We'll go ahead and take a morning recess. It is just before 10 o'clock, so let's try and come back on at 10:20.
All rise, please.
Well, okay. It's pretty strong. Hi. So they got the messages going back and forth, and you're wondering is Pryor really gonna ever, you know, is he gonna? What's he really gonna do? I don't know. Sorry, y'all. I didn't mean that to be quite so loud. But so we got 20 minutes to break. So yeah, you know, Hermosillo opened it up, and I think Hermosillo is going to close it. And it kind of freaked me out when Hermosillo came out and they said, "Oh, well, we meant this, that, and the other." I feel like we're getting close, y'all. I feel like we're getting close. Because, I mean, Pryor asked these questions. And he sure is trying to convince those jurors that Tammy just died. With away with it. Chad was acting, I can't blame her if somebody did just die, because you hate to be with him. But she had way more going on than Chad. In a good way. She filled her time with providing books to children, not trying to get people to follow her about the end of times. So much of it still doesn't make sense, and I want it to make some kind of sense. Let's see what the comments are going. Lee Shell says Pryor is such an old school show off, but his antics aren't antiquated, just misses the mark and comes off as blustery suck up. It's like he's a bad actor playing a B-movie. Yeah, so I know exactly. He's like acting like he's acting. So he's like acting like he's being a mean prosecutor. I mean, a defense attorney. Lamesius is talking about turning up the pain on the children gleefully like the sadist he is. I know. It's just, did we have that turning up the pain? I forgot. Bo Peep says, I agree that Rob killed it at his preliminary. Yes, he did. Medea thinks Pryor is asking questions based on the defense witness and is struck down every time. And he was talking about these athletes that just fall dead. You know, once they do an autopsy, they'll see there is a reason for it. It's not that their heart was enlarged or something like that. There's not just no reason. Natalie Hoover says, I thought Hart showed those messages and I've been waiting on it. Yeah. It's wild, isn't it? I guess KJ's at the lake catching fish. KJ, if you can hear us, catch us a big fish. Let's see. I'm going back up to see. You know, I saw this guy, I don't even remember what channel, it wasn't a big channel, it's a tiny channel, but he said that if Chad gave Tammy a tiny bit of, I forgot now, the poison that smells like almonds. Does anybody in the chat know which poison that is? He said, this particular person said that if that if Chad gave his wife a tiny bit of this poison, if you know which poison is in the chat, put it in. It's just like a common poison that smells like almonds. I'm going to look it up in the Google. Let's see. A common poison smells like almonds. Cyanide. Okay. Cyanide. This guy said if Chad, not arsenic, but cyanide, he said that, right, Carolyn A said cyanide, that if he gave her a tiny amount of that, it might make her cough and, maybe throw up a little bit. And he said that, but it would disable her enough that it would be easy for Chad to, push her lungs in or put a bag over her head or some other kind of, in other words, if he disabled her a little bit, it would make him able to kill her or strangle, whatever, until, yeah, I guess it is. I did look it up. It's no telling. Well, anyways, so he said that if he gave her enough of this poison to make her less able to fight back, that he could then kill her by smothering her or holding something to make her lungs not be able to rise, like she said. And then over a number of hours, that cyanide smell would diminish and they wouldn't notice it. So I thought that was a good chance that might be something. Lisa Hay said, I didn't think the state should bring that turn up the pain from Chad back for a few revisits. Can't blame that on Alex. True. Justice Jane says, hi, Donna, Krisha, and chat. Rama Hadril says, Kim Top, it really is cyanide. Yeah. Kim Top detected the nails too. And you know what? I don't understand. I know they're not supposed to destroy evidence, but it looks like if there's only so much, you'd want to know what those little blood spots, whose those were. Chad is just so disgusting. I feel sorry for his family and all those people, because he is a piece of crap. And anyway, so I think we're having our morning break now because they're giving, we're going to have another slideshow. So how are you feeling? Do you think that there's anybody in on the jury who has a doubt now? Is he making a doubt? Lamisia says Chad texted shooting and burying raccoons, not Alex. Chad texts burning limb debris, not Alex. Chad texted turn up the pain. Yeah, that was something. And I don't know if you noticed it yesterday, but John Pryor made the statement that he said, well, wasn't there some text about burning some tree limbs? And I don't know whether it was Wixon or Woods, but they said objection. There was no tree. It just said limbs. So he got that in. Liza Joe, there's no proof that she was poisoned. I'm just saying it's a possibility. Because the way that, yes, because cyanide, Bo Peep says cyanide has a very fast, short life too. So they wouldn't have detected it at the autopsy. And if he only used a little tiny small amount and killed her at like 11:45, and didn't call the police till 6 hours and later till in the morning, it's a great possibility. Heidi's mind said, Lamecia, I'm convinced Chad definitely had physical lead in Tammy and Tylee. Oh, took the physical lead. Yes, I do too. Lamecia says, he didn't not say tree. He said limb debris. They always tell on themselves. Lee Shell says, shoddy lack of initial heavy-duty autopsy with toxicology, lost all kinds of stuff in the ditches. Exactly. Because they listened to this convincing, manipulative man like everybody else. Eric Jasper says, Carolyn A., years, ma'am, but I think that exactly how they did it. So there was very little bruises. Yes. Liza Joe says there's no proof she wasn't poisoned either. That's true. Bo Peep says no doubt. So Bo Peep says there's no doubt. I'm hoping the jury feels that way too. Let me see. I've been long and dawning, but the state has hammered it home that the injuries already knows before the defense case has even started. He is guilty. Keep the faith. Thank you, Lamecia. Thank you. Carolyn Ace is so sad. Eric Jasper. Yeah. So, let's see. Hippie Gypsy says, I think turning up the pain and burning limbs text is very telling. This lady that just testified gave a flawless testimony. If Pryor's wasn't a dick, people might have paid attention. Yeah, I hope so. Lee Shell says, why didn't the last forensic expert mention something's wrong with one side of Tammy's neck? Wondering who was right-handed, Alex or Chad. It was when talking about the hyoid bone. That's very good. I'm going to put a star on that, Lee Shell, so we can come back to that later. Carolyn Ace is seriously wondering how Chad's kids are dealing with this. Are they watching? Do they even want to know? The kids may not be watching. Chad may have told them that the people who were in charge of this are all satanic dark forces and that they shouldn't watch. I mean, they may have watched, but they may have not watched. Look, okay, let me back up. Lamecia says she testifies that her neck, that side was damaged from an embankment process. Oh. Internment process, I bet. Kim Top says Dr. John Hidden True Crime says most probably a sex crime murder on Tylee. I believe that too, Kim Top. Eric Jasper says, y'all think it will be much longer? Eric Jasper, I do not. I think that we're down to it. It could happen today. They may close. Besides her sister and auntie, where is Tammy's family? Well, her mother's dead, and I think her daddy's real old. I don't know. Angela Davis from Facebook says she has no doubt that he is guilty. Angela, okay. Trevor Loveback says The prosecution is doing a great job. Chad, you're going to be done. The X-Files says people say that the dead doesn't talk, but they do. They do. Zero says, I think the prosecution could have pursued bruise locations and 2 murderers. Well, they said that, and there's not going to be a murder trial for Alex. Lamisi says, Chad's children are under subpoena. I believe they can't watch the trial, but Chad has told them long ago not to. It's a frame job conspiracy, according to their prophet dad. Lamicia, I think that Chad's kids actually are the same as Kay. They are blood related, first family related to the murder victim and and so just like Kay, if you're in that family position to the victim, you can be in the courtroom, so they could be watching. I doubt it, but they could be. I'm like you, I'm sure that Chad has told them not to, which may work against his stupid self. Lee Shell says, La Mesa Filipino Food Club, interment process. Yes, you're right, the internment process, yes. Something they happened, I don't know. If anybody knows about dark demonic forces, it's Chad, says Ravenna Denver. Lisa Hayes says, if my dad was being accused of a crime, I would watch all of it, even if they were lying about him. I would want to see what it was being said. Red flags to get told not to watch. Yes, I agree. I mean, it's very cult-like. They tell you that that watching information can, that's because they don't want you to know. Eric Jasper says, Lindsay outright asking if it could be done without detection was awesome. However, when she said that the right side was affected from the embalming, but not the left, it made it sound like it was from the embalming. Well, I don't think those bruises could be caused from the embalming. Gypsy Gypsy says, I hope Chad's kids don't come in for sympathy. I kind of think they're not going to say what we think they're going to talk in circles. They may not even answer the questions. Lee Shell says she did say interment. That makes sense. They wouldn't have damaged her neck in the embalming process. I don't know how they did it in the internment process either, Lee. Trey says on the case, I think we all think about Tylee. Yes. Liza Joe says, no real mention of Alex yet. Amanda, I don't know why I said that. Heidi's Mind says, and let's hope Lindsay Blake turns it up on cross-examination of Emma and Garth. They need to answer the hard-ass question once they choose to take the stand. They should quit being protected. I believe so. And I thought you were going to say Lindsay Blake needed to turn up the pain on these people. Janelle Murphy says, Carolyn, I think they're all here in Springville, Idaho. Who's in Springville, Idaho? The kids? I'm going to go back and see what Carolyn A says. Besides her sister, auntie, they're in Springville, Idaho, is where Tammy's family is. Can you imagine how very disgusting, embarrassing, so disrespectful. Let's see. Lost my place. Natalie Huber says Lori was texting Chad about Brandon's kids and rated them levels and turned up the pain. Lori even told him Melanie P was now understood what was going to happen and was okay with it. But Lori says she wasn't. I just wanted to choke her down. I'm sorry. I'm reading somebody else's comments and I'm mixed up about where I am. Lamacia says, it's been long dawning, but the state has hammered it home and the jury already knows before the defense case has even started that he is guilty. Keep the faith. We need to just keep thinking about that one. Zero says, can a dead body roll out of bed itself out of bed? No. Lee Shell's absolutely not. Kelly says, I meant her children. Tammy's kids, Donna. Yeah. I get it, what you're saying now. Let's see. Denny Lenny says, sad part is Emma and Garth could ruin their lives and careers if they get up there and lie. Nobody wants the shady person teaching their kids. They got a dang shell around them. Tracy says, has anybody heard like some of the younger ones speak? When we were watching that special with the young daughter, it seemed conflicted to me. Anybody else think that? I do, and I think that they're gonna talk word salad when they're on the stand. They're gonna talk word salad. It'll be plausible deniability from the first paragraph to the last. Clancy says it's tough because none of us know definitely where Chad and Tammy were sleeping, where Tammy was killed, how Tammy was killed, who all was there and who did what, nor when it was done. Well, we got an idea of when it was done. Between the time she left school and they called the coroner, it was done. I wouldn't want them teaching my kids. No, me either. It's one thing that you need to think about, like with school teachers. They have a lesson plan that has, things on it that they have to teach, and objectives and all these kinds of things. And so a person can believe just about anything, but as long as they stick to the teaching, plan and objectives and stuff. I'm not saying that I want them kids teaching me, but I'm just saying you don't have to go down to the schoolhouse and make sure that your school teacher is a Baptist if you're a Baptist, a Methodist, and Protestant, Presbyterian, Catholic, all that. I'm not saying all, but most school teachers are trying to teach your kids how to read and write, not so much how to worship. Kim Top said, I wouldn't want them teaching my kids. There you go, me either. Trace on the cases, Emma wasn't even, let's see, Emma hasn't even testified yet. I wouldn't want her around my kids after the dark thing. I just wouldn't. I know. Even though she said that she kind of liked it, the one that they were saying was so bad that she liked that kid. Carolyn, I don't think I'm speaking on general public views on the Daybell kids. I don't know, man. It's hard to know what these kids thought. Heidi's mind says Emma and Garth both shouldn't be able to around and influence any children. Garth was dating his 16-year-old wife and was a substitute teacher in that school. He is for 10 years older than her. Oh my God. Yeah, that's weird. Lee Shell says, Eric Jasper, I think you're right. Again, earlier deep investigation and autopsy would have really gone a long way now. Yes, it would, for a fact. I know, Trace. Garth and his 16-year-old bride. Eric, I put my faith in ME and law enforcement breakdown of how they took care of their victims because they will not tell us the truth. Hippie Gypsy says, but how? But have we got the updated info? We don't know how they're feeling. We don't. We'll just have to see. Eric Jasper says, Lee Shell, absolutely. Ravina Denver says, Heidi's mine, you're kidding. That's crazy. Carolyn A says, good grief. How did the school board let Garth get away with that? I'm just saying, my son was in band one year, and one of the girls he graduated with, the band director, married the year after she graduated. Ew. I just don't know what to say about it. 10 years isn't bad if you're 50 and 60, but when 16 to 26, it's awful. Yes, it is. I agree. Absolutely. Been there. Got the t-shirt. Carolyn A said, there's never should be a relationship between teachers and students in the school. That's like a doctor and his patients. It's a big no-no. It's a, what do you call that? A secondary relationship.
Thank you. Please be seated. Let's have the jurors brought back, please.
All rise, please.
for his presence and accounted for.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, if you'd like to continue with your direct display, we did just admit States Exhibit 299, and you can continue with direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I am going to be asking to have 299 on the jump drive to publish.
Very well. We'll have the bailiff deliver that to you, and if you'd like to publish, you may.
Okay, if I may publish.
Yes, you may.
Investigator Wright, in looking at this first slide, it appears there's a name, a phone number, and an email address. Could you indicate what those are for the record?
Yes, Alex Cox, and the phone number is 480-351-9120. And the email address is homerjmaximus@gmail.com.
And you talked before about a particular device. Is this some of the information associated with that device?
Yes, it is.
And is that the device that Agent Balance provided you data points for?
Yes.
When you look at data points, do you know where that information is being retrieved from or how it's retrieved?
Yes, these location data points that Nick Balance provided to me came from two sources, from the cellular provider. In this case, it was Verizon for that particular phone, and from Google, who retained location information associated with the Gmail account associated with that device.
And do you know what type of data points these are?
Yes, they primarily comprise three types of data points. There was GPS, global positioning satellite data. There was also Wi-Fi data, and there was also the cell tower data. The GPS data tends to be the most precise. It has a margin of error of usually a few meters to perhaps several meters. The Wi-Fi data, as I understand it, is more a little less precise, but still fairly precise. Usually, in my experience from my review, the margin of error on it was 15 meters to 100 or 200 meters. And then the cell tower data was the least precise. The margin of error on it could be hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters, depending on the density of the towers.
And when we talk about the margin of error, is the smaller the radius, the more precise?
Yes, the location data is really an estimate by the source of the information, Google and Verizon, of where that device is based on the technical information. And so when it gives us a margin of error, the smaller the number is, the more precise it is. They're telling us that they believe they don't know exactly where the device is, but they have drawn a radius and they believe that is the likely area that it is within.
And when you're looking at these data points, is it fair to say that you try to focus in on the ones that are more precise?
Yes.
And as we go through this presentation, did you denote the time in military time?
It was provided to us in that format. So it was also in the file that I reviewed, also in that format. So I retained that to avoid any confusion.
And as we go through this, did you learn how Alex Cox was related or played into the investigation?
Yes, I did.
And how did he play in?
He was the brother of Lori Vallow. She was the mother of the missing children. And when she moved to Idaho, he moved with her.
And did you learn of any connection between Chad Daybell and Alex Cox?
Yes, I did. I learned that they were associated with each other. They knew each other, and Lori Vallow had married Chad Daybell shortly before the investigation had been initiated, and so he was connected to Chad Daybell through his sister Lori Vallow.
As you started looking at this data location, were you able to determine when the device associated with Alex Cox first arrived in Idaho?
Yes, I did.
And when was that?
The device arrived in Rexburg, Idaho, where it started residing in that area for the first time on September 1st of 2019. As of the morning of September 1st, the device was actually in St. George, Utah, where it had stayed at a hotel. And then it moved at driving speed towards Rexburg, Idaho, where it arrived on the evening of September 1st.
And you know where that device arrived?
Yes, it went to an apartment complex called the Rock Creek Townhomes, located at 565 Pioneer Road.
Do you know which apartment that device originally was located at?
Yes, I do. It went to Unit 175 within that complex.
At some point, did that device appear to be spending time at a different unit?
It did.
And which unit was that?
Unit 107.
And do you recall approximately when the device started being associated with Unit 107?
Yes, on September 5th, it arrived in 107 for the first time. There was some data showing it going back and forth between 175 and 107 on September 5th, and beginning on the evening of September 5th, it began to spend its nights, primarily the nights that I reviewed, in 107.
Through the investigation, did you learn who apartment 107 was associated with?
Alex Cox was primarily using that address.
And did you learn who was using the apartment 175?
Yes, Lori Vallow and the children were primarily living there.
And we talked about the fact that you focused on specific dates within September. Do you recall one of the first dates that you focused on?
Yes, September 8th, 2019 became an important date in the investigation.
And I believe there should be a laser pointer up there if it will assist you at any point. When we're looking at this slide, can you tell us what we're seeing here?
Yes, we're seeing a series of times for the date of September 8th, 2019, and then locations associated with those times. And so in the course of my review, I began to go through this data from September, for the month of September, really data point to data point. It helped the most to look at each data point individually and in order to be able to draw some conclusions about the data. And also each data point had underlying data associated with how precise the information was. And so it helped to look at it to know how much that information could be relied on. And so as I had done that, I'd gotten to this date of September 8th, and I progressed through that date. And then I prepared a report, really a summary report of where the device appeared to be at certain times. I didn't put in every data point that I observed or necessarily the data points in transit between points, but just this is where it was at a certain point. And then if I could determine where it went after that, where it was next.
So on this particular slide, we're seeing some of the data points that you plotted in your report.
Yes.
And
Yes.
that's correct.
Correct.
Was there a specific reason that September 8th was a focal point for you?
Yes, we had in other parts of the investigation, we had conducted a search on an iCloud account that was associated with Lori Vallow, the Lori for Style iCloud account, and had been able to retrieve some photographs from that account. And the photographs appeared to show Tylee Ryan, JJ Vallow, and Alexander Cox in the vicinity of Old Faithful Geyser within Yellowstone National Park, and that those photos, or at least one in particular, was timestamped of 1549 on September 8th, 2019.
And when we start looking at this slide, this is the location data associated with a device linked to Alex Cox.
Yes, correct.
And so can you talk us through the travel of that device?
So on this particular date, it had been at 565 Pioneer Road earlier in the morning, and I didn't reflect that here. But the last stop that it made within Rexburg was at the Maverick at 859 West Main Street in Rexburg. It was there for a period of time, and I reflected the time it departed that, which was at 11:52. So that was the last time it was in Rexburg that morning. The device then begins to travel to the west entrance of Yellowstone National Park and gets there at 13:29.
And if I pause there with you just briefly, did you learn anything in relation to when that vehicle entered the park?
Yes, I did.
What did you learn?
We had obtained assistance from the National Park Service, and they were able to conduct a variety of provide a variety of assistance to us. But one thing was they had looked at cameras entering the park on that particular date and were able to identify a vehicle that Alex Cox was driving, and Tylee Ryan was seen in that vehicle.
And if you would continue?
Yes, and so that vehicle gets to the west entrance of Yellowstone National Park. The camera footage is taken from the perspective of the booth where you pay to enter the park. And so it showed Alex Cox driving a F-150 pickup truck, and in the front passenger seat is Tylee Ryan. The rear windows are tinted, but it's clear there's other people in the back seat as well. So that was the main footage that we were able to get from the National Park Service on that particular date.
And so then after entering the park, where did the device go?
It traveled along the main loop road there within the national park to the area of Old Faithful. The data, it arrives in that area between 1450 and 1457. Some of the data is imprecise in that area, but we start getting more specific data at 1504. And from 1504 to 1522, it seems to be in the vicinity of the Old Faithful Lodge cafeteria, which is near the geyser itself. And then we get some more data from 1542 to 1604 that puts that device at the rim of Old Faithful or the boardwalk there where people can observe the geyser. And then at 1615 to 1627, we get some data points that seem to put the device in the Old Faithful parking lot area. And then the device leaves the Old Faithful area and travels westbound on US 287. I think it's also called maybe US 191 as well. It travels eastbound towards Yellowstone Lake and then turns south towards Lewis Lake. It passes Lewis Lake on that main road, which is a paved road. And at 1712, it appears to turn around, reverses course, drives back past Lewis Lake, past Yellowstone Lake, past Old Faithful, and then out of the west entrance of the national park at 1840. It then makes a stop in West Yellowstone, Montana itself in a commercial area at 1845 and leaves that area at 1902.
And again, in relation to this device, when the device is shown to be at the entrance of the national park, There's also a video placing a pickup truck with Alex Cox and Tylee Ryan in the vehicle.
When it enters the park, yes. When it exits the park, there was some camera footage, but I believe it just captured the back license plate. It didn't capture who was in the vehicle at that point.
And if we go to this next slide, can you tell us what we're seeing on this slide?
So that this is an image taken from the same mapping software that I was reviewing that had been provided to me by Nick Balance with the data points mapped in it. And this is an overhead view of the Old Faithful geyser and the lodge area around Old Faithful.
And these are some of the data points we just talked about on the previous slide. Is that correct?
Yes, it also can, these red data points are the data points that I just talked about that show the device in the area of some of those locations. I can point at those if you'd like.
If you would, please do so.
So the upper left here is the geyser itself, Old Faithful. This is a boardwalk area where spectators can see the geyser. This is the Old Faithful Lodge cafeteria. The Old Faithful parking lot is not in this photo, but it's located roughly southeast of this location. So we had a series of data points. First at the cafeteria area from 1504 to 1522. And then we had a series of GPS data points fairly precise from 1542 to 1604 clumped together here on the boardwalk. And then after that, we didn't get some data points until 1615 when they were in the Old Faithful Lodge parking lot and seemed to leave that area about 1627.
And do you know what type of data points these are?
I believe it's a mixture of Wi-Fi and GPS. When I say Wi-Fi, my understanding is it doesn't necessarily mean that they have joined a Wi-Fi network, but as a person moves around, a device can reach out and shake hands with Wi-Fi networks that it comes in contact with, and Google keeps that information and it uses it to help determine approximately where a device is. And so some of this was a mixture of that. There were also cellular data points, which a lot of times are off the map. They're where the nearest cell tower is usually. But these ones along the boardwalk were GPS data points.
And when we talk about that boardwalk area, is there a reason, did you focus in on that particular area?
Yes, I did.
And why was that?
The photograph taken of Tylee, JJ, and Alex, one in particular, seemed to be at or near that boardwalk in around Old Faithful, or at least a view of the geyser basin near Old Faithful.
And is this the photo you're referencing?
Yes, I am. That's the one that came from the Lori Force style iCloud account and had a timestamp of 1549 on September 8th, 2019.
And do you recognize the individuals in that photo?
Yes, I do.
And who are they?
On the left is JJ Vallow, and in the middle is Tylee Ryan, and on the right is Alex Cox.
And was this the last known photo of Tylee Ryan?
There were a few photos taken in that same series, but in that same location, I believe, and there were no photos of Tylee Ryan. And at this point in the investigation, that was the last time we knew her to be alive.
And can you talk about what we're seeing in this particular slide?
Yes. So this is again an image of from the mapping software, and there's a lot of data going on this, but I'll walk you through it. So in this upper left corner here is the Old Faithful Old Faithful Lodge area, and this is showing what those data points look at that I was reviewing, and they show the movement of the data points as at 1627 approximately, the device leaves this area, travels along 287, past this point, which is the west thumb of Yellowstone Lake, which is this area. It then the highway then turns south. It continues on that highway past this, which is Lewis Lake. And if it would have continued on this road, it would get into Grand Teton National Park. In this area, we were getting both frequent and precise data points. Some of them were coming in multiple times a minute, which was helpful in determining that the vehicle appeared to have quickly turned around and immediately reverse course. For example, it was 1709 there, but we had multiple at 1712, and it was already back at 1713 there. The reason I was looking hard at this particular information is first, it was the last known location for Tylee Ryan to be alive. And we were concerned that something potentially had happened to her in Yellowstone National Park. And we were in communication with National Park Service and preparing to conduct searches in Yellowstone National Park if necessary to see if we could locate her. And part of my review here was to help identify potential sites to conduct a search.
And what did you determine in relation to potential sites for a search?
Yes, I determined that it moved from Old Faithful down to this point at what appeared to be driving speed. It turned around fairly quickly within a minute or two. It didn't appear to have deviated off the main road. It didn't appear to have stopped for any substantial period of time. And then it reversed course. It reversed course back the way it came, back past Old Faithful without stopping, and then continued westbound and then northbound until it left the park. There are gaps in data points, for example, here and so forth, where for a few minutes at a time, we did not get any data. But based on what drive time between those data points was consistent with the vehicle or the device continuing to move at driving speed. It didn't appear to have had time to have deviated in any great amount or had to have been able to stop for any substantial length of time. I tried to estimate how long it takes to drive from Old Faithful down to the turnaround spot south of Lewis Lake and then reverse course and exit out the west entrance of Yellowstone National Park. I estimated the drive time to be about 2 hours and 50 minutes. The device covered that distance in about 2 hours and 13 minutes. So faster than would probably be a typical driving time. Of course, there's a lot of variables traveling within Yellowstone National Park because of traffic and animal activity and so forth. But based on my review, I really came to the conclusion that I could find really no place where there seemed to be any deviation from a populated area or any substantial period of time that it may have stopped other than the very public area at Old Faithful.
And did you continue to look at the travel of that device for September 8th?
Yes, I did.
And what are we seeing on this particular slide?
So these are the locations that the device went to after it left Yellowstone. And it stopped first in West Yellowstone, Montana at a commercial area. There's several businesses in that area, but the nearest business seems to be this Buckaroo Bill's Barbecue Grill. And it stopped there at 1852 and was there about a 17-minute period until 1902. From the time it had left the Yellowstone parking lot at 1627 until it got to Buckaroo Bill's Barbecue, as best I could tell from my review, the vehicle hadn't stopped, or at least not for more than a few minutes. And so Again, here it's in a very public area before it starts moving again. It then moves at driving speed back to Rexburg, Idaho, and its next stop is at 2037 at 565 Pioneer Road, number 175 in Rexburg at the Rock Creek Townhomes.
And pausing there briefly, were you able to determine definitively if the device went to that particular restaurant?
I'm not aware that was a common thing we tried to do, was to see if we could obtain records or video from many of these locations, that it would visit. I'm not aware we obtained anything from Buckaroo Bill's Barbecue, or even that it had gone there.
But there was a stop around that area for approximately 17 minutes.
Yes, correct.
And outside of that stop, any indication that vehicle stopped again on the drive to Rexburg?
No.
And then after arriving back at that Pioneer Road 175, where did the device go to next?
The device stayed at number 175 until 2135. It then left there and traveled to this Maverick, which is about a mile north of the 565 Pioneer Road address. It was there for about 10 minutes from 2143 to 2153 before returning to 565 Pioneer Road number 175, where it stayed from 2244 to 2315. At approximately 2344, we now see the device at 565 Pioneer Road number 107. Sometimes there's gaps in the data. For example, between when it's at 175 and 107, nearly 30 minutes, 29-minute gap. And that was fairly common, where we just don't have precise data to say it's in one location or another. It doesn't mean I didn't necessarily have location information. It wasn't precise enough to say what unit it was in. So I generally just summarized when I felt like there was enough information to indicate that it is now in a different location.
And with regard to this, did you make any determination as far as Tylee Ryan's whereabouts?
So we were trying to prepare a timeline of her activities, and that was coming in from many different sources in the investigation. Some of her financial activities, her use of digital media, anyone that might have seen her or been in communication with her, and so forth. So we were trying to narrow that down as best we could. That photograph in Yellowstone National Park was very important for us because it was the last known location for her. After I completed this review on that particular day, it was my conclusion that it really had only made one stop from the time that photo appeared to have been taken, and that was in West Yellowstone, Montana, in a public area. So my best conclusion as of the last known location for Tylee Ryan was at 565 Pioneer Road number 175, and that would have been at 2037 that evening.
And then on this same slide, there's some indication of data points on Monday, September 9th. Can you tell us what we're seeing there?
Yes. The device I was reviewing for Alex Cox, in the month of September, beginning on September 5th, it would typically go to 107 at night. When I say at night, I mean roughly from about midnight to 6 a.m. It was almost always during those hours within 107 when I had sufficient data to indicate that. On this particular night, and this was the only time I observed that, at least in the month of September, we received some data points of the device in 175 in the early hours of that morning, and we just had 3 data points during that time. Now it was really common that when the device was moving I observed regular updates of its location, sometimes one or more a minute, or at least every few minutes. That was pretty typical to get an update. It seemed like when the device stopped somewhere, the updates became less frequent, particularly at night. Sometimes it would be an hour or more between a data point. And uh, so during that time, there are just 3 precise data points, and they are at 2:42, and then a second one at 2:42, and then another one at 3:37. All 3 of these were GPS data points with a 4-meter radius, and they seem to put the device in unit 175.
And again, this was the only time in September that you noticed that device in 175 in those early morning hours?
Yes, except for on September 30th, there was one occasion where it stayed the night in 175 on the night of September 30th.
And then what are we seeing with those next data points?
So the next data points with sufficient precision to tell me what unit it appeared to be in came in beginning at 4:37, and then another one at 4:39, and then 4:41, 5:14, 6:47, and 8:49. These data points put the device back at 107. Now, these were a combination of Wi-Fi and GPS data points. And the margin of error, or the radius on those data points, varied, and the span of the variation was 8 to 37 meters, depending on the point.
And can you tell us what we're seeing in this slide?
So this is an image of the Rock Creek townhomes for the time period that I just discussed, and it is taken from that exact mapping software that I was using at the time in 2020, as provided to me by Nick Balance. So at that particular time, the image for this property was somewhat dated. It was dated from 2015, and part of the complex had not been built yet. But in the upper left corner, where this yellow pin is, was unit 175 for Lori Vallow. And on the right, where the other yellow pin is, was unit 107, where Alex Cox was residing. And the other red points on here are the data points that I discussed that we saw in those early morning hours. So it looks like just one data point there, but that's actually all 3 of those data points are really on top of each other. One from 242, another one from 242, and one from 337. And all of those were fairly precise GPS data points with a 4-meter margin of error. Now, the distance between these 2 units is about 80 meters. So Lori Vallow's unit actually faced Alex Cox's unit's front door, and vice versa. His front door was here and faced her front door. And the way to travel between these, there was an opening between the buildings here. The person could then walk front door to front door, and probably have moved back and forth between the units in within a few minutes. But I would look for data points that were well under the 80-meter distance between the 2 locations to try to draw some conclusions about what location the device appeared to be in. And then the other data points for unit 107 are marked here on the right, that shows those data points between 437 and 439. And as you can see, some of them aren't necessarily in the unit, they're outside of the unit, but that's within that margin of error. I can't say whether at that particular moment he's right inside that unit, or if he's standing outside the unit, only that he's most closely associated with that unit.
And this is in the early morning hours of September 9th.
Yes, the last data point was at 8:49. And I believe that's this one here within Alex Cox's apartment.
And again, the last known sighting of Tylee Ryan was the day before.
Yes, at 2037 was my conclusion that she probably had arrived back home at that time.
Did you continue to look at location data associated with that device for Monday, September 9th?
I did.
And can you talk to us about what we're seeing depicted on this slide?
So this is a continuation of the summary of what was happening on Monday, September 9th in the morning. So we had just looked at those data points in the early morning hours, and the final ones were in Unit 107. So beginning at almost approximately at 9 o'clock, it seems to leave 565 Pioneer Road, number 107, and moves at driving speed north to US. It gets on US 20 and it continues towards an address of 202 North, 1900 East in Rexburg, Idaho. That address is a little under 8 miles north of the 565 Pioneer Road address. It arrives there approximately at 9:15. Now, there's a series of data points showing it's that movement, kind of like breadcrumbs. And I believe the final data point at 9:15 is just maybe 100 yards south of the address. So it appears to be arriving at approximately that time.
And did you determine who that address is associated with?
Yes, the 202 North, 1900 East in Rexburg was the residence of Chad Daybell at that time.
Did you ever learn of any connection between Tammy Daybell and Alex Cox?
No, I had no information that they knew each other.
So their only connection would be Chad Daybell?
Yes, as far as I know.
And once that device arrives by the residence of Chad Daybell, what did you determine next in relation to the location data?
Between about approximately a 2.5-hour period, there were numerous data points generally around the Daybell residence. There were only 4 of fairly great precision. One was at 9:21, one was at 9:22, one was at 10:39, and one was at 10:57. Now, there were other data points, cell tower data, for example, that did not seem to indicate that it had left that area, but weren't precise enough to give me any indication of if it was there continuously during that period, that 2.5-hour period. Only that we had some precise data that seemed to show that it was on the Daybell property at those 4 times. Now, the first data point that we got at 9:21 is actually behind the main residence at the Daybell property, back on the rear of the property. And that is a GPS coordinate with a 6-meter radius. And then at 9:22, we get another one that's actually on the northwest corner of the Daybell residence, near a gate there. And that is also a GPS data point with a 3-meter radius. And then we have a gap in time where we don't have any precise information, but until 10:39, when there's another data point, also a GPS data point that's behind the residence, and this has a 43-meter radius. And then at 10:57, there's another also behind the residence with a 5-meter radius, also GPS. As best I could determine, it seems like the device is leaving that area of the residence at approximately 11:45. I actually see briefly, it seems to drive north from the residence, the opposite direction of Rexburg, for just a minute or two, maybe goes about a block north shortly before 11:45. And then it seems to turn around and then begin traveling south. So It may have left the Daybell residence just a few minutes before 11:45. But by 11:45, it is driving southbound back into Rexburg, and its next stop is at 11:52 in northern part of Rexburg at Del Taco at 568 North 2nd East, where it stays for about 10 minutes.
And again, I think you previously had talked about when a device would stay still, sometimes you wouldn't get data points.
Yes, they tended to slow down in the frequency of the data points in my observation.
And if they were traveling, oftentimes you observe more data points.
Yes, and I could only speculate why that is, but it seemed like that's what I observed.
And then can you tell us what we're seeing in this slide?
So this is an image from the file I was reviewing with an overhead image of the Daybell property at 202 North, 1900 East. The road here on the left is 1900 East, and this is 200 North. 1900 East is also called Salem Road. This building here on the property is the main residence for where people resided. These other buildings were outbuildings. This was a barn or an attached garage-like structure, and there were some other outbuildings like sheds. The first data point we got of some precision was at 9:21, and that was in this area. And then the other one, the next one was just a minute later at 9:22, and that was up here. Now, this was a fairly precise data point, a 3-meter radius. And on that north west corner of the property, there's actually a gate that a vehicle could travel through, and it would allow someone to have access to the property through that gate in a vehicle if necessary. The next two data points are then back down here, one at 10:39 and another one at 10:57. The one at 10:39 had a 49-meter radius, and then the one at 10:57 had a 5-meter radius.
At some point during the investigation, did that cluster of data points gain more significance?
Yes, we had observed those data points in my review. I think Nick Balance had also drawn attention to them earlier in the investigation. But there was a period of time we just didn't know what the full significance of those data points could mean. But I had finished my review of all these data points by May 21st of 2020. But on June 1st of 2020, we received some additional information that seemed to show these data points had possibly greater significance.
And what was that information?
There was a device that had been seized during the execution of a search warrant at the Daybell residence on January 3rd, 2020. In the course of this investigation, numerous devices had been recovered from various locations in various ways. These devices were quite often sent to a computer forensics laboratory to extract data from the devices, and then the process typically is that information goes into a system so it can be reviewed by an investigator or analyst. There was one particular device that was recovered on January 3rd from the Daybell residence. Its relevance to the investigation was unknown, or who would use that device. It went to the RCFL and ultimately went to an analyst in Boise named Ben Dean, and he was reviewing that particular device.
Did you ultimately review some of the content obtained from that device?
Yes, I did.
And did you review it as initially pulled from the device and provided to you?
Yes.
Was this one of those messages?
Yes. So analyst Ben Dean contacted me on June 1st of 2020 and indicated that he had found a text message on the device And also based on the review he was conducting, that it appeared to be a device that Tammy Daybell had used before her death.
And could you read this message into the record?
Yes, this message appeared on the device on September 9th at 11:53 a.m. And it was a text message from a device attributed to Chad Daybell, and it came into that device for Tammy Daybell. And the text message read, "Well, I've had an interesting morning. I felt I should burn all of the limb debris by the fire pit before it got too soaked by the coming storms. While I did so, I spotted a big raccoon along the fence. I hurried and got my gun, and he was still walking along. I got close enough that one shot did the trick. He is now in our pet cemetery. Fun times."
And in this, do you see the reference to a fire pit?
Yes, I do.
Did you determine if there was a fire pit on the Daybell property?
Yes, I did.
And looking back at that previous slide, and again, these data points are from September 9th of 2019.
Yes.
Did you learn anything in relation to that cluster of red dots?
Yes. So subsequently, I had been to that location on January 3rd of 2020 for the first time. I'd been on the property and had walked much of the outer property as well, but it was under snow at the time. And then subsequently, a search was conducted on June 9th at that location, and I was also present. And I'm aware there is a fire pit on the property. And although I don't have it marked on here, it's approximately in this area.
So around the same area as those data points?
Yes, in the vicinity, yes.
Do you know what was ultimately found near those data points?
So at a nearby location to the fire pit, investigators approximately in this area, were able to recover human remains that had been buried.
Do you know who those human remains were ultimately determined to be?
Yes, they were Tylee Ryan.
And from there, that device left and went to Del Taco?
Yes, the device I was reviewing for Alex Cox had left at approximately 11:45 a.m. on September 9th, left the Daybell property and traveled at driving speed back to Rexburg, where it stopped at the Del Taco at about 11:52. So approximately the time this text was sent.
As part of your investigation, did you focus on other dates in September?
Yes, I did.
What were those dates?
So we had also looked at dates associated with JJ Vallow, that we believe that JJ Vallow we knew he was in school after September 9th. We also had other information that he had been observed up until at least September 22nd. His first date of being absent from school was September 23rd. Fairly early in the investigation, there was actually some confusion whether he had attended school on the 23rd or not. We initially thought he had been in school the 23rd, and then asked for further clarification from the school on the attendance records and determined that was actually his first day of absence from school. So his last known time in school was September 20th.
And can you tell us what we're seeing on this slide?
Yes, this is a summary of my review of the device for Alex Cox and its activities on the evening of Sunday, September 22nd, 2019, into Monday, September 23rd, 2019.
And what did you determine in relation to the device associated with Alex for Sunday, September 22nd?
Yes, from 1626 in the afternoon and really until 9:41 a.m. the following day of the 23rd, the device is at 565 Pioneer Road, though it travels back and forth between the two associated units within the complex multiple times. So as from 1626 to 1708, it appears to be in 175. I should note that all of these locations, we had data points that were either GPS or Wi-Fi, and the range of the margin of error was 4 to 17 meters. So it leaves 175, and by 1709, it seems to be in 107 from 1709 to 1711. Then from 1712 to 1845, it appears to be back in 175. From 1046 to 2003, it appears to be in 107 again. And then from 2004 to 2009, it is back in 175. At 2011, it goes back to 107 and appears to stay there for the night. Although here it shows it ending at 2356 on September 22nd. That was just helped me to really break the last data point on September 22nd. And the next data point we get is at 0011 on the 23rd, and it's still in 107. And the range of the times that appears to be in 107 stays there, that it stays there from until 0941.
And again, you had indicated that those units were within a short walking distance.
Yes, approximately 80 meters between the units. Approximately 80 minutes between the units. 80 meters. Sorry, I apologize.
80 meters between the units, is that correct?
Yes.
And a 1 to 2 minute walk?
Yes, that's what I would estimate.
Did you continue to look at the location data for Monday, September 23rd?
I did.
And can you tell us what we're seeing in this slide?
Yes, on the morning of September 23rd, 2019, that device leaves Unit 107 at approximately 9:41 a.m. It travels north. It's on Highway 20, and travels to the residence of Chad Daybell, 202 North, 1900 East, where it arrives at approximately 9:55. And then between 9:55 and 10:12, approximately 17 minutes, the device is in the vicinity of the Daybell residence. We get 6 data points during that period of time in or around the Daybell property. The first one is at 9:55. It's at the front of the property near the garage, and this is a Wi-Fi data point with a 50-meter radius. And then at 9:56, there is another data point on the rear northern part of the property. And it is by what appears to be a pond on the property. And I use that term pond, but it's it could be a pond or a pit. The 2 occasions I was on the property, it didn't have any water in it. There's that data point there, and it's a GPS data point with a 4-meter radius. And then at 10:02, there's also another GPS data point by the pond on the property. By 10:05, the next data point I receive is near the front door of the house, and it's a Wi-Fi data point with a 68-meter radius. There's another one at 10:07, also near the front of the house. That's a Wi-Fi data point with a 92-meter radius. And then by 10:12, that data point is actually in the middle of the road, the Salem Road and 200 North. And from there, there's a series of data points, and that one is a Wi-Fi data point with a 28-meter radius. And after that, there's a series of data points seeming to show the device leaving at driving speed, and it returns to 565 Pioneer Road and goes to unit 175 and arrives there at 10:22 and stays there until 11:14. So just to summarize, from the time it left Alex's residence at 9:41, it took 41 minutes for it to return again to the same 565 Pioneer Road complex, but then go to Lori Vallow's unit. And there's approximately a 10 to 14-minute drive either way.
To be clear, this device leaves from the residence associated with Alex Cox and goes to Chad Daybell's residence. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then the device goes from Chad Daybell's residence to Lori Vallow's residence. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this is the day after the last known sighting of JJ Vallow?
Yes.
Can you tell us what we're seeing in this slide?
So this is an image from the mapping software that I was reviewing of the Daybell property, with the road on the left being 1900 East or Salem Road, and the road along the south being 200 North. Again, this is the main residence for the Daybells, and these were outbuildings on the property. There was a pond-like terrain feature on the property, and next to that terrain feature was a tree. The first data point, the data points I mentioned earlier are here on the left, and the first one was again at 9:55 near the garage. That was here, and that's again a Wi-Fi data point with a 50-meter radius. Approximately 1 minute later at 9:56, the data point is here by the pond, and that's a GPS data point with a 4-meter radius. And then at 10:02, there's another data point near the last one. It's a GPS data point with a 3-meter radius. By 10:05, we get data points just here in front of the house. One is near the front door. It's a Wi-Fi data point with a 38-meter radius. And then at 10:07, one next to it, also near the front of the house, a Wi-Fi data point with a 92-meter radius. And the final data point is right here at 10:12. And that is a Wi-Fi data point with a 28-meter radius. And again, from that point, the device, we get a series of data points showing it traveling back to 565 Pioneer Road.
And looking at the data points by the pond or pit area, at some point in the investigation, did those data points gain more significance?
Yes, they did.
And why was that?
In light of that text message from Chad to Tammy on September 9th, and coupling with that with the location information showing that Alex was also on the property that same morning when something was being burned and buried, it made us scrutinize these particular data points even more, since they corresponded with the approximate time when JJ was last known to be alive. And so it seemed to indicate that Alex may have been on this property in these locations about the time the children were last known to be alive.
Was a search conducted around that area?
Yes. So that search had been conducted on June 9th of 2019. The Rexburg Police Department had obtained a search warrant for the property. I was present for that search. The FBI's evidence response team handled the crime scene investigation at the site. and a search was conducted of that property.
Do you know what was located in that vicinity?
Yes, near these data points here by the pond, really just almost next to or under that tree was a grave for J.J. Vallow.
Did you look at how many times that device associated with Alex Cox was in the vicinity of the Daybell residence for the month of September?
Yes, I did. As part of going through the day-by-day activities of that device, I observed it seemed to be at or in the vicinity of the Daybell residence in the month of September 4 times. These were Friday, September 6th. It was there from 12:42 to 12:53. These data points seem to be near the front or possibly in the residence, but just near the front of the residence. I didn't observe anything on the back property. On September 9th, again, as I previously discussed, we had a series of data points, including some on the back property. And then on September 3rd, we had series of data points from 9:55 to 10:12, some of which were also on the back property. And then on September 25th, this device for Alex was at the Daybell residence from about 10:05 to 10:22. And these did not seem to be on the back property. They were also near the front of the residence.
And out of those, the 2 dates of significance, would it be fair to say they were September 9th and September 23rd?
Yes.
And again, through your investigation, who did you determine Alex Cox knew that resided at the Daybell residence?
The only person I'm aware that he knew was Chad Daybell.
Did you also look at some data points associated with window tinting?
Yes. Some of the activities that this device, places that it seemed to have gone was a particular window tinting place in Rexburg. And I saw it visit the window tinting place 3 times, although briefly each time. The first time was on September 23rd, 2019. And so this is the afternoon after the device had been at the Daybell residence. And this was from 1353 to 1958. It went to this Dan's window tinting at 2551 West, 6800 South in Rexburg.
And I think you may have said 1958. Was it 1358?
Yes, I'm sorry. It was from 1353 to 1358.
So just a 5-minute stop.
Yes.
Thank you. And then proceed.
And then on September 25th, 2019, from 9:02 to 9:03, it returned to that same Dan's window tinting. And then later that day, it was there again from 11:57 to 11:59.
And could those short stops be consistent with someone dropping a vehicle off to get window tinting put on?
It could be, yes.
And you'd previously talked about being aware of an attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Do you know when that attempted shooting occurred?
Yes, it happened on the morning of October 2nd, 2019.
What are we seeing in this slide?
So the images on the right of the vehicle is a Jeep that belonged to Tylee Ryan. This vehicle was a search of the vehicle was conducted by the Rexburg Police Department, I believe about December 18th of 2019. And the FBI's evidence response team in Salt Lake assisted with processing this vehicle. And I was not present during this search. And at a later time, as I reviewed photographs taken during the search, I noted there were some receipts taken by the evidence response team of 2 receipts that they had located within the vehicle. And I further scrutinized those two receipts and obtained some information off of them.
And was there information on those receipts that caught your attention?
Yes, both of the receipts possibly had some significance. The first receipt actually on the right there was a receipt from October 1st, 2019 at 13:12. And it was from a restaurant in Mesa, Arizona called Los Favoritos. And it was for for food and a beverage. And it was a cash transaction in the amount of $886. The second receipt was from October 18th, 2019 at 8:05 p.m. And it's from Chick-fil-A in Hammond, Idaho, also for food and a beverage. And it was a cash transaction in the amount of $8.15.
And when we look at this Jeep, can you tell if the windows appear to be tinted?
Yes, they do.
And when we talked about the device going to the window tint shop for the first time, do you recall the date that device first showed up at the tinting shop?
Yes, September 23rd, 2019.
And was that after that device had been up in the vicinity of Chad Daybell's property?
Yes.
Do you know where the attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux took place?
Yes, it took place at the residence where Brandon Boudreaux was residing in Gilbert, Arizona, in front of his house.
And again, the date of that attempted shooting?
October 2nd, 2019, in the morning, roughly 9 a.m., I believe.
And with regard to that second receipt, was there something significant about October 18th of 2019?
Yes, on the night of October 18th, 2019 into October 19th, 2019, Tammy Daybell died at her residence.
As part of your investigation, did you also look into some devices that were purchased?
Yes, I did. So in the course of this investigation, we found additional devices that were associated with Alex Cox and others in this investigation. 2 particular devices were possibly associated with Alex Cox, and I did some follow-up investigation to obtain more information on those 2 devices.
And what did you learn in relation to those 2 devices?
Yes, the first device was a track phone, and we found that it was associated with the same Homer J. Maximus as the Verizon phone that I was reviewing. So a person can associate multiple phones with their Google account. And so there was another phone number associated with that Google account. We obtained additional information from TrackPhone regarding that device. And although we did not recover that device, we found that it was a prepaid cellular phone purchased from a Walmart in Idaho Falls on September 25th, 2019, and it was purchased at 1910. The phone number for that particular device was 304-960-5958. I was notified about this device and a second device by I don't recall if it was Nick Balance or analyst Nikki Heidemann who was reviewing these records. But this second device was a device that was actually recovered from Lori Vallow's had been in Lori's Vallow's residence at Unit 175. And the Rexburg Police Department had obtained that device from the property management company who had disposed of items within her apartment after it had been vacated. So in approximately January of 2020, they were disposing of property in that location.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. I've allowed a bit of a narrative, but this is becoming into levels of hearsay and speculation and
I'll sustain that on a narrative objection.
Through the investigation, did you learn that a cell phone had been recovered from Lori Vallow's apartment?
Yes,
And did you ultimately discuss that with other investigators?
yes,
And did you discuss the information they had regarding that cell phone?
yes.
And what did you learn from them?
That the device was given to them by the property management
Judge,
company.
I'm going to object. It's hearsay.
Your Honor, if I may respond.
Respond.
It's not coming in for the truth of the matter. It's coming in for why this investigator did what he did next within the investigation.
On that point, I am going to overrule the objection. So you can continue.
And what did you learn from the other investigators regarding that device?
Just that they had located a device.
Judge, I'm going to object. That is hearsay.
That's sustained.
Based on what you learned from the other investigators, what, if anything, did you do in relation to that device?
I was given track phone records that we obtained that showed that the device had been purchased from a Walmart in Rexburg, Idaho. And I went there for both of these two devices and recovered receipts for those, the purchase of those records. The purchase of those phones.
Did you do that based on the information you obtained from other law enforcement officers?
Yes, they gave me the track phone records.
And that was a track phone that other investigators had recovered?
One of these two phones had been recovered by other investigators. The other one was just associated with a Google account.
And the one recovered by the investigators was deemed to have significance or potential significance to this investigation?
Judge, argumentative. So objection.
Overruled.
Could you ask the question again, please?
Was the device recovered determined by other investigators to potentially have significance to this investigation?
Yes.
And was it based on that information that you then took your next actions?
Yes.
And what information did they provide you in relation to that phone?
The records we got from track phone, which just indicated that it was a prepaid phone from track phone and where it was purchased and when.
And you indicated that you recovered the receipts associated with both of these devices?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 227A and 227B. And there's a copy for counsel, the court, and a courtesy copy for Your Honor.
Thank you.
And Investigator Wright, if you could please look at those 2 pages. And do you recognize those receipts?
Yes, I do.
And do those appear to be images of the receipts you recovered from Walmart?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, the state would move for admission of State's Exhibit 227A and B. I believe they may have been stipulated to, but if not, I believe foundation's been laid.
All right. Any objection to the admission of 227A?
Judge, there was a previous stipulation regarding the business records with Walmart, and the agreement was that these exhibits would be stipulated to.
All right, so 227A and 227B are both now admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And if they can just be handed to the court. Thank you. Outside of recovering the receipts for those dates in question, was there anything in relation to the data location for another device associated with Alex Cox that caught your attention?
No, I'm not sure. Yeah,
I'll rephrase.
what you're asking.
On this slide, there's some timestamps. Are those in relation to some data location?
Oh, yes, yes. So, yes, so the receipts showed the purchase of prepaid cellular phones from TracFone. And those purchases were made on, one was made on September 25th, 2019 at 1910, and the other one was made on October 8th, 2019 at 1525. And in the course of my review of Alex Cox's main phone, his Verizon phone, and the Homer J. Maximus account, the data file I received from Nick Balance, I was reviewing his location at those particular times. And so on that same date, September 25th, 2019, from 1903 to 1918, I showed Alex Cox's phone, his device, being at the Walmart of 500 South Utah Avenue in Idaho Falls. That would cover the same time that item was being purchased, that track phone was being purchased. Now, that track phone purchase was a cash purchase, and it'd include only the phone and a 35-minute phone card and nothing else. On October 8th, I conducted a similar review and noted that Alex Cox's phone was at Walmart in Rexburg at 1451 North 2nd East between 1501 and 1537. And I noted that the receipt for the purchase of the track phone, also a cash transaction that included just the phone and a 35-minute card, took place at 1525 within the range of the period of time when I showed Alex Cox's device being at that same Walmart.
And again, I know we've talked about this, but this did turn into a joint investigation.
Yes.
Did you look at some other data points associated with a device linked to Alex Cox for the end of September into the beginning of October?
Yes, I did.
And what did you determine in relation to that information?
This was the data file that I received from Nick Balance for Alex Cox's primary device, and I continued that review until the end of that data that he provided me, which was the end of September. It actually ended in the evening of September 30th, 2019. At a later date, Nick Balance, a few months later, provided to me the month of October in a similar file for that same device. And I continued a review of that, and I completed that in September of 2020. So in the course of that review, I noted some activity on the device from September 30th through October 3rd. On the afternoon of September 30th, the device was in Alex Cox's apartment, or seemed to be associated with that, between 1317 and 1622. And then there was a period of nearly 3 days that the device did not return to Unit 107. So the rest of September 30th, October 1st, and October 2nd, it was not in Unit 107, or did not appear to go there at all, based on the data I observed. The device stayed each of those nights in Unit 175, though there was some movement of the device on at least 2 of those days, but the movement of the device was within Rexburg itself. On October 3rd, The device then goes back to 107 for the first time at 1420. And again, that was the first time it had been there since September 30th at 1632, based on the data I reviewed.
Was there any other occasion where that device stayed in 175 all night?
I believe that was the only time it was there all night, other than from the time the device first appeared in 107, which was starting September 5th. So from the 1st through the 4th, it had been in 175 at night. But after that, it wouldn't stay the entire night there. It typically stayed the entire night in 107.
And the attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux was on October 2nd?
Yes, in Arizona. But this device did not leave Idaho, from what I observed during that particular date.
And previously on September 25th, this device was at a Walmart where another phone was purchased.
Yes.
As part of your investigation, did you also look into data associated with the device and gun ranges?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to the month of September, what did you find in relation to that?
I discovered that it went to gun ranges on multiple days in the month of September.
And can you tell us what we're seeing on this slide?
Yes, the first time I observed that device go to a gun range in the data I reviewed, starting in the September 1st, was actually on September 3rd of 2019. The device went to the same gun range 2 times that day. The first visit to the gun range, which is the Unified Sportsman's Gun Club in Rexburg, was at 13:45, and it left almost immediately at 13:46. Now, that gun range is located approximately 8 miles due west of Rexburg, and it's fairly isolated. There's not much else around that range. After it left that range that early afternoon at 14:05, it arrives at a Walmart in Rexburg, and it stays till 14:36. And then later that afternoon at 14:59, it returns to the Unified Sportsman's Gun Club and stays there until 16:51. On September 26th, I saw it go to that same Unified Sportsman's Gun Club again, and it stayed there from 16:54 to 18:58. Now, I noted there was some imprecise data. Sometimes it's hard to tell exactly where in the gun range it is, or I only could say it's in that general vicinity, or it seems to be at that gun range. Then on Friday, September 27th, it goes to that same gun range again, where it seems to stay from 15:54 to 18:45. And again, this had I noted there was some imprecise data and exactly breaks in the data, but it seemed to be there approximately that range of time.
And was there another date in September that you looked at in relation to that device in a gun range?
Yes, on September 28th, 2019, it went to that Unified Sportsman's Gun Club again, and was there from 15:25 to 17:58. On this particular date, for a period of the time it was there, we got some fairly precise data. I believe this was GPS data. And in this image, it's an image from the mapping software that I was looking at that shows an overhead view of the range. And it shows the data points for the device at the range on that date. This is one of the parking lots for the range here. This is a firing line for this particular range. There's another parking lot here for another range. On this date, at least during a period of time when it was there, we had data points as the device went further deeper into the range. This would be an area that was likely would be something somebody walked, and there are shooting berms in this location. And typically somebody would place a target at a berm at a particular distance, and then when at appropriate time could walk down and either place the target, look at a target they'd been shooting at, or remove a target. And this seems to show the device going to this furthest berm, which I believe these are 100, 200, and 300 yard berms. But the device travels to the furthest berm and then returns.
So would those be considered the long range part of a shooting range or the long distance part?
Yes, people shoot at all kinds of distances, depending on type of weapon and so forth. But typically, at a distance like that, that's usually a long-barreled weapon, a rifle or carbine, that would shoot at a range that ranges more than 100 yards.
And then if we look, you talked about another range in the corner of the image. What would that range be for?
It appears to be a shorter distance range. I believe that's possibly a 50-yard range. Somebody could shoot rifle on that or pistol. Most people shoot pistol at distances shorter than that.
So where the location data is, it would be more likely linked to some kind of a rifle.
Yes, that would probably most likely be a rifle range where it seems to be there.
And Your Honor, looking at the time, I think we may be at a good place to break for lunch.
All right, that makes sense. Thank you, Ms. Blake. We will go ahead and take the lunch recess. Since we're stopping right here on time, we'll go ahead and take the 1 hour break and resume again at 1 o'clock if we can, council.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All rise, please.
So here we are again. Excuse me, we have the hour today. And I think we're getting down to it. I think we are getting down to it. And I mean, he's bringing it all together, it seems like to me. And that's what and that's what you want. Excuse me, y'all, I'm about to cough up a lung. Crazy amount of excuse me, I'm still doing it. Coughing. I mowed grass this weekend and I guess I breathed enough of that crap to keep it going. Bo Peep says, love Donna, Crash, and everybody here. We all love you too, Bo Peep. It's a good group. I'm gonna mute my mic and blow my nose. Hold on. Lord, I thought I was going to drown there for a minute. Woo. Anyways. So what are y'all thinking? I mean, Lindsay's bringing it on home, isn't she? So he's showing how Alex Cox went all around during this period of time when all these people ended up dead in Idaho. Showing how Alex, first of all, when he first showed up in Idaho, and how his phone was pinging. Showing whenever they went to Yellowstone with Tylee and JJ. Just think, driving around in Yellowstone all day, looking at the sights, thinking about, I'm going to go kill somebody. Pitiful. It's just pitiful. What the heck were they doing? And why? Nate said last night, he's like, if Chad Daybell said, okay, I'm guilty, I'll just take life in prison without parole for all this different, however many cases, they probably would do it. And he's hard-headed, and he thinks he's getting out of this some kind of way. If it wasn't but one of them, he would be going down for life. Every one of these people were killed in disgusting ways. Every one of them. And so, he could get a death penalty for all three of them, or any one of them. Just think about it. Okay. They killed JJ on the 23rd of September, and they were attempting to kill Brandon Bundreau on October 2nd. It's just a week, a week and a couple of days? Brandon Bundreau, Brandon Bundreau. I can't believe all of a sudden I can't say that name. All of a sudden, Brandon was evil. And whenever it got down to it, Brandon was the one that baptized Tylee. And it sounds like he took up more time with her spiritual life than Lori did. It's really completely sad. Completely sad. So I'm going to go back and read some of your comments. There's a little Brandon says the data is damning. Trace on the case is hiding. Now that, let me see. Donna was reading the diaries out loud at Dollar Tree earlier. I didn't think it was all that uncommon for us to take care of ourselves back then. Little Brand says, but Boudreaux. Thank you, Little Brands, because I somehow lost my mind. How hard is Boudreaux? Just me, in my opinion, he wants her to be a martyr. Bewitched says if the LDS church was taxed appropriately, they would more than pay for the education and treatment of psychologists and patients' care. You know, Bewitched, the problem is the although you would think that God dang it, psychologists and patients' care would be like universal. If a level of care would be, that's what it should be. But and that what the things would be, but because some people have these certain religions, they try to put their religious beliefs into their treatment as psychologists. Zero says, I couldn't bear to make my neighbors pay for this $1 million trial. They will be getting a tax hike for sure. And it's a little area too. I mean, it's not a big place, but I say that. BYU Rexburg, is that what they call it? It's part of the Mormon church can supplement that area and give them some help. I mean, they're building them a temple. Maybe they'll help them pave the streets or something. Medea thinks Ravina Denver, except that he claimed to be live with the Dudleys, not the Dursleys. Yeah, he lived with the Dudleys under the steps that he probably, I guess, didn't have because it's a one-story house. Raman Hagel says, research shows if you give therapy to a psychopath, they only become worse and more clever. But those don't heal, only get more criminal and evil with added therapy. Plus, they're probably hurting the hell out of their therapist trying to work with them. Bo Peep says Alex and Lori were looking for acid pools for dump site and changed their minds due to the many observers and cameras on both entrances. Well, you know what? The way they were letting JJ run around out there near all that stuff, he could have very easily fell in. They weren't even trying to take care of him. I mean, it's 1,000 wonders that he didn't fall in. He was running really near where that really hot water was. I've seen that video. I'm guessing that, I don't know whether Krisha has it personally or not, but it's one from inside the park. And I don't know whether somebody took it or it was a camera in the park, but it shows JJ running really, really near those hot pools. Squeaky Wheel says, hey, Squeaky Wheel, I haven't seen you for a few days. I'm glad to see you. Chad is going to view himself as some kind of a martyr, or no matter what the jury decides. He'll have the same flat effect that he shows in court every day, even if guilty on all counts. I sure hope he speaks at his okay. The phonetic pronunciation, elocution, whenever, like Lori spoke at her trial just before they did the sentence, is that at her elocution. I hope he at least speaks then. I hope he won't speak at all because he's a big jack, chicken ass, manipulative butthole. I could think of some more cuss words too. Maggie Jane. Hey, Maggie Jane, I'm glad to see you. Everybody, I would love it if you would hit the subscribe button. It doesn't cost you anything and it really helps us. So everybody who's not a subscriber, if you'll just reach over there and hit the subscribe button, and everybody hit the live button. That helps Krish's algorithm. It gets the word out so we can get justice for these bad folks. Done this. Bewitched says, we used to have halfway houses ran by the state until Reagan declared mental illness not a thing. You know, I've heard that from a lot of people who, like what few people I know that have moved from California all the way to Tennessee or Mississippi, have said that exact same thing. That's the first thing they said exactly, is that Reagan messed up the mental health stuff in California. It looks like after all this time they could flip it around and do it right, though. Y'all get yourselves together in California. Just kidding. No, I'm not just kidding. Get yourselves together, but just kidding says Brandon was asking questions and talking to law enforcement about Charles. Yes, Brandon got it all going. Melanie Pulaski might be a little biatch, but Brandon and Ian both helped to this investigation an awful lot, and I sure thank them and appreciate it, even if Ian did not mean to. Chris 10 says, hi everyone. Hey Chris 10, good to see you. Little Brand's heart. Ravina Denver says, Medea thinks that it's probably the Mormon version of the Dursleys. Probably, but still, he couldn't be under no damn steps, because after all, Chad said he was under the steps, but according to Pryor, that's a one-story house. Where are them steps? Medina thinks, Bewitched, they are a corporation, not interested in individuals. That's for a fact. Bewitched says the care homes were all shut down and left to the relatives to figure out. Well, and probably didn't give the relatives no money to do it either. You know, it takes money to take people to the doctor and feed them right, and all the things you need to do for people who need care. Let me back up, y'all. Hippie Gypsy says, I want to know what Chad, I want to ask Chad what his death percentage is. Me too. That is the excellent question of the day, Hipsy Gypsy. I like that. I want to ask Chad what his death percentage is. Yeah. Answer me now, boy. Raman Hedril says, even though Halidol won't treat the psychopathy as such, even Halidol won't treat this crap. Medea, let's see. Medea thinks Ronald Reagan was influential. Geraldo Rivera's invocation of Willow something. I'll have to check that out. Bewitched says, Medea thinks, yep, adults are responsible for their own actions. Just kidding says, Melanie Pulaski is a walking battery-powered doll with no brain. Looks like it. With hair like Courtney Love in that movie she was in back in the 90s. Sequel, I think I need some liquor so I can learn how to speak quicker. Squeaky Wheel says closing down state mental hospitals was the biggest mistake Reagan made as president. Just look at some of the people you run across right here on YouTube. People wanting killers freed. I thought you were talking about some creators needed to be in the dang mental hospital, and that's probably true too. Hippie Gypsy says, should we turn up his pain? I think we do need to. Need to turn up Chad's pain. Heidi's mindset, oh my God, I need more room to expand what I think we need. Yeah, go ahead and expand that. Excuse me. Hold on. I'll have to cough up a lung here. Jody Marie says, I have a question. Do you think the prosecution will rest soon? Yes, I do. I do. And maybe even this afternoon. Because I kind of think that what is the name of, okay, well, let me think of the name of the officer. The name of the officer who started this whole, who kicked this whole thing off was Hermosillo. And I sort of kind of think when Hermosillo came in, that he got his cue off, because I think Hermosillo will close it. So I don't know if it'll happen today, but I do think it's going to happen soon. Let's see. I'm going back up to see. I'm missing things. Francine Brochures Marcy says, do you notice that Pryor is not as confrontational since they mentioned the brutality of Tylee's dismemberment and amounts of strikes on the pelvis region? I'm sensing that Pryor is tiring of the slugs. Yes, well, also, I just think he's getting wore out with it. Because a couple of times, you know, when he had no questions at all, I was like, and I think he's getting tired. Like he's wore out and over it. And giving up. Medea thinks Geraldo Rivera claims to fame it was shutting down the mental institutions. Well, I'd like to whoop him personally, and I didn't know that. Trace on the case says it was called deinstitutionalization, and they were trying to release people and institutions into the public, but they never set up all the outpatient services. Epic fell, and it was all over. Good intentions paved the way to hell. Jody Marie says, I wonder how many of these jurors have made up their minds already. I hope 12 or 16 or however many we got left. Just Kidding says, ironically, Reagan was already starting to suffer from Alzheimer's or something like that himself at the time. Greedy MFers. Sorry. Trace on the case, right. He would have had to have been in an institution. I can say, I'm not going to go there. Francine Brochures Marcy says, I don't think. Bewitched says, Trace, I live close to a state hospital, which only houses dangerous offenders. Same place where one who flew over the cuckoo's nest was found. Oh, wow, Bewitched. I had a friend that went to the state mental hospital one time, and it was kind of weird. It was like driving up in a, well, I never been in a prison, so I wouldn't know, but driving onto the grounds, you know, there's gates and stuff, and the buildings are all locked. It's kind of wild. Rhonda says, I agree with Donna. Pryor's ready to go to the house. I think he is. I think he's tired and he's about to give up. Francine Brochures Marcy says, I don't think it's tired. I think it's outside Jay. Outside. Trace on the case says, how come the state's hospitals are housed in crazy old haunted looking buildings? I know they are. I went up to the Tennessee Mental Hospital. It's I'm trying to remember the name of that town. Because most places, if you just name the name of the town where a mental hospital is, that town is known for it. Well, at any rate, the old building did look haunted, but they had new buildings. I was not housed there. I just went there. And the same thing with the Mississippi hospital. I had a friend that went to that Mississippi hospital, and her parents went down to visit her, and I went with them. Crazy. Well, actually, I think we went with her. I don't know if I think we may have went twice. I think we went to visit her one time, and also the day they moved her from the private hospital down there, we drove down to Jackson, Mississippi, and to help her get settled in. I'm sure she's forgot all about that. She is not in a mental hospital now. She was in Indiana. Heidi's mind says, remember Pryor's doing everything himself, so he has to be physically exhausted. Excuse me. Hell knows I'm a freaking mummy. Heidi's mind says that. She says, he's worn out and he's tired. He's doing it all by himself. And us just watching it has made us into freaking mummy. I know what you're saying, though. Yeah. I think he's getting about done with it. Medea thinks, I know I'm whispering in the wind, but the tool marks on Tylee's pelvis screams the doctrine of blood atonement. It does to me, too. It does to me, too. Medea, thanks. We're not going to let this go. We're not going to let this go. When the trial's over, we're not letting this go. We are not letting this stuff go. Just kidding, says Bewitched. That was a good mental facility, though. There were some that were horrible nightmare places. Bolivar, that's the name of the one in Tennessee. Bolivar, Tennessee is where they have the mental hospital. And they probably were really bad to them back in the day. Who remembers hearing of a sanitarium? I think I even saw a play where people went to a sanitarium, which was like a rest home where there was gardens and nice things to look at. I doubt whether there was any therapy at the sanitarium. But Trace, you probably know about the history of these things. What are sanitariums and when do they go out of existence? Squeaky Wheel says the federal government subsidized most, if not all, of the state mental hospitals. When that funding went away, so did affordable mental health care. Lots of people out there need help. Yes, they do, Squeaky Wheel. But which says, Trace on the case. Trace, you are so correct. History proves many were held against their wills, laws, and has changed since, but not soon enough. Todd Hudak Clement says, cheers, Lady D and Lady K. Well, cheers to you too. I'm drinking up with some Diet Coke. Ravina Denver says, they cut us off from health care because it messed with their profits. Only reason, so good intentions. The aftercare programs didn't get enacted on purpose. They never intended to do it. You're probably right. You are probably right. There may have been some people with good intentions, but most of them didn't have it. Justice Jane says, if I were a juror there, I would have already made up my mind on all the charges set forth. No doubt. Well, thank you, Justice Jane. That makes me feel good about it. Trace on the cases in my little town, we used to know where the state hospital was. It was a joke. You need to go to 24th Street in Van Buren. We'd tell each other when we would tell each other when we thought somebody was acting a fool. Well, okay, and in Mississippi, It was, I think that, I don't know, was a town called Whitfield or the mental hospital is Whitfield. But I can remember that as kids. He said, well, you need to go to Whitfield. Meaning that you're acting crazy or something. Oh, Bo Peep, Nurse Hatchet. It was Nurse Ratchet, wasn't it? There's barbed wire fences now. I know I'm telling you, it looked like a prison if they're, I've not been to a prison, but it looked like what I would think a prison would be like. Justice Jane, guilty. Francine Brochures Marzi says, I don't think it's tired. It shows the slug's true colors. It's worked for his ass at the state hospital. Oh, not ass, Arizona. She worked for the Arizona State Hospital. I don't even know if that's mental illness. Ugh. Heidi's mind. Reagan closed the mental institution. Then Nancy set up DARE, and then Clinton established 3 strikes. I don't know why that makes me hungry. Bewitched. Laugh out loud, Trace. Mohawk Mom. Trace on the case because there are old buildings. Many states do not have them anymore. Heidi's mind says, we had one in Chattanooga. You've heard of the one over there at, well, I forgot the name of it again. The one in Tennessee over there. Is it like Middle Tennessee or East Tennessee? It's Badia thinks, just kidding, Geraldo's reporting was terrifying. Instead of improving conditions, they shut them down. You know what? Geraldo needs to be a dang shame to himself. I didn't even know all this. I don't know much about him, but I didn't know this for sure. Donna Coggins said Bolivar was the one in East Tennessee. And then Hottie's mom says there was one in Chattanooga. I didn't even know that. I'm just going to say, if I was in the sanitarium, I'd want it to be in Chattanooga. Trace on the case. Such old buildings, the mentally ill were never a priority. They're right. Squeaky Wheel said, Trace on the case. Your little town sounds like Phoenix, Arizona to me. Nothing little about 3 million people. Might have been little one time. We're old ladies. Oh, Trace is not as old as I am. I'm the oldest lady. Just kidding, sis. Medea thinks. If you think about the blood atonement involves rage, how dare you defy the men who really do? You know, I know that. Just kidding, Medea thinks. And I know how they do that too. And so, I mean, it just makes me sick. Shelby Mouton. How's your mama and daddy doing? She's talking to Crash. The last time I talked to Crash about her mom, she said her mom's really, really ready to head back home. She's really tired of being away from home. You know they are. And that I think that her mom's going to come home for the weekend or something for Ashlyn's graduation. But I don't think that Larry is. He could be. I don't know for sure. But I think they're doing okay, and that Kay is not in court today. And she wasn't in court the day that the other forensic person spoke. My mom's doing real good. She's decided she's going to clean her closets out. And oh my freaking God. She's got so much stuff out around her on the floor that you could make you fall. I told her she can't be doing that. Bewitched says, yeah, it's against your will or no treatment at all. This gap was intentional. Yeah, because it's a tremendous amount of money. I'm guessing that if you have a tremendous amount of money, you might be able to buy your way into some kind of a good thing, facility. Hippie Gypsy said, if you were the jury, what would your verdict be? Guilty, 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 guilty. Off with his head is what mine would be. Zero says, I think you could probably buy Chad's house right now pretty cheap. Poor Pryor has been working without pay. You know, I was thinking about that last night because someone asked Pryor a question. I mean, somebody, let me back up. I watched a little bit of Nate Eaton last night, and somebody asked Nate Eaton, was Chad's house paid off when he signed it over to Pryor? Or are they just making payments on the dang thing? And I'm sure we can find out by going to the public records on land, the deeds and stuff, and find out if he paid the house off before he... I don't know how you could do that. I don't know. Maybe he did have to pay the house off. Those are some good questions. Because if Emma's just been making the payments on it, what's that worth? She said, who would want to buy that house right now from them to get their... Ugh. Poor Tammy. 4 kids. Let's see how long it's been since they've left to go to lunch. "36 minutes they've been gone. Back an hour. Lord. Let's read some more comments. Medea, let's see. Medea thinks says private mental facilities cost money, or insurance. Insurance basically pays for 2 or 3 day evaluation or release. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You'd have to be independently rich to put one of your youngins in a place to get any kind of help with them. I know this. Bewitched. If he keeps pushing it, his blood pressure will cause him some side effects. I know it. Just kidding, says Medea thinks, yes, sadly, we all thought, oh good, better rules, oversight will happen. Politicians cover it up and forget it. They're all paid off, man. Bo Peep says, they tore down the mental institutions in BTY Buffalo and Olin, New York, because of the asbestos found in those buildings. I'm sure they put the asbestos in there when they knew better, too. Just kidding says, nope, can't let it go. Or not. Justice Jane, like branded her. Bewitched said, exactly. That's why we're here. Something's got to give. Justice Jane, Tylee, Trace on the case says, no, Squeaky Wheel, I live in Winslow, 3 hours away, 8,000 people, but we knew the address of the state mental hospital in Phoenix. But if you ask kids in Phoenix, they didn't know. That's pretty funny. Bewitched says, I know it's an indie amount of sanitarium. We even had coffee can cremains props in the background. I was making weird movies. Yeah, you were in a weird indie about sanitarium. Well, that is kind of weird. One of my friend's kids was in a show about a sanitarium, and it was maybe called Funny Farm or something. It was a school show. Anyways, all the people were kind of weird and crazy, and it was like they were, I don't know, but it was funny. And I guess now I'll have to look it up. Sanitarium. At least you spelled it. I couldn't even spell it. Just kidding, sis. My college psychology professor worked at Bellevue in New York City, and they said the people were better off going to prison. Golly. Squeaky Wheel says the tool marks on Tylee's body were caused by when Chad and Alex were trying to break big chunks of her body down into smaller ones, likely using a shovel and a pickaxe, just like tended to a damn campfire. Assholes. Sorry. Oh my God, those low down pieces of. Zero says, I had a relative who was in prison for being criminally insane. You got to be pretty insane to be criminally insane. Trace on the case said, sad. Just kidding. Yes, it is. Iris. Welcome, Iris. Those satanic Mormons must be in prison. I agree. Them satanic version of whatever religions need to be in prison. Hurting children. Squeaky Wheel says, Trace on the case. Cool, I lived in Sholaw, Arizona until 2012. Lived there about 15 years. I believe that. My husband, let's see. Bewitched says, I believe that, just kidding. Shelly Mouton says, my husband was born and raised in Lake Charles, Louisiana. Well, he may know the woodcocks. He may know Crasher. Todd. Hippie Gypsy, sorry to hear that, Zero. Trace on the case is, we'll hear something. If Lori were to lose competence in Maricopa County Jail, they will just have a unit for them right there. No cushy hospital here, no matter how nuts. Oh, goodness. I wonder if somebody's told her that. Just kidding. If you can bring down the theocracy in Utah, it will serve a message to the bigger fish. Trace on the case is, we played sports in all those white mountain towns. Jeff H. said, St. Elizabeth has always been synonymous with a person that's gone Looney Tunes since I was a kid. Exactly. We all know where the loony bin is nearby. Zero says, one of my violin teachers went to one of those sanitariums back in the old days. It was all about shock treatments back then. Oh my God. That's what they were doing at the sanitarium? I did not mean to do that. Trace on the case says fancy hospitals for mentally ill who had money. Yeah. I've heard a story about those people. Heidi's Mind says there's an institution here in Chattanooga, Moccasin Bend. Oh my, that sounds fun. My oldest daughter works there, and those patients kick his ass on regular. He has been hospitalized before. Oh no. Clancy says, my stepfather got tuberculosis back in the 50s, and he recuperated in a sanitarium where tuberculosis patients were isolated and got their food under a door. Okay, I'm going to look that sanitarium thing up pretty soon. I know they did isolate people about tuberculosis. I have a couple of little houses where they used to, near here, where they would like people stay while they were being, I don't know, maybe till they died. Ravina Denver says, then they privatized the prisons and put in mentally ill in them. Now private corporations are making major bucks off of mentally ill without having to offer any treatment at all. That is so sad. But really the most serious, Zero says, but really most serious musician and actors are a little, they're a little odd. Yes, they are. Thank you very much. Don't leave out the odd artist and the odd writers. Ask Van Gogh about it. To give ear. Heidi Spine said, oldest daughter's father works in a mental facility. Here, not my daughter. Okay. The father works there. I'm glad, because I was confused and I thought, oh, I hate that her daughter's getting her ass kicked on a regular basis. That seems like that would not be very good. Just kidding says, oh no, Donna, Geraldo did the right thing. He exposed horrendous conditions at the place with kids mixed with adults. Oh, he showed it, but then they didn't follow through and do anything proper about it. Oh, I see. Trace on the case says, if you were rich and mentally ill, then off to the sanitarium with you. If you were poor and mentally ill, then you were at the state hospital. I see. That's how that was back in the day. Figures. Squeaky Wheel says, Trace on the case, I wish Sheriff Joe was still running the jails down there in Maricopa County. Lori sure as hell wouldn't be getting any special treatment. That's for sure. You never know. She might get over there and batted her eyes at Sheriff Joe. You never know. She is a manipulative little somebody. Francine Brasher Marcy says, it was the mental hospital the day I did the walkthrough for the hiring of my company's hirees was humming Hotel California. Boy, was he not kidding. Woo. Medea thinks the nut house theory applies. Put 2 A's down syndrome, autistic, normal person in a mental institution, and the person perceives as normal. I got it. Probably nobody thinks I'm normal, but just kidding, Clancy. The sad obvious the treatments had already declined by then. Trace on the case is not squeaky wheel. I don't think so. Just because not everyone was guilty or not everyone had done something horrible like Lori. But I'll tell you what, they haven't improved much anyway. Meggie Jane. Hey, Meggie Jane. Glad to have you here. Most mentally ill and poor getting treatment is nearly impossible. The hospitals won't keep them long enough to even help them. Or Mary Jane, they'll write them a prescription, send them home with a prescription for some stuff that they cannot get filled because it costs too much. That's another thing. I've had that happen. So my son gets home from the mental hospital with a prescription that's like $500 to get filled. Now, what's that about? He don't want to take it anyway. Just kidding. He is paid by Emma. Y'all rent on that house. Well, I hope that he does, but I mean, I'm not saying anything, but what I pay for rent on my house would not pay a lawyer bill. Even a little bit. The monthly payment. Ravina Dimmer says, I heard that it's full of black mold. Emma won't run the heater and just uses the wood stove and the mold has grown in it. I don't know if that's true, but that's what Reddit said. I heard that too. I don't know if it's true or not. She probably can't afford the gas bill, y'all. These old, I don't know about that old house. This old house here, in the wintertime, to keep it heated and electricity and everything costs as much as the rent. So I don't know where she was getting wood to burn because she still got to pay for that. I see her point, but of course she's not worried about it because the end of the world is fixing to be, and that house will fall in anyway. And they got some white tents over there and next to Heather's house. Bewitch says we can search public records for that mortgage information. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, and I was going to do that, but I didn't. I did not get that done. Bewitch. Oh, okay, Bewitch. And I don't know if you have the address or not, but you can find it. It's a weird address. Ravina Dimmer says, do you have the cursed ground with moldy house that will probably kill you in cancers of respiratory disease? No, I don't have a cursed ground with moldy house myself because I'm keeping the damn heat on. Costs a fortune, but I could see why somebody might not do that. Medea thanks. Bewitched, I had a schizophrenic cousin lost in Katrina. We were assured he was safe in the Superdome. It took 6 months to identify his body and no autopsy or evidence of his cause of death. I'm so sorry, Medea. I remember when that was happening. I'm so sorry. Bewitched says, Ravina, Denver. Oh my God, really? Black mold can cause brain problems. Just kidding, says Maggie Jane. Yes. And like we saw with Lori, that 72-hour thing is nowhere near long enough to diagnose someone. And there aren't enough facilities, so they are overwhelmed. They're overwhelmed, so now they got murders they got to solve. Ravina Dimmer says, like Emma doesn't have three. Like Emma doesn't have enough of those. Trace on the case says, so Francine, you worked at 24th Street in Van Buren? Hey, they have to. That's how I clean too. Ravina Dimmer says, Medea thinks I'm autistic. I know the difference between sane and absurd, and no matter where you put me. Thank you, Medea. Thanks. I'm pretty sure that that I may be on the spectrum. I know a couple of my kids are. It's never been diagnosed, but watching all this, I know it. Justin, just kidding. Ravina, why on earth would you heat with wood if there's a better option available? Because sometimes it's about economy. I don't know what she's doing. Cord of wood is cheaper than energy bills, I guess. Exactly. Especially if you got some trees you can cut, or know where somebody will give you some for free. I can't imagine that these people were just making this little dab of money either. Working at the damn schoolhouse, not making any more than $16,000 a year. That's how much Tammy was making. Now, I don't know, maybe once Emma got her teaching degree, she made more. If anybody in the chat knows, if she was, if Emma made more money than her mother did at the school. But still, I get it. Sometimes you sit around in the cold. Bewitched said, "Oh my God, Donna, you hit the nail on the head. Mormons don't fix up their homes and invest in the future because they don't believe in the future." Well, that's probably true with some other people who are doomsdayers. It ain't got to last forever anyway, huh? Yikes. So let's see how long it's been since so it's 55 minutes since they called for a lunch recess and be back in an hour. So that means that in about 5 minutes that we should be back in business. Bewitched, that is, there was a movie one time, and the movie may have been called Armageddon, I'm not sure, but it was a movie where there was going to be like some kind of like big rock or something in space was supposed to hit the earth, and so they knew about it like 6 months ahead of time or something. I'm not sure which movie this is. But the point I'm trying to make is people stopped taking care of their yards, and everything got real junky, and quit taking the trash off correctly, because if you know that the day after tomorrow a big rock is going to kill us all, why do you want to spend your last day mowing grass? I mean, I did think about that at the time when I watched that. It was, what do you call it? A deja vu. That's a familiar feeling to me. Why am I gonna worry about collecting numbered figurines and art if the big earthquake in Armageddon's gonna take it out next month or something? Yeah, it's a brain thing. It is a brain thing, and it's hard to get over it. Francine Brochures Mars says, "Yep, I did my internship there and then promptly left the mental health industry." Oh, wow. Harry, Bewitched says, "Harry S. Stamper saved the world." So, come on, little Nathaniel. You think that Nate's name is Nathaniel? Nathaniel, bring yourself. Gonna get my little drink over here and have a little drink. This is my little drink is Diet Coke. Nothing more. I know. If y'all are having something better than Diet Coke, enjoy it. Enjoy it. Francine Brochure says, it was in 2000 when back in the social services working for Salvation Army Disaster Services. Wow. Medea thinks, Donna Donald just wants you to, let's see. Medea thinks, Donna Donald just wants you to know you're doing an exceptional job monitoring the pot stirs. God bless you. Well, thank you, Medea thinks, and I'm just honored to be here with all you pot stirs. Trace is asking, are you still in the valley, Francine? Lisa Hayes says, there's not enough rage I can express on this topic. I want to write a fiction. Wait a minute. Lisa Hayes, I want to write a fiction about Chad getting what he deserves in prison. Thank you, Lisa Hayes. Hippie Gypsy says, I'm my hot mom. Thanks for letting us know because I thought it was closer. It bothered me, Heather, if they were going to be close. Just kidding, says Janelle Murphy. Waverly is scary. I do not think people are haunts. I think that the acts done by people marked by the place for a time. So Waverly was awful thing replaying, always happening. Maggie Jane says, oh, Ravenna, I'm so sorry. K-Tech says, Donna rocks, thank you. Francine says, oh. So it's been an hour and it said they'd be back in an hour. So let's just, now everything after this is woohoo. Fancy Nancy Bosbear says, hail to the podsters. Donna, thanks for keeping up with all of this too. You still meeting Danny and I in Dolphin Island next week? I wish. Man, I wish I was going to Dolphin Island next week, but I'll have to get me a Beam Me Up Scotty portal to do it. Just kidding, says, oh, Ravenna, that is terrible. Hippie Gypsy says, Lisa, journaling would probably keep me from going over the top in here. Just kidding, says, Donna rocks. Thank you, just kidding. And these people need to come on back and get their business done. I'm going to get rid of the music because I do think it's going to be very soon that they're going to be knocking me out of here. So I want to be ready for it when they knock me out. Lisa Hayes says, a comment on Facebook said Lori is going mad in isolation. She's apparently using sock puppets to keep her company. Oh, my God. Janelle Murphy says, just kidding. Ain't that the truth? I was with a group of people, and we were climbing up the side of a hill. All of a sudden, it felt really spooky, and we ended up running down the hill. And two, it's like yawning, Janelle. Somebody can just it's like mentioning a like running into a spider web or something, and you're like, the rest of the people there feel it, even though they didn't touch it. Medea thinks, God willing, I'll be at Jennings, LA with Ken, and I'm not sure about that. Janelle Murphy says, that was Waverly Hills. Trey says, I live in Pittsburgh, PA now. Oh, Francine says, I live in Pittsburgh, PA now. Pittsburgh, PA, that's PA. Then Massachusetts, and now Pittsburgh. I went to visit Cape Cod in Massachusetts one time, and it was so very wonderful. Heidi's mine, it says, did you ever come up to Chattanooga with Reba's band? No, I did not. Now they did, but we went over to some places in South Carolina, Texas, Missouri, Arkansas, Kentucky, Louisiana. But they went to Canada and they went to Norway and to Europe and everything, but I didn't go on those trips. Ravenna Denver says, I love Pittsburgh, especially the Strip. Trace on the case. If you like Donna's profile pic, she is a super girl fight starter. If you send me a pic on Facebook group, I'll make you one too. I'm having a blast with him. Y'all do that. Join our Facebook group, and Trace will make you a nice little thing like this. So join our Facebook. Trace, can you put a link to our Facebook group in the chat so that everybody can join it and send you something? Fancy Nancy, I was not in Reba's band. No, I helped them sell stuff, and you know, people in music will tell you they don't get paid for performing, they get paid for moving all that damn equipment. So there's a lot of equipment moving and moving of things and stuff, and so I did all that part. No, I cannot sing, I cannot play, but I can hear. Come on, Nate. All right, now. I guess I better get my butt back over here. See, I was like, we're going to turn the music off because they're going to be on time. They were on time earlier. No, they're not. I'm sorry, court people. I'm sure that it's hard to get 30 or 40 people to do what you want to do. Finish your lunch and get back in, go to the bathroom, get back in here and sit down. Trace on the case says, wait a minute, hang on. I've got a cough. I'll cough up a lung, I'm pretty sure of it. Trace on the case says, I go put a post, Fancy Nancy, where you can leave a photo. You should see the one we made of KJ. Little Brand suggests we put a can of whoop ass. We did. Maria thinks, no. Heidi's fun. I listen to some of her music and I swear I see them. Bessie Smith strut many years ago, but I have been. Oh, here we go.
Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Bailiff, we could have the jurors brought in, please.
All right.
You're present and accounted for.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We just concluded the lunch recess. Jurors are back and properly seated. Investigator Wright is on the stand. I'll remind the witness you're still under oath for your testimony. Ms. Blake was going through, we just concluded with a couple of those receipt exhibits, 227A and B, and still, I believe, reviewing exhibit 299. So if you'd like to continue with direct, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. And may I publish States Exhibit 299 again?
You may.
And Investigator Wright, I think we'd left off talking about gun range data that you looked at or location data associated with Alex Cox's device in relation to gun ranges. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And we'd been talking about specifically the month of September. Did you also look at location data associated with that device for the month of October?
Yes, I did.
And what did you discover in relation to that device and shooting ranges in the month of October?
I determined that the device also went to gun ranges in October on multiple occasions.
And can you tell us what we're seeing on this slide?
Yes, one of those dates that it went to gun ranges was October 7th of 2019. And on that particular date, it actually went to a gun range on 4 occasions. The first gun range it went to that day was the Fremont County Sportsman's Club public shooting range. That's located in St. Anthony, Idaho. And that's approximately 15 miles northeast of Rexburg. It went to that location, but didn't seem to stay for any significant duration. It basically drove there and left immediately. It then returned to 565 Pioneer Road, number 107, and was there from 1309, really one data point until 1309. It then left and returned to a different gun and went to a different gun range, the Unified Sportsman's Gun Club in Rexburg, and was there from 1325 to 1329, a fairly short period of time. And then it left again and went to the Fremont County Sportsman's Club public shooting range again, and was there from 1350 to 1416. It then left there and returned back to 565 Pioneer Road, Unit 107, and was there from 1437 to 1443. And then returned back to the Fremont County Sportsman's Club public shooting range, where it was from approximately 1503 to 1524. On October 8th, it also visited 2 gun ranges, the Unified Sportsman's Club Gun Club in Rexburg. And again, it went from 1028 to 1029, and it was a very short duration. It left there and later went to the Fremont County Sportsman's Club public shooting range, where it was from 1107 to 1229. On that particular instance, when it was at the Fremont County Sportsman's Club public shooting range, there was sufficient data to indicate that it seemed to be near 100-yard range is where the data was.
And in relation to the investigation, was there something that happened on October 9th of 2019?
Yes, there was.
What was that?
There was an incident at the Chad and Tammy Daybell residence regarding Tammy Daybell.
And do you know what was reported to have occurred?
That in the evening of October 9th, 2019, she was in her driveway unloading her car when an unknown individual wearing a mask had pointed a weapon or paintball gun or something similar at her, and then had left the area.
In relation to the location data, did you look at additional dates in October?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to the shooting ranges, what else did you learn?
That the device continued to go to gun ranges in October. It went there on October 12th, 2019, and it went to the Fremont County Sportsman's Club Public Shooting Range from 1457 to 1701. And that's in St. Anthony, Idaho. And at that time, it seemed to be near a 50-yard range. And then the following day, it also returned to that same gun range at the Fremont County Sportsman's Club Public Shooting Range, and was there from 1249 to 1440. And the device appeared to be near what would be considered both a rifle and another range, which was a pistol range. There was some data at both sites.
And to be clear, Tammy Daybell did not end up being shot on October 9th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this is just several days after that.
Yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about what we're seeing on this slide?
Yes. So on another occasion, another date, the device did go to shooting ranges, and that was on October 15th, 2019. And it went to the Fremont County Sportsman's Club Public Shooting Range twice on that date. It went in the morning from 8:01 to 9:20, and it appeared to be near a 50-yard range on that occasion. It left there and went to Walmart in Rexburg from 9:34 to 10:15, and then went to Alex's address at 565 Pioneer Road, number 107, from 10:24 to 12:16, and then went to Unit 175, Lori Vallow's residence, from 12:17 to 13:17, and then back to Unit 107 from 13:19 to 13:27. It then left there and went to the residence of Chad Daybell, 202 North, 1900 East in Rexburg, from 13:41 to 13:56. After that, it went back to 565 Pioneer Road to the Unit 175, and was there from 14:54 to 15:15, and then went to Unit 107 in that same complex from 15:17 to 16:01. It then left there and went to the Fremont County Sportsman's Club Public Shooting Range again that day from 16:23 to 18:17. And it appeared to be either at this 50-yard range or 100-yard range in that area.
And again, on this slide, we see the device leave from the apartment associated with Alex Cox and go to the residence associated with Chad Daybell. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then leave from the residence associated with Chad Daybell and go to the residence associated with Lori Vallow.
Yes.
We talked about the shooting or attempted shooting on October 9th. Did you end up looking at some additional information related to that particular day?
I did.
And can you tell us what we're seeing on this slide?
Yes, this is an image from that file I was reviewing, and it's an overhead map of the Sportsman's Warehouse at 2909 South 25th East in Ammon, Idaho. And this includes data points for October 9th, 2019.
And to back up a little bit, was part of the reason why you were looking at the gun range data in relation to this event that happened on October 9th?
Yes, it was.
With regard to the Sportsman's Warehouse, can you tell us with the cluster of data points, what those are showing?
Yes, so I went there on March 9th, 2020. This was actually before I started my own review of this particular data. This was when Nick Balance was reviewing the data, and he had provided this information to me about a visit there by Alex Cox, and this same information we're looking at now. So I went to that location to see if I could conduct some follow-up investigation. The data points showed that the device was there in the vicinity of the Sportsman's Warehouse from 1534 to 1612. Some of the initial data points are up in this upper left corner on the outside of the on the back part of the parking lot. And of course, there's other businesses in that same area. So I couldn't necessarily say it was at what business it was at based on those data points. These data points here on this map are all Wi-Fi data points, and the range, the margin of error or the radius of them was between 15 and 87 meters, depending on the point. And, but then I observed these additional data points that are within this building here, which is the Sportsman's Warehouse itself. And for a period of time, the device seemed to be closely associated with that location.
Based on that information, did you do any additional follow-up?
Yes, on March 9th, 2019, I went to that location and spoke with employees of Sportsman's Warehouse and attempted to do some additional investigation.
Did you end up requesting receipts for a specific period of time?
Yes, I obtained receipts for a period of time that overlapped this time period that the device seemed to be at the store. So I actually asked for receipts from 1530 to 1615 for a 45-minute period. And they provided me every transaction that they had during that time period. It was almost 60 transactions, I believe.
Did you review those transaction receipts?
I did. I actually reviewed them before I left the area, and then made additional inquiries into a particular receipt that I observed.
With those receipts, did some of them have a payment form of a credit or debit card?
Yes, they did.
Were any of those associated with Alex Cox?
No, they weren't.
And you talked about a particular receipt that caught your attention. Can you tell me about that?
Yes, there was one receipt for a cash transaction, and the checkout time for the receipt was 4:11 p.m., so just a minute or so before the device left the area. And it was for 5 items. And the receipt is a little difficult to read, but the 5 items are listed here on the right. And this is how they're listed on the receipt. One was something called M's Woodland Cam. Another one was Kenai Flip Mitt. One was Thermo 3-hole FA. Another item was a Blue Bullfrog Rain, and then a 20-ounce Dr. Pepper. The receipt has some specific information regarding these particular items. And these numbers here to the left of the names are something called a stock keeping unit number. I've heard it referred to as a SKU or SKU. The stock keeping unit number is an inventory control number that was unique to Sportsman's Warehouse. It was it would identify that specific item in their inventory control system. There's another number underneath these that's marked UPC, and that's the Universal Product Code. And my understanding is that's a unique identifier given to a product by the manufacturer. There was one particular item on this list that caught my attention, And because of that, I wanted to do additional follow-up on it.
And what item was that?
The bullfrog rain, I recognize that name as an item that I was aware was in the possession of the property management company that had cleaned out Lori Vallow's unit where many of Alex Cox's belongings had ended up after vacating 107.
Was that the same property company that had turned over the cell phone we talked about previously?
Yes,
How had you learned about those pants?
from another investigator, Detective Ray Hermosillo.
Did you end up personally observing that item?
At a later date, I did, yes.
And this was also a cash transaction?
Yes, it was.
And it was done during the time the data location placed a device associated with Alex Cox in Sportsman's Warehouse?
Yes.
Did you do anything additional in relation to the SKUs or UPCs?
Yes, I requested additional information on site from Sportsman's Warehouse regarding these particular items and what they might be and whether they had any of these items in stock that I could look at. They were able to show me in the store the items that were still in stock. I particularly focused on the top four and not so much the soft drink, but of the first four items, the woodland cam item was a woodland camo beanie, but it was not in stock and I wasn't able to view it. I was able to view the exact item or similar item for the other three.
And in relation to these items, did you also look for them on the Sportsman's Warehouse website?
Yes, obviously the Sportsman's Warehouse sold many of their products online and you could search those products by name, but also by the SKU and that stock keeping unit number, and you could look at their inventory there. So at a later time, I did look at that as well, just to make sure the items that I had observed in store using that SKU were also the same item, or see if there was additional information regarding them online.
Were you ever able to retrieve an image of the woodland camo beanie?
No, I was not.
Were you able to retrieve images of the other three items?
Yes.
What are we seeing in this slide?
Yes, so that item that had been listed on the receipt as a Kanai flip mitt this is the item. It's a Glacier Glove Alaska River flip mitt. Now the SKU is size specific and so the one that was purchased according to their inventory system was a large. They did not have a large in stock, but they did have a small of that. And that is me holding that there in the store. And I took photographs of that item. It's a set of gloves. It's a glove that is a fingerless glove, but also has a mitten portion that can cover the gloves and keep them warm when you don't need manual dexterity with your fingers. But then that can be peeled back to expose the fingers to do tasks that might require additional dexterity. And the SKU on this is very similar to the large. I think it was maybe off one digit, but the employee helped me determine that was the item. And I later searched it online and confirmed that the item on the receipt was a Glacier Glove Alaska River flip mitt large size.
And these would have been purchased in the month of October.
Yes.
And are you familiar with the Eastern Idaho area?
Yes.
Do Octobers tend to be temperature-wise? Do you know how they tend to be?
Judge, I'm an object at this time. It's reaching into speculation.
Sustained.
May I respond?
I think it's just too broad of a question, Ms. Blake, so it's sustained.
What type of tasks are these gloves used for? Or can they be used for?
No, anytime somebody needed to keep their hands warm, but at times were doing tasks that required to use their fingers, some maybe manipulating a cell phone or other tasks like maybe like tying a fishing knot or shooting a firearm.
And what are we seeing in this slide?
So another item on that receipt was this thermo 3-hole FA. That turned out to be a ski mask. The actual product is an Igloo's 3-hole ski mask. They did have one in stock. There was only one size, one color with that SKU. And this is the item on the right in store that I took a picture of. An employee helped me use a handheld scanner they had to scan that item and compare the SKU with the SKU on the receipt, and it was the same. I later went to the Sportsman's Warehouse website and put in that SKU, and they had a photo of the product, and that is on the left. That was what was on their website for the same product.
And again, in relation to the incident involving Tammy Daybell on October 9th, I think you previously indicated, or do you know if the individual that approached her was described to be wearing a mask?
Yes, he was.
And what are we seeing in this image?
So the item that was listed on the receipt as a bullfrog rain was this item. It was a Frog Tog brand, and the bullfrog is the model number or the model name. Bullfrog rain pant. It was a large. It was a large size according to the SKU. They actually had this item in stock at the store with the same SKU, and it was also a large size. And that photo on the right is a photo that I took of that item in store of what this product looked like. I also took a photo of on the left of the tag with the UPC, which also corresponded to the item that that was on the receipt.
And in addition to that, there's some an indication of a Homer J. Maximus search. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, the Homer J. Maximus at gmail.com was the Gmail account associated with Alex Cox's device that I was reviewing. Google that maintains that Gmail account maintains a lot of information regarding the use of that Gmail account. And part of the records that we received through the warrants were searches conducted by the Homer J. Maximus account using Google. And one of the searches that was conducted by the Homer J. Maximus account on October 9th, 2019 was Frog Tog sizing for pants.
And do the pants we're seeing here, are they similar or the same as the pants that the company had turned over, the rental company?
Yes, I later went to the Rexburg Police Department and observed the pants from the property management company and compared them, and they were the same pants. They were Frog Tog brand Bullfrog rain pants. They were also size large. And the pants from the property management company still had the Sportsman's Warehouse tag on them. So I was able to observe that as well. And that had the same UPC on the tag.
Did you look at additional location data linked to that device for October 9th?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us what we're seeing in this slide?
So when the device left the Sportsman's Warehouse on October 9th at approximately 1612, it drove north to Highway 20. It drove to Rexburg, but then bypassed the exit that would have normally gone to Alex Cox's residence. It continued north and got off at Salem Road, and then it drove to the vicinity of Chad Daybell's residence at 202 North, 1900 East.
And again, who did Alex Cox know at the Daybell residence?
Chad Daybell.
After being at the Daybell residence, were you able to determine
Yeah,
where?
I'm gonna object. That's mischaracterization of evidence.
You want to respond to that, Ms. Blake?
I can just re-ask a different question.
Okay, thank you.
Let me restate that. And actually, I want to back up. There's an indication of one particular GPS point. Can you tell us why that's noted in there?
So yes, the the device did not seem to stop at the Daybell residence on that occasion. The device arrives in the vicinity of the Daybell residence at 1650. It then turns eastbound on 200 North. It drives approximately 2 miles to Highway 20. It turns around and then drives back by the Daybell residence, approximately 1703, and then goes back southbound on Salem Road. So there didn't appear to be a stop of any significant duration at the Daybell residence, although the device seemed to go by the Daybell residence twice. At 1651, there's a location on the first pass by the residence where there's a location by a canal where we get a data point, and that there's a parking pole out near that spot. After leaving that area, the device then returns to 565 Pioneer Road, 107, arrives there about 7:16. That device then stays there the rest of the night. The last data point on the 9th is at 23:53, and the first data point on October 10th is at 00:03, and it continues to stay in that unit until 11:28 that morning of the 10th.
And moving to the next slide, can you tell us what we're seeing here?
Yes, this is an image from the software that or the file I was reviewing. This shows those data points that I was referring to. And so in this lower left corner is Salem Road. That's this yellow line running north and south. This yellow pin in the corner there of that intersection is the Daybell residence. And this road here is 200 North, and this is Highway 20. So as it's coming from, it had been at the Sportsman's Warehouse. It had progressed to this point by 1649 and was driving north or traveling north at driving speed on Salem Road. Here's a data point at 1650. And then there's another one there at 1651 and another one at 1652. The device then travels to Highway 20. I'm just past Highway 20. It actually turns around here. Here's the turnaround. Reverse course. The final data points are one here at 1701, and then another one in that area at 1703 as the device travels south out of the area and returns to Alex Cox residence.
And can you tell us what we're seeing on this slide?
So this is a zoomed in image of that same location. The yellow road here on the left is Salem Road or 1900 East. This road is 200 North, and then the yellow pin marks the Daybell residence. And this just shows those two data points at 1651 and 1652 that are by this irrigation canal, which runs under 200 North. The first data point is a GPS data point, and although the next one appears in the same spot, it's a cellular data point with a wider margin of error. So the device could have still been moving at that location. That road, I have been to that location. It is, that road is fairly narrow. There aren't a lot of locations for anyone to have parked a vehicle. And except for at that right here, there is a spot where there's a pull off where a vehicle could park. And I believe there's some controls for the irrigation canal there. And there's also a gate into this pasture near that location. That this location to the northwest corner of the Daybell residence, I believe near the corner of the garage, is approximately 625 yards.
And talking about that road being narrow and the pull out there, is there anywhere else along that road outside of private driveways where a vehicle could pull out?
Uh, Really, not that I observed. So the road doesn't have much of a shoulder. It slopes off fairly steeply into ditches. If a vehicle parked along the road, along here, it would be tough to get the vehicle fully out of traffic. Nearby roads, the next one to the east is 2100 East, which is a mile from 1900 East, is my understanding. And then if you traveled, say, by foot through the pasture, you run into another canal approximately a mile north as well. So there are a few locations where anyone could park a vehicle except that pullout. But I don't know that he stopped there other than he did drive by that location.
And we talked about the device associated with Alex Cox after being in the vicinity of the Daybell residence, returning to the apartment associated with Alex Cox. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall also talking about looking into some additional devices that were purchased from Walmart?
Yes, I do.
And was one of those devices actually purchased on October 8th?
Yes, that one I pulled that receipt for was purchased on October 8th.
And again, the device or a device associated with Alex Cox was at the Walmart at that same time.
Yes.
And what are we seeing on this slide?
So that it indicates that device that was purchased at the Walmart was purchased with a cash transaction at the same time that Alex Cox was at the Walmart. That device, which was a track phone, was not activated till the following day for the first time. It was activated on October 9th, 2019 at 1:20 p.m. I've reviewed the transactional records or the call detail records for that particular device. And there are 10 messages with that device on October 9th, 2019 between another device attributed to Chad Daybell. That is between the period of 17:30 to 10:30 p.m. Now, these transactional records were all text messages. There were some attempts to make calls between the two devices, but none of the calls had been completed. So it appears that it was just these 10 text messages between those two devices during that period of time.
And when you talk about the transactional data, were you able to recover the content of those messages?
No, there's no text message content that was retained by the carrier at that particular time.
And would these messages have been around the time of the incident involving Tammy Daybell?
Yes, it would have. That incident happened in between that time.
Were you able to recover any location data associated with that new device?
No, it turned out because it was text messages, the carrier did not retain cellular data for that. And likewise, we were not able to get any other data such as GPS or Wi-Fi information. So we had no location information for those devices. And so we don't know where those devices were when these transactions were taking place.
As part of your investigation, did you look at additional days or focus on additional days in October?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us what we're seeing in this slide?
Yes. So the device I was reviewing for Alex Cox, his primary device, it takes a trip out of Rexburg on October 16th, 2019. It is last in Rexburg on the 16th at 13:39, and it had been at 565 Pioneer Road, number 175, between 1307 and 1339. It then leaves that location and begins to travel south from Rexburg and eventually onto I-15 through Utah. And by 22:29 that night, it arrives at the Comfort Inn and Suites, Zion Park area in Hurricane, Utah. The device appears to stay there overnight. So the last data point there was at 23:55, and we on the 16th, and then on the 17th, we started. The next data point was 00:05, and it stayed there at the Comfort Inn and Suites until 11:11. It then continues traveling at driving speed to Las Vegas, Nevada, and arrives at McCarran International Airport at 13:56. McCarran is now Harry Reid International Airport. It's there from 13:56 to 14:10, and then the device reverses course and travels back to Rexburg without an overnight visit. There were other stops in this trip that not reflected here of gas and restaurants, but just along the routes. It doesn't return to Rexburg until the early hours of October 18th, where it arrives at 1:48 at 565 Pioneer Road, number 175. It stays there till 1:55 and then is next in Unit 107 from 1:57 until 9:48 that morning. At 9:49, the device is then in 565 Pioneer Road, number 175, where it remains till 12:37.
Did that trip to Las Vegas end up having any significance or link to the investigation?
Yes,
And what was that?
Lori Vallow took a flight from McCarran International Airport and eventually went to Hawaii.
Did October 18th have significance in this investigation?
Yes, it did.
And why was that?
The night of October 18th into the 19th, Tammy Daybell died.
Did you look at additional location data for that device for October 18th?
Yes, I did. So after that device left Unit 175 just after noon on the 18th, it traveled to the Idaho Falls, Ammon area, and it went to some businesses there. And the final business it went to was a Chick-fil-A at 3003 South 25th East in Ammon, Idaho. It arrived there at approximately 1958 and stayed there till 21:32.
And on that Chick-fil-A, do you recall looking at some photos of Tylee's Jeep and some of the contents?
Yes, I do.
Does that data point, or do those data points correspond with that receipt?
Yes, it does. There was a receipt in that Jeep from that Chick-fil-A for 8:05 p.m. or 20:05. So during the time period Alex's device is at the Chick-fil-A, there was a receipt for the Jeep that fell within that time period for some food and a beverage.
What did you observe next in relation to those data points?
Yes, at approximately 21:32, the device leaves the Chick-fil-A and travels northbound to an area south of the Daybell residence. This map on the right is an image from the file I was reviewing that shows data points as it moved from the Chick-fil-A in Ammon and as it starts to pass Rexburg. So the first, I'm sorry, it passes Rexburg, and we have data points here at 22:05, and 22:07 is then here at a location at the intersection of Salem Road and Salem Church Road. Now, at that location on the southeast corner of that intersection is a chapel for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And the device then remains at that location for about 38 minutes based on the data I observed. During that 38 minutes, there are 16 data points. They're a combination of GPS and Wi-Fi, and they vary between 11 meters and 122 meters in radius. Then there's a period of time in the data where there is no data. From 22:45 until 23:53, there's no data whatsoever, no location data. And when we get location data again, it is south of where it had previously been. It is here on Highway 20, just west of Rexburg. That is a Wi-Fi data point with a 110-meter radius. After that data point, we continue to get more data points as that device continues to travel south and goes to Idaho Falls. I noted that this data point here is approximately a 7-minute drive from here. So I don't know where this device was when we had no data, but for some reason, if it had been here, it would have taken 7 minutes to get here before we start getting data again.
And you talked about the device then heading to the Idaho Falls area.
Yes,
Did it remain there for the duration of the night?
it did. It went to a hotel.
Are you aware if Alex Cox still had an apartment in Rexburg during that time?
Yes, he was still using Unit 107 and used it after this particular date as well.
And can you tell us what we're seeing in this slide?
So this is a portion of that image that we were just looking at. That shows the intersection at Salem Road and Salem Church Road. The church I was referring to is here on this southeast corner. The Daybell residence is marked with this yellow pin here. The distance between these two locations, I believe, is about 2.6 miles. From the data that I reviewed, I did not see any data that had the device going any closer to the residence, the Daybell residence, than this location.
And what are we seeing in this slide?
So this is an image of the church at that intersection, 3462 North Salem Road. The data points that we got, those 16 between 22:07 and 22:45 are marked here. There's a cluster of data points here, which I believe were the GPS ones. And then we had some Wi-Fi ones were here with a wider margin of error than these ones on the left. So for roughly that 38 minute period, we got those 16 data points. And then after that, we had nothing for an hour and 8 minutes before receiving the next data point south near Rexburg.
And when we see those data points that appear to be over that residence, is the radius large enough that it would cover a vehicle in the church parking lot?
Yes,
Through the investigation, did you learn of anyone else Alex Cox knew in the vicinity other than Chad Daybell?
no. And that was also the only time I ever saw him go to that location in the 2-month period that I reviewed.
And can you go over what this slide is telling us?
Much of this I've covered already, but this is just indicating the time period from 2207 to 2245 when we received data, and then from 2245 to 2353 there was a gap in data, location data, and then at 2353 on US Highway 20 is the first time data starts coming in again, and then it comes in regularly after that. And that distance from the church to where we got that first data point is a 7-minute drive. So if it had driven from the church to that point, it would have left the church about 2346.
Investigator Wright, do you know when Tammy Daybell was reported deceased?
The morning of October 19th, 2019.
So the morning after this information.
Yes,
And you indicated that you looked at location data associated with this device for the month of October.
yes,
Does this slide depict the dates in October when the device was somewhere either at the Daybell residence or in the vicinity?
yes. I observed it go to in the vicinity or to the Daybell residence 3 times that month. On October 9th, as I previously described, it didn't seem to stop at the Daybell residence, but did drive by the Daybell residence from 1650 to 1703 and made one pass by and another one back by. And then on October 15th, 2019, it went there from 1341 to 1356. And on this occasion, it did seem to stay at the residence, and those data points were near the front of the residence. There were no data points near the rear part of the residence. And then on October 18th, it approached a location somewhat closer to the Daybell residence, though it didn't seem to go to the Daybell residence by the data that I observed. It went to that church 2.6 miles south of the Daybell residence and stayed there for a period of time.
And on 2 of those 3 dates, there was something reported that had occurred in regards to Tammy Daybell. Is that correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
All right. Mr. Pryor, once you're ready, you can conduct
Thank
your
you, Judge.
cross-examination.
The state provided me paper copies of 299 for ease of purpose and fluidity. I'd like to use these through the Elmo device, if that's acceptable to the court, for having the witness address each particular slide. Otherwise, we may have some delay in going through each of the slides with the officer.
The actual exhibit 299 is the electronic program. It's represented by the print off in the courtesy copy, which as I went through, mirrors the same information, essentially printed version of that electronic summary exhibit. I wouldn't have any objection of having it published on the Elmo. Does the state have any concern about that?
No, Your Honor, they are identical. The state has no objection.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. If you'll give me a moment on these other two exhibits, we'll make sure we have those for you, Mr. Pryor.
And to clarify, were those defense exhibits?
I think he said Defense Exhibits 7 and 34.
Yes, Judge, I believe that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. You just take off this one up here too. Thank you. Thank you. Judge, what? I'm ready, Judge. That's
Okay, once you're ready, go ahead and let us know if you're going to publish any of those exhibits.
Not quite yet. I've just got some preliminary questions for the, may I call you Mr. Wright or what's your?
Yes, that's fine. Thank
Mr.
you.
Wright's acceptable?
Yes.
Mr. Wright, your involvement in this case involved a number of different duties. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You were involved in a search in January, is that right?
Yes.
And who was present with you at that search? Do you recall?
There were numerous officers at that location. That was at the Daybell residence when the Fremont County Sheriff's Office executed a warrant there. The FBI's evidence response team, they were the primary individuals documenting the search and handling and supervising the search. No other investigators were assisting in searching various rooms for items that were on the list of items that could be seized.
And you were present for that search as well?
Yes, I was.
Were you advised of all of the findings and the evidence, if any, that was obtained or information that was obtained as part of that search?
Yes, the evidence response team did they did a report on their findings, though the evidence, I believe, went to the Fremont County Sheriff's Office, seized the actual evidence, but there was a report that was produced that I had a chance to review.
And then in addition, was it at that time that there were use of some dogs to search the property as well on that date?
I don't believe there were, I'm sorry, you're talking about January 3rd? Yeah, I don't believe there were any dogs present on that date.
Were you present at any time when there were use of dogs on the property?
Yes, I was.
When was that?
On June 9th, 2020.
Now, as far as the search of the apartments of Alex Cox and Lori Vallow at 575 Pioneer, were you present for those searches as well?
I was not.
And the information that you're obtaining was from Officer Ray Hermosillo?
Oh, which piece of information?
Well, just
sorry.
the frog tog suit, the mask, and that information.
Yes, the information I obtained regarding Frog Talk purchase, I did that at Sportsman's Warehouse. And then the item that was seized by the Rexburg Police Department, I wasn't there when it was seized, but I later went there and observed observed that in their custody by the Rexburg Police Department and made that comparison.
Okay, so from your information, it was Officer Hermosillo who was in charge of the search of the apartment and the garage at 107 and 175 Pioneer Road?
So there was more than one search at those addresses. So when I was first notified about the missing child, JJ, that was on November 27th, 2019. And the Rexburg Police Department, as my understanding, had been to that site the previous day to do the welfare check and had returned on the 27th to do a search. So at that search, there were no federal officers involved in that search. They were calling us to tell us their findings, that they hadn't been able, they'd gotten into the apartments and hadn't found the children. So my understanding is they seized items of evidence on that occasion.
And then that occasion was the 27th of November.
I believe so.
And your contact person who would have the information relating to the items that were seized as a result of that search, would that be Officer Hermosillo?
Yes, I understand he was the lead detective on the case. I spoke with him multiple occasions, and his supervisor was Lieutenant Ron Ball. They had another detective that assisted with the case, but he also seemed to be the primary evidence person, and that was Randy Reese, I believe. That often when questions of evidence came up, Randy seemed to be the person in the know about that.
But the lead detective and the one who would be apprised of all of the information would have been Officer Hermosillo.
Yes.
Okay. Now you spoke a little bit about the September 8th visit to Yellowstone.
Yes.
And it appears that they left just before 12 o'clock on the 8th.
Yes, that's when they left Rexburg.
And then at what point did you find that they were back in Rexburg?
I believe they got to the 565 Pioneer Road at 2037 that evening. And that was unit 175 is where I first started seeing data there in Rexburg after the Yellowstone trip.
And at that point, the exit video leaving Yellowstone only determined that there was a license plate that left. There was no indication of any passengers or the condition of any passengers in the car. Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
And again, if I could put this up, Judge Anelmo. Publish, Judge.
We can publish that, yeah.
And again, this shows the Yellowstone travels. Is that correct?
Yes, it shows the travels after they were at Old Faithful. So Old Faithful's up in that upper left corner.
And if
So-
you could get the marker and show me that, I'd appreciate that.
Yes, absolutely. It's almost off the
This is
right here.
a challenge for me.
And yeah, Mr. Pryor, when I know it's difficult with the situation, but you'll need to talk into the microphone when you make those comments as well.
Does that help?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, if you could just show me where the Old Faithful is on that.
Yes, this is the Old Faithful Geyser area and the lodge area. So this particular map shows the travels after leaving Old Faithful as they went deeper into the park. And then, which was this route.
Okay, and I'll stop you there for a minute. As you're going deeper in the park, what time of day is that?
So that last location at Old Faithful was at 1627. I think you can just make out one of the data points there. That was the last time it seemed to be around the parking lot at Old Faithful. So at 4:27 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
And then the final point at the turnaround spot was 5:12 p.m. So 50 minutes later or so. Well, no,
49, 50
a little,
minutes
yeah,
later.
yeah, 45. So what is that, 45 minutes later?
And having been a young man when I was at Yellowstone, I don't want to tell you how many years ago that was. Is there anything of significance at the end of the before the turnaround during that route?
No, there didn't seem to be anything there of significance, a lookout or something that would attract people. It appeared that it really made a turnaround in the middle of the road, at least from what I observed. There didn't seem to be anything in there to look at. And as I mentioned, the data was frequent and precise, and it really, if it made a stop there, at least according to the data, it couldn't have been more than a minute or two because it was already within a minute heading back north again.
So it appeared that it was some sort of a driving trip.
At least that portion was. There were really I only observed 2 stops from the time it left the Maverick in Rexburg. That was at Old Faithful, and then at the Buckaroo Bill's barbecue on the exit from the park after they went out of the park after this in West Yellowstone, Montana. There was a stop there, and then they drove back to Rexburg. So it was a long drive with 2 stops as best I could tell.
But again, as far as the purpose, there's no way to determine whether they were sightseeing or whether or not they were just driving down this road with no purpose. Would that be fair?
Yes,
And then at some point during this trip, they turn around and head back towards the exit, correct?
yes. They reverse course, drive back, and this time they do not stop at Old Faithful. They just continue past it, and then they would have continued to the west, and then the road turns north before it goes west again out the west entrance of Yellowstone National Park.
And based on your assessment, can you say with reasonable certainty that at no time they stopped during that, between the points, at no time they stopped for any length of time?
I can't say that. I can only say that it appeared, based on the data points that I had, that it seemed to move at driving speed. And when because there are gaps in data, but between the gaps in data, it seemed to cover those gaps in what would be consistent with driving speed. I don't know if I can see an example on there, but
Well, I don't need an example. What I wanted to clarify is that you can't say to a certainty that at no time during that trip there was a stop of any kind. Is that correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
no,
Okay,
I
thank
cannot.
you.
I would expect it had some short stops of some kind.
Well, I really didn't ask a question there, but you
I'm
can't.
sorry.
That's okay. You really can't say that the length of any of these stops that potentially could have taken place during the trip down this why they traveled down this road. Is that right?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
You can't say to a certainty that they were short trips where they stopped, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony asked and answered.
Sustained.
Without me asking you a question, you made reference to the fact that
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative. There was a question.
Well, overruled. There was a unsolicited comment by the witness at one point. So if that's where the question is, all out.
and the unsolicited comment referenced something about short. Is that right?
Yes, I was trying to clarify my previous answer.
Now we're looking at this exhibit and it starts with them being at some place or close to, right? Buckaroo Bill's barbecue.
Yes, the device is just outside that location in West Yellowstone, Montana.
And then back to Pioneer Road at about 2037, with my math is about 837. Is that right?
Yes,
And then appears a trip to a Maverick in Rexburg, correct?
yes,
Back to Pioneer Road 175,
correct.
and that's on September 8th, correct?
Yes,
And that was for approximately 31 minutes at 175 from 22:44 to 23:15.
Yes, what is that, 31 minutes? Yes.
And then back to at 2344.
Is, go ahead and answer,
No, you go
ask
ahead.
your question.
I'm,
At 2344 is when I get data consistent with it being in unit 107.
okay. And that's one of the questions I had is I see a gap between 2315 and 2344, unless I'm reading that incorrectly.
No, you do see a gap, and that's because that was fairly common, actually. There would be gaps in data, sometimes a few minutes, sometimes it could be an hour or more. And sometimes there is data between these points, but the data isn't precise enough for me to draw any kind of conclusion exactly where it is. The margin of error could be, say, hundreds of meters, and that's greater than the distance between those two locations. And so I really couldn't say where it was at that particular moment.
And that's, I guess that's where I'm I guess leading, for lack of a better word. Your analysis from 2244 to 2315, your range is 100 meters. Is that correct?
It was about 80 meters between the two locations.
Okay, but the scope of what you looked at in terms of the points, the data points,
Yes.
what is your range in terms of how far out you looked on in terms of making this evaluation?
So the data points, each data point had a margin of error given with it, and that what came from the carrier or from Google. They were the ones that determined how precise the estimate of these locations was, and that's really what they were. They were estimates based on their technical capability. And so the most precise types of data points were GPS, and then we had also Wi-Fi and cellular data. So these three types of data points were mixed in what I was looking at. They were all clumped together, if you will. And so I had to review each data point to see how much they could be relied upon. If in this instance where I gave a range, there were multiple data points between that range that were most closely identified with that particular location. And the margin of error on them was less than the distance between those two locations. So it was consistent with me drawing a conclusion about where it appeared to be.
Okay, so, and maybe I wasn't particularly clear. When I'm talking about the range for these devices, it's possible that at 2315, Alex Cox traveled somewhere else or into a different location outside of the range that you were using to determine location. Would that be fair?
Well, partially. If there was a data point, if he traveled and I had any data point while he traveled, that with any level of precision, I would have been able to see that he moved. But if he moved between those data points and we had no precise data, I wouldn't have known that. So it's possible he could move between one location and another and go somewhere else for that. The gap between those 2 points is 29 minutes. So he could move and we didn't get data for that.
Right.
And that's very possible.
And that's what I'm suggesting is that it's possible at 2315, he went down to halfway down to Idaho Falls and then turned around and decided to come back.
Objection, Your Honor. I think counsel's adding testimony. I'd object.
I'll sustain, or I'm sorry, I'm going to overrule that objection based on the question. It's a proper leading question. You could take.
In other words, he could have gone out of the area and you wouldn't necessarily have seen that data point and then came back to apartment 107 at 2344. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
If there was no data to show his movement at all, I wouldn't have been able to see that.
I skipped one, Judge. I'm sorry.
All right, in the next little bit here, Mr. Pryor, we need to take an afternoon break. I don't know when a good stopping point is. So,
Now?
okay,
Anybody now? Now, Judge.
all right. We'll go ahead and take the mid-afternoon recess, 25 minutes or so. So about 20 to 3, plan on coming back on for additional evidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All rise.
Well, heavenly days. Pryor is making me grow hair on my chin. I'm just saying, he is stressing me out with all this. I don't know if y'all noticed, but Miss Kay Woodcock is in our chat, or has been in our chat, and everybody should say hey to her. And thank you for coming in, and we love you so much, and we have so much respect for you and Mr. Larry, and how y'all wouldn't let go. And if you hadn't done the things you did, they'd have probably got by with this crap. So anyway, so here we are. We got 20-minute break now. So Natalie Huber says, I took a nap. Thank God I have to hear his long voice. That was a good time for a nap. Heidi's Mind said, Pryor is struggling physically and grasping for anything. I think so. Liz says, hi, Kay. Welcome, Liz. Everybody, anybody who's not subscribed, I'd like to invite you to subscribe and like our video here. We're here to get justice for JJ, Tylee, and Tammy in this case. And then always we're here for justice for JJ, Tylee, Tammy, Charles, and Joe. Anybody else these people have hurt. Festus Mom says, hi, everyone. Donna, I agree. Let me back up to what she agreed with. My chin hairs are growing. I swear. Like, whenever you, like, go and have a baby, maybe not every baby, but it seems like my hair, like my eyebrows, fingernails, everything grew because I was working so hard. Well, I feel like we're working so hard at this that I'm, like, growing hair, except for where I want it to on the top of my head. Rob says, hey, heart. Kay Woodcock. Mohawk's mom says, yes, and probably more victims in their path. Yes. Lamisia says, Pryor doesn't have the fight in him with this witness. I don't think he has the fight in him anywhere left. Ramahadral says, the agent put me to sleep. Kay Woodcock says, thanks, Donna. I'm hopping in the shower. Be right back. You go ahead, Kay. This is our afternoon break. Anybody that needs to go and get you a drink, get your coffee made, get your popcorn popped, put your roast in the oven, whatever you got to do, this is the time to do it because, we need our paint dry Jeopardy music. Wait just a minute. Here we go. So there we're back with that. Does anyone know why they went to Yellowstone? Gia's asking the question. That's a very good question. Why? Unless they wanted to let him jump off from one of them little hot poles, I don't know. What are they trying to, like, show him one of the wonders of the world before they kill him? I don't know. Hippie Gypsy says, yes, stop Pryor. Janelle Murphy said, hello, okay. She's going to be back. She said Bo Peep says speculation. Hippie Gypsy says I need to go get anxiety meds. Jesus Hake. think we all need to go get some anxiety meds. Boring speculation. Well, I know it is boring, but it's very important for the jury to have no doubt in their mind about where Alex was and how all this went down. You know, if Miss Tammy died on her own, why was Alex out there and all this tapping back and forth and stuff? You know, people can add up things. Vic's Tech Court is not over today. They're having their afternoon break. Another break, yeah, that's right. So that means that they'll get back and have about 45 minutes left in the day. Gee, that's where I think that they went to Yellowstone. I think that they were hoping that that JJ would fall off in one of those hot pools, and that Tylee would try to keep him from falling and fall into. That's what I think. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know. That's not why I don't know why they went to Yellowstone. I don't have any idea why they went to Yellowstone. Unless they were just getting them out of town for something was going on in town that day. They were getting them out of town for. But I really believe that it was some kind of ritual murder thing. And if they had have killed them both in Yellowstone, they wouldn't have an opportunity to do whatever sick-ass things they did. Lamecia says, I don't think we will see the fight until Chad's kids are on the stage. We might see some flashes there, but he knows Chad is toast. He is just doing what he needs to do for legally Chad Pryor knows it. Yeah, we want him to have good counsel. We don't want him to throw in the towel, because that would be reason probably for what he called an appeal, and we don't want him to have a reason for appeal. Clancy says, why such a long afternoon break if they're quitting soon for the day? I just said that. Clancy. It may be a 15-minute break, but usually they take a 20-minute break, and they always leave at 3:30, 4:30 Central Time. So by the time they get back, I don't think they'll be but 45 minutes till they have to let out. I think that Judge Boyce made some kind of commitment to some mamas about getting them out of there in time to go get their kids from school. I really do. I mean, I don't know specifically, but it just seemed like to me that when they were doing jury picking, that there was some mamas who were like, well, the only thing that keeps me from doing is I have to pick Junior up at 4 or whatever. And so, you know, that's what I think. I could be wrong. I would like to ask Boyce when this is over with, because he is stuck to it like somebody has to pick Junior up from school. Janelle Murphy says, I think they took Tylee to have fun before they killed her. Oh my gosh, Janelle, it could be just as simple as that. They took JJ to Bear World before they killed him. Yeah, I guess that would make it even, I don't know why they would do that, but maybe that makes a difference on how much you can sneak up on somebody if you've had fun with them that day. They surely wouldn't be expecting them to kill you. Fancy Nancy Burbar says, I'm going to refresh. I need to refresh. Excuse me. Vix Tech says Carolina judgment. JoJo says they wanted JJ to fall in. Mike King has the video. It's very upsetting. JJ is not being watched. I saw that video. I saw the video too, but I really think that if he had a fell in there, they wouldn't have had. I don't know. I don't really know. We're going to have more questions than we have answers for sure. Mohawk Mom says pre-planned celebrations before they took their lives. They did the same with JJ. Angela Davison from Facebook says just about to get started on dinner here listening while I'm on it. Thank you, Angela, for joining us from Facebook. I appreciate that so much. Festus Mom says, thanks, Laurie. Want pictures of their last family time together. Oh, God. Crashaw, and if Crashaw Miss K in the ear, I want y'all to take pictures, some family pictures at the graduation thing. Thank you. KK and C jurors have taken the notes. I think so, KK and C. Welcome. The X-Files says Pryor is gone. Heidi's Mind says, I take them 3 times a day and multiple flavors, laughed out loud. Well, Hippie Gypsy says, when we talk about data points, I work hard to pay attention. Mohawk Mom says Chad sent Tammy to visit her family alone just before she passed. He's all kind of disgusting. The jury's got to be hating him regardless. Fancy Nancy says, I agree. I was starting to get drowsy. I know it, that stuff. It is, but it is important. This music is too loud. I don't want it to I feel like it's too loud over me. And whenever Pryor's on, I turn it all up, and I probably should turn myself down a little bit when Pryor is not on, because he's blowing us out. Can y'all hear now? Is that okay? Okay, can you hear me? I think it's okay. Gia says, thank you. I've always wondered about Yellowstone. Clancy says, if they'd planned for both the children to die in the hot mineral pools, they would have given them worldwide coverage. Yeah, I guess that's true. Natalie Huber says, Janelle, my same thoughts. So Natalie had the same thoughts as Janelle Murphy about why they took the kids. Let's see what else here we got. I lost a few. Vic Six says there's a lot of info for the jury and it's all exposing Chad. KKC says Pryor knows he acts dumb, but he's not. I think you're right. Heidi's Mind says I'm like freaking Baskin Robbins with mental health medications. Laugh out loud. Well, me too, but I don't have them all still, but I've taken a lot of different ones. Bewitched, Janelle Murphy. I remember that with the lonely pictures of little JJ, poor little baby at Bear World. Janelle says Bewitched, yes. Chris Felix says, I was seeing Lori was going to the LDS in Kauai. Was Chad going with her? Kauai is a big with tents. If his sister wasn't with the tent, Love Has One Cult was talking about being in the 144,000. I was seeing Lori talk about going to the LDS. Yes. Was Chad going with her? I think so. Now, they had their picture taken out in front of the temple. I think that they had lost their temple recommends maybe by then. I do not know the story on that. If you know whether Lori and Chad got sealed in the temple and had their temple recommends, let me know in the comments. But I think that they had somehow lost, maybe Chad had lost it. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. The X-Files says, JoJo, it seems like it. Tylee was distracted by Alex away from JJ. Zero says, Chad controls the kids and they won't testify unless he tells them to. KKC says, nice to hear from you, Kay. Yes, we love her. Mohawk Mom says, kids are out of school around 3 p.m. I know it, but you got to pick them up and get them home. Janelle Murphy says, Natalie Huber. Bewitched. That picture of JJ sitting on the Ferris wheel right alone made me sad. Leanne Furstenberg says, Chad is with Conspiracy for the Children. Is that correct? No, I was thinking it was, but Kresha showed us the charge thing the other day, and he's charged with murder, first-degree murder. And the kids and Tammy. Chris Foliak says, Love has won, aka 144,000, wanted to make a camp village in Kauai. And here Lori and Chad were on the island at the same time. Oh. Well, you know, them Love Has Won people might have been part Mormon. No, I'm just saying that. Leanne Forsberg charged. Natty Huber says, Janelle, and the picture was for a keepsake. Leah's so sick and twisted. Mohawk Mom said, sent Tammy to visit family seems to be a pattern. Bo Peep says, I really and truly believe Pryor's witness will not move the needle. Thank you, Bo Peep. I sure hope you're right. Bewitched says, Natalie Huber, the picture was a trophy. Beach Lady says, I agree with Janelle Murphy. Leanne Forsberg says, so sad. Fancy Nancy Bergbauer says, oh, JoJo, that is awful. Janelle Murphy says, Natalie, that's for sure. Janelle Murphy says, Mohawk Mama, I agree. Just Kidding says, and wham, that shows you something right there. You don't entertain zombie demons before killing right. Difficult Research says, been listening on and off all day in between coughing medicine for what I feel like is an upper respiratory infection. So glad y'all are here. And you also, Mom, before your shower. And I agree with Janelle. Jake asks, Mom says, if Lori really believed they were possessed, why would they do that? Why give a zombie family time? It doesn't make sense. Of course, it doesn't make sense because she was making crap up. Making rules she wouldn't abide by. Hipsy Gypsy says, the way I understand it, if you are found guilty for conspiracy, you are also found guilty for murder. Well, that's true, but the difference is that, well, I don't know what the difference is. But in Arizona, there is a difference because first-degree murder is death penalty, but conspiracy is not. So that's, you know, for Arizona, it's different, but I'm not sure what difference it makes here. Hippie Gypsy says, that's what happened to Lori's case. Bernadette says, if they honestly believe that they were zombies, why show them a good time? She has that same idea. I don't know. I know it don't make sense to you, but maybe they were trying to get them to agree to something, and that was part of bribery, you know. I need to take your phone. I need to make sure you go in this room, whatever. But first you're going to go on this trip. You got to do what I say when we come back, though. I don't know. Maybe it was a game of some kind. It's a bad game. Mohawk Mom says there seems to be a pattern with them. There are several patterns with them. We've been pointing them out regular. Candy McMurdo says, get better, Krisha. Yes, Krisha. I get you've got the croup even there. Mohawk Mom says Pryor has his microphone. Did not have his microphone. I was trying to crank him up. Difficult recesses. Thank you, Candy McMurdo. Bernadette, welcome, Bernadette. If JJ fell in the hot springs and Lori reported it, she wouldn't get the Social Security. Yes, exactly. She needed them to she needed to keep their deaths a secret so she could keep that money coming. Oh my God. That's just so terrible. Bewitched says, I hope you feel better soon. Until then, we'll keep a vigil on the trial, Krisha. Zero says, it's just not possible to understand how these crazy people think. It's not. I've tried to, like, KKC says the jurors are well aware. You just got a duck there, because you know what they say, if it quacks like a duck or walks like a duck, it's a duck. That's what we got going on. Candy Mercado sends you a heart with a big band-aid on it. Feel better. Difficult research says, I have that video of Yellowstone on my channel too. I knew you had showed it to us. Screenshot. Liza Joe says, it's all about appearance. Gloria Fitz says, Krisha, my upper respiratory infection lasted for 2 months. Drank hot tea and Gatorade. And also, Gloria Fitz, I don't know. Somebody was telling me, my mom was like, I need something. It's called liquid IV, and you mix it with water. And that really is good too. You can get it. I felt like it was more drinkable. It was easier to drink than Gatorade. And we got the non-sugar kind. Hipsy Gypsy said, I think about Lori being guilty of all counts, and I keep the faith in our justice and jury. Angela says, sound is good over here on Facebook. Well, good. Fancy Nancy Bergberg says, Krisha, seems like everyone's getting sick. I hope you feel better soon. I know it. I take NyQuil. I was taking NyQuil at night. I guess I need to get some more. How long did you do that? Bo Peeps says Vicks Vaporizer or Vicks Vapor Rub. Natalie Huber says, Krisha, it seems everyone has been in the courtroom, has some kind of cough. It's like kennel cough over there. It's like when you take your pup to the vet and they catch a cough while they're in there with the rest of them. Jojo says, Krisha, I'm sorry. I just watched it on Mike's and I was stuck in my head. I'm sorry I said that. I know better. It's okay. It's okay. We don't off with nobody's head for mentioning another channel. We rather just mention our channel, but nobody's in trouble. Chris Fortick says, you get better, Krisha, and your family. Difficult research says, will do. I've had an upper respiratory issue, aka bronchitis, all my life. It does knock you down for a couple of months, it seems. Yes, it does. Lamecia says there's a lot of last-minute decisions and changes, and Lori was pretty manic at this point. And Alex was full-blown believer that they were going to kill those kids and they're mark my word, maybe someone saw them. Sure would be good if somebody had saw them. Clancy says, at KKNC, Pryor's gee whiz shucks routine is lame and it's not charming like he hopes. Difficult research says, I made that same observation, Natalie Huber. I gotta go up here. Let's see. Mohawk Mom says Lori still has them even after Charles was taken out. Janelle Murphy says they would not be able to be in the temple if they were excommunicated. I don't know when they got excommunicated, Janelle. We saw a picture of them in front of the temple in Kauai and Hawaii, but I don't know if they were already axed by then or if they still had their temple recommends and hadn't been able to take them away yet. Be interesting to exactly know when they did get their temple recommend pulled. Bo Peep says yes. Chris Farchik says, I was on Kauai when this all happened. They were evil and did frog buzz. Oh yeah. Hippie Gypsy says JoJo just deleted. If you type something you didn't mean, no worries. It's okay, whatever it is. No, Jody Brewer, welcome. No, court's not over for today. They're on a Bart Mormon. Yeah, that's me. Court is not over today. They're just on a break. Leanne First Forsberg says, okay, thanks, Donna. I'm saying, here we go.
Thank you. I think we've got our jurors pretty close to lined up, so we'll just remain standing. We could have them return to the courtroom, please.
Please rise.
Present and again.
All right, thank you. Please be seated.
May I, Judge?
Yes, we're back on the record on CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We are continuing with cross-examination of Investigator Wright. Mr. Pryor, once you have your exhibits ready, you may proceed.
Okay, and Judge, for the record, I'm asking the court to mark Defense Exhibit 7T. Exhibit 7 was previously submitted. I'm now asking as a supplement that 7T be marked and admitted. It's by stipulation of the parties as part of the Lolly Time email.
All right, has the state been able to review what 7T is?
Yes, Your Honor, it was previously provided.
Okay, so without objection, then Defense Exhibit 7T has been admitted.
And Judge, may I continue? May I continue with the Elmo?
Yes. You
Thank
can
you, Your
publish.
Getting there. Okay. So I believe we stopped off at 2315 to 2344, and I believe your testimony is that we just don't have any data as to what was going on between that time, correct?
Correct.
And then at 2344, we have the phone belonging to Alex Cox going from 175, which is Lori Vallow's apartment, correct? That 23 15, it was at Lori Vallow's apartment, correct?
Yes, yes, correct.
And we have that gap in time, and then at 2344, you get a bing or a ping at Pioneer Road 107.
Yes, correct.
Okay, is there a ending time at 107?
You know, I don't recall now.
Okay,
I don't recall if we had just one there or if we had, I want to say there were more, but I don't recall.
that's okay. And we don't know then, other than we go down to September 9th of 2019, correct? And the first number is 242?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so we don't know where Alex Cox's phone was from 2344 to the 242. Is that fair?
It may be reflected in my report. So a
Okay.
lot of this, this was extracted from the report and we didn't put everything in the report here. So maybe if I saw the report, I could verify if there was something
Do you have your
that got
report?
cut off. I don't have it here, but if I had a chance to review that, I could probably clarify if we just cut some information off here and that's why it looks like there's something missing.
Thank you, counsel. No, just show to refresh his recollection. And this is just, officer, to refresh your recollection. When you're done, just to turn it down and just testify from your memory of what you refreshed, okay?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Did you refresh?
Yes, it did help me.
Okay, go ahead.
So in the creation of this slide, there is something that got cut off here.
Okay,
So there's more than just this one data point, 2344.
Right.
There were data points until 2355 was the last one on the 7th.
okay, and
And
let's
that,
go.
I'm sorry, on the 7th, on the 8th, and that was in unit 107. And then there were more data points after that in 107. There was one at 0000, and data points continued until 0044. So, and then it would pick up then after that at 242 in 175. So to clarify, from 2344 until 0044 on the 9th, we had a series of data points in 107.
So if I understand you correctly, at approximately on the 8th, we have Alex Cox's phone at Lori Vallow's apartment at 2244. That's 1044.
Yes,
And that phone is there until 11:15.
yes,
And then we don't have any information as to the whereabouts between that block of time when we don't have any data points. Is that correct?
correct.
Were you aware of who was at Lori Vallow's apartment on the 8th of September on 2019?
I was aware that, yes, that Melody Gibb had stayed the night there.
Well, that was on the 22nd.
Oh, I'm sorry. No,
correct?
I'm sorry. I'm confusing that. No,
So-
I don't know. I don't know who was there.
All right,
Okay.
investigator, I'd also, we can't talk at the same time. That's very difficult for the court reporters, so please try to just speak one at a time.
Okay. And then again, on the 9th at 242,
Yes,
and that's at 175.
yes. So but the range of time that I had data points at 107 was from 2344 to, so 11:44 PM to 00:44 or 12:44 AM on the 9th. So there were data points that aren't reflected on this slide for a 1 hour period. And then there are no data points from 00:44 until the first data point is at 2:42 back at Lori's.
Right, and the reason I'm pointing this out is when I went through the data points, I noticed the gap. And there wasn't, at least from your report, there didn't seem to be an explanation for about 00:44 until.
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying. Move to strike.
Sustained.
So from 00:44 to 20 or 02:42, we don't have any data points at that point. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And that was fairly common, particularly at night.
Okay. And then we have data points at apartment 175 at, that would be 2:42 in the morning on September 9th. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then again, you put another 2:42. Is there duplication or is it just have some relevance?
There was a second data point also within that same minute.
Okay. And then again, there was a data point at 3:37 on the 9th of September as well, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And do we have any other data points showing that that phone was anywhere else other than 175 from 2:42 to 3:37?
Not with any level of precision. Now, there is the possibility there was cellular data.
Okay.
And I may have not really put those into my my report because the margin of error was just so great. It wouldn't necessarily show it was at one unit or the other. However, if I saw something that made me think that it had left that part of town and hit other cell towers, I would have reflected that.
Okay.
So it's possible there were other data points, just not very precise ones.
Okay. And then we have the last data point and the 175 again, and I keep reiterating this, but there's obviously a reason. The 175 is Lori Vallow's apartment, correct?
That's correct.
So if I reiterate that the 2:42, the 2:42 and the 3:37, all of those data points show Alex Cox's phone at Lori Vallow's apartment on the morning of September 9th during that time frame. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then we go down to the bottom line and we're showing, and I'll read these out loud just to, we're showing a 437, a 439, a 441, 514, 647. I am going really fast. I'm going to start all over again. I apologize. I keep forgetting you're there. 437, 439, 441, 514, 647, 849 at Pioneer Road 107. Is that correct?
Yes,
And that's Alex Cox's apartment. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay. Okay. Eventually, I'm going to get the hang of this. Maybe. So then we have on September 9th, we have Alex Cox's phone leaving or at 565 Pioneer Road 107 at approximately 9 o'clock, correct?
Yes.
That's not a precise time though, is that?
No, I would have to look at the individual data points, but that is as my best guess to within a minute of when it appears to have left that, and we start seeing additional data points that are moving from that site until it goes to Chad Daybell's residence. There would have been more data points between then.
And at that point, you have the arrival at Chad's residence at approximately 9:15. Is that correct?
Yes,
And then you say 9:15 to 11:45.
yes.
Um, do you have any information that would suggest that Alex Cox left that area at any time between 9:15 and 11:45?
I do not. I think as I talked about earlier, there are these 4 data points specifically seem to put the device there. There's also additional less precise data points that show it hitting towers in that area. So no indication it went further away than it could not hit those towers anymore. But I cannot say that it is at the Daybell residence entirely from 9:15 to 11:45 throughout that entire time.
I'm sorry, and
I cannot say that it's there throughout that entire time
Okay,
because there's rather large gaps here in time between the specific data points, more than an hour on one of them.
hour and 17 minutes, right?
Correct.
And we'll get to that. So you have a data point. You say data, she says data, so
know.
you're messing me up. 9:21, you have it within a 6-meter radius behind the Daybell residence. Is that correct?
Yes.
And 6-meter residence, that's what, 20 feet?
Yeah, about 20 feet, I would think.
And then at 9:22, a minute later, you have it at the gate on the northwest corner.
Yes.
And if you could get the red marker and show me where you're talking about this gate. Okay,
This upper left corner, there is a gate onto the property. At least it was, I observed when I was at the residence.
Okay.
And the data point is by that in that upper corner. And that's the data point at 9:22.
and while we've got this up, there's a gate and you suggested that there'd be a way to drive along there's no road there, right? It's a pasture.
No, I seem to recall there being even like some tire tracks or something like vehicles do occasionally get onto the property from that point, but I recall there being at least portion of this edge of the property being fenced as well as the border of the property being fenced. It's possible somebody could get a vehicle on the property, maybe here. I don't recall exactly. I think
So
there was a
which one?
gate there.
Go ahead. I didn't think I did. There's a long driveway behind the residence, is that right?
Yes.
And if you would put the marker from the road, not Salem Road, but 1900, where that long driveway starts, could you mark that?
This one off of
Yeah.
200 North?
Right.
Yes.
And then if you go up that long driveway, there seems to be a vehicle there. Is that what I see?
Yes.
Okay, and then to the right is where Tylee's remains were found. Is that correct?
Yes, behind this structure here.
Okay. And you're not aware of anything that's stopping someone from driving down that driveway, are you?
I am not, no.
Okay. But up in the northwest corner, there's the need, and if you could go back up to the northwest corner,
Here?
yeah, and this is, you would, what you recall is you saw some tire tracks, you would drive around and then you would have to drive to where the Tylee's gravesite would be. Is that correct? And if you could slowly do that with the marker, I'd appreciate that.
If you drove from here to here?
And then the distance from the driveway where that car is to where Tylee is, which one of those is the shorter distance?
This is clearly the shorter distance, but I don't know if a vehicle can get through here. I think this was fenced here when I was there. It's possible there was a way for a vehicle to drive through here. Now, I don't know if there was a need for a vehicle to get back there or not. I just know that there was a point here by a gate.
Okay. And you don't recall there being a gate right next to that car, do you?
I don't. It's possible there is something there.
That's okay.
It might have been more of a walking gate if there was. I don't know if vehicles went through that gate.
And at the time of, this is on September 9th, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you have knowledge of who was living at the Daybell residence on September 9th?
To my understanding, it was Chad Daybell, Tammy Daybell, and their son Garth.
So the three of them were living at the residence, correct?
Yes.
You're not familiar with what their work schedules were, are you?
Not particularly. I was aware that that Tammy was employed at the school.
Right.
And worked more or less school hours on weekdays.
Okay.
And Garth, I believe, was also employed at actually maybe 2 different locations that I was aware of.
And were you aware of Chad's habit of going to either the Salem Church or BYU library in the mornings?
No, not particularly, or specifically what his schedule was.
Okay. What was the vehicle that Lori Vallow, Alex Cox, JJ Vallow, and Tylee Ryan drove to Yellowstone?
The one that appeared on that video was a silver or gray F-150, a Ford F-150 pickup.
Did that have a box on the back? Do you know?
I don't recall. I don't think it had like a camper shell or anything like that. I think it had an open bed. It might have had a toolbox or something.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of being involved in any chemical testing of Lori Vallow or Alex Cox's apartment?
A chemical testing, no. I know that a subsequent time, the FBI did assisted the Rexburg Police Department in an additional search there, the evidence response team, and went to those 2 apartments in an effort to possibly see if there was potential crime scene there.
And when you say that, you're talking about like a luminol substance that was applied?
Exactly. And I know there were some swabs taken of staining and different things around the apartment of things that were just unknown substances.
Right.
And or that possibly have some reaction. And now that evidence would have gone with the Rexburg Police Department for any follow-up testing. Any the result of any such testing, I don't know.
You don't know what the results were?
No.
Okay. And again, if you could just recite to me the distance and for someone my age, feet is better than
Okay.
meters or anything like that.
I don't know if I can convert them as best I can.
Well, I will tell you from a million years ago in sports that I understand what a meter or what a meter is. It's about 3 feet.
Yeah,
That
just a little.
helps you.
Yeah, just a little more than 3 feet.
At least it was 40 some years ago.
So the meters in this case came from obviously the data we received. So to be consistent, I didn't make any conversions. I just kept what they gave us.
Okay. Again, how many times from the time Alex Cox arrived in September 1st until the middle of November, was he on the property or near the property?
I believe I testified earlier that there were 7 times that I saw from the data, 4 times in September and 3 in October.
Okay. Now, this has a stamp of 1153 UTC 6. To your knowledge, would this be adjusted to what time then?
As far as I know, this is the time that appeared on the text, so I don't know if there's additional adjustment needed as of when this was sent. That's my understanding of when it was sent.
Did you do any investigation as to determining the facts that are set forth in this particular text message?
Could you clarify that question? What
Did you check whether anybody heard a gunshot go off that morning in the neighborhood?
During the course of the investigation, investigators did attempt to talk to neighbors about things they might have seen. I don't believe there were any reports of anything like that, but some of that canvass of neighbors happened shortly after the investigation started. Now, by the time we received this was nearly, I guess, more than 8 months later. So I'm not sure any investigation was done about somebody recalling hearing a sound 8 months later before that.
Okay. And you didn't verify about whether or not there were any other wild animals in the pet cemetery?
So during the course of digging around the property and finding human remains, there were some animal remains that were found. Now, there was a forensic anthropologist on site that told us they were not human remains. What animal they were, I don't recall
Okay.
what kind of animal they were.
And you did confirm that there was at least at least some sort of a pet cemetery there, is that right?
Yes, there seemed to be at least one animal near where Tylee's remains were found, if I recall, but I don't recall if it was a cat or a dog, or if we could tell, or something else.
And to your knowledge, did you go back and review any of Tammy Daybell's correspondence regarding wild animals or any sort of issues they had with wild animals?
Correspondence like within her phone or elsewhere?
Facebook account?
I did not. I know that the analyst that reviewed this reviewed her correspondence within that device. I don't know if there were other references to animals on the property.
Now we move on to Sunday, September 22nd, is that right?
Yes.
And we're starting at, and obviously this isn't all inclusive. You're starting at about 4:26, is that right?
Yes, this does not include the complete day. It includes just that afternoon
Okay.
and evening.
Okay, and then you have at 4:26 to about 5:08, you have Alex Cox's phone at apartment 175.
Yes.
And then at 1 minute later, for about 2 minutes, Alex Cox's phone is at 107.
Yes.
And then the minute after that, Alex Cox's phone is at 175 from 5:12 until what looks to be about 6:45, if my math is correct.
Yes.
Okay. Now, on September 22nd, do you have a recollection of who was staying or was at Lori Vallow's apartment on September 22nd?
Yes, I'm aware Melanie Gibb had stayed the night that night.
What about David Warwick?
Yes, he as well.
And obviously, JJ Vallow was there, correct?
Yes. At least that
Alex.
was reported by them.
And Alex Cox was there as well, at least for, we're going to get through the rest of it, but at least part of the time, correct?
Yes,
And Lori Vallow was there on the 22nd of September as well. Is that correct?
yes.
And you don't have any information, GPS, phone, or otherwise, to suggest from 4:26 on the 22nd until Monday morning that anybody else was on that property at that time, correct?
On the property at 107 or 175.
75 or 107.
I do not have any other information other than what I review here.
Okay. And then at 1846 to 2003, which would be 6:46 to 8:03 at night, Alex Cox's phone is back at 107. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And then at 20:04 to 20:09, it's back at 175. Is that right?
correct.
Okay. And then 2011 to 23:56, it's back at 107, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So 20:04, that's what, 8 o'clock?
Yes, that'd be 8:04,
And 23:56 would be what?
11:56.
Okay.
And I just broke out each individual day in my report. So the final data point of September 22nd is the one at 23:56 within Unit 107. Starting on September 23rd, the next data point that is at 12:11 a.m. or 00:11, and it's also in 107.
Okay.
So no information based on what I reviewed to show it moved, but there's a gap there, which was fairly typical.
If you could just bear with me. And Judge, I submitted a 7T and I don't see that here.
We're bringing that up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it may have been on 7. I misunderstood. And if I could just have one moment, Your Honor, please.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, you have Alex Cox's phone at Lori Vallow's location at 20:09. Is that correct?
Correct.
And again, that's 8:09.
Yes,
And then you have Alex Cox exclusively at Alex Cox's phone, excuse me, exclusively at his apartment from 2011 till 23:56, correct?
yes, and then on to the next day. So I don't have it going back to 175 the rest of that night or early the next morning.
Okay. And then you, did you look into any correspondence between Lori Vallow, Melanie Gibb, David Warwick during this time period of September 22nd and 23rd?
I did not, but other investigators possibly did.
Was that taken into consideration as part of your review of the evidence in this case?
Yes, we were considering all the evidence. I'm not necessarily in possession of all the evidence or what other investigators did.
And Judge, at this point, I'd like to publish Exhibit 7T by way of the HDMI, if I could, Judge.
You may.
I know, I don't know if you can see that or not. And the blue highlighted is, can you read what the blue highlighted, the date?
Yes, I can.
Go ahead.
September 23rd, 2019 at 4:37 and 33 AM UTC-4.
Okay, and that may be adjusted 2 hours earlier for the UTC, so it may actually, because of the UTC, be 2:37. But would you be so kind as to look to the right? There's a box that says owner and Phoebe.
I'm sorry.
You see that?
Oh, up on, yeah, yes, I do see that phone number. 2 phone numbers.
Well, maybe not. Are you able to read the writing that's is under the body of this?
Yes, I am.
Okay, now I will represent to you that this has previously been admitted as Defense Exhibit 7T, and this is a communication between Lori Vallow and Melanie Gibb. Would you read that first sentence for me?
We sent this to Chad about 2 o'clock this morning. David woke up with great pain and sorrow in his heart.
And keep going.
He felt something big was going to happen. He saw something with 2 slashes in the side of the mountain, and something about people, and his heart was very heavy, and sharp pain in his stomach and pain in his legs, and he started crying.
Okay, keep going.
He can't remember what was going on or what he saw. It was going to happen now or soon. Please call is when you can. Maybe you can help him understand it. Whatever it was, this is immediate. There was nothing he could do, and it was a horrible feeling. He can't get to these people, and there was nothing he could do for them.
He can't get to these people, and there's nothing he could do for them, correct?
Yes,
And that's Melanie Gibb writing to Lori Vallow, is that right?
I am not sure
Okay.
who's speaking here to whom.
And then there was to the left, back to the blue, at 4:37, there was a phone call from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell, is that right? If you don't
Again,
know, say you don't know.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to counsel testifying. In addition, I think the exhibit speaks for itself, and I don't even see the information being referenced as
Judge,
far
I'm
as a
gonna move
call.
on. I'm gonna move on, Judge.
I'll sustain the objection. Go ahead and move on.
Thank you. And Judge, we can unpublish this HDMI at this point. And I'll give this back to the bailiff if I could. Now, get Elmo back up.
All right. You can publish on the Elmo. We'll
Thank you,
start it.
Judge. And Judge, I don't think I'm going to get through, but I'll get as close to 3:30. If the court wants to tell me when to stop, I'll obviously can defer to the court's wisdom.
Yeah, if you want to just keep going, we'll end at 3:30.
Okay. Now, officer. Oh my gosh, I called you officer. Mr. Wright, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. We have the Alex Cox phone at 175 from 2004 to 2009. Is that correct?
yes, that's correct.
And then back again from 2011 to 2356, the phone is at 107, correct?
Yes,
And then again on September 23rd from 0011 to 941, the phone is back at apartment 107. Is that correct?
Yes, so there were data points really from 2011 on the 22nd until 9:41 on the 23rd, all at 107. So I didn't show it going to any other place during that time span.
Okay. So I guess my question is simply this, is that at 2011, which would be 8 o'clock, right?
Yes, 8:11.
Until almost 10 o'clock, correct? 23:56?
That's 11,
That's 11, I'm sorry.
11:56.
Says 11:56. The phone is at 107, which is Alice Cox's residence, correct?
Yes,
And then the rest of, there's a little bit of a gap between 23:56 and 111. That's not reflected here, but on the 23rd of September, Monday, Alex Cox's phone basically from midnight until 9:41 in the morning on the 23rd of September. Is that right?
yes, correct.
Do you happen to have any information as to where JJ Vallow was that evening?
I understand there were statements made by witnesses that were at the Lori's residence that they had seen him that night.
And that Alex Cox carried JJ Vallow up to his room at 10 o'clock at night? Do you
Yes.
recall that?
Yes, that he had put him to bed at some point.
Okay. And at that point, based on Alex Cox's phone from 2011 to 23:56, unless he left his phone, it wouldn't have been during that time. Would that be fair?
Yes, I can only say what the device did.
Right. And the device was also on the 23rd from 11 minutes after 12 to 9:41 in the morning at Alex. The phone was at Alex Cox's apartment at the same time, correct?
Yes.
Then we have at 9:41, the travel to the Daybell residence, correct?
Correct.
Is there any indication or do you have any GPS evidence, phone evidence, any sort of electronic information that suggests that Chad Daybell was there on the 23rd, Monday, September 23rd, 2019?
Your question is, did I look at location information for Chad Daybell on that date and review that? Is that what you're asking?
What I'm asking is, do you have any electronic information that you reviewed of any kind that suggests that Chad Daybell was there on Monday, 23rd, 2019 at 9:41?
Yes, I reviewed no information showing his whereabouts that morning.
Okay. And then at 9:55 and 10:12, you say approximately 17 minutes, the device was at near the Daybell residence. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then the level of oh my gosh, I'm going to use this statistics term, embarrass myself. The deviation of the device, is that fair? The range, I guess, would be the proper term.
Yes, yes, the margin of error or the
Margin of error.
the standard deviation. I think you're asking me statistical probability.
Thank
I
you.
think okay, go ahead.
You're too young to know that. And I'm too old to remember it. The standard deviation or the margin of error on the property near the garage would have been about 50 meters, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So if I do my math, the 50 meters is about 150 feet that's our give and take area, correct?
Correct.
Would you point to the near the garage when you say at 9:55 what you're talking about? Just put a red mark there if you would.
That you're talking about the data point from 9:55.
9:55 data.
It's
point, yeah.
it's kind of this one was cut up, but it was
That help?
Yeah, that helps. That data point here is on the map. There, I think it's kind of covered by this number,
Okay.
the red pin.
And-
When I said it was by the garage, I meant this attached garage.
Okay, so the distance from that attached garage where you have the 955 to the barn in the back, how much distance are we talking about there?
I think the distance, I don't know the exact size of the property, but I would estimate it to be at least 100 yards.
Okay,
And so 150 feet would be half that distance.
okay,
So this could be, I mean, that the radius could be out near that location.
near the barn back there.
Yes,
Okay.
I believe it could be.
And I understand this isn't a precise science. I understand that.
Yes.
So near the Daybell, vicinity of the Daybell residence at 955 until 10:12, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And are you familiar with the manner in which J.J. Vallow's remains were found?
Yes, I did observe them when they were found.
And they were in a, would you describe it as a shallow grave,
Yes, I would.
8 to 10 inches deep?
Yes, that sounds about right.
And then you put Alex Cox's at 956 near that pond, correct?
Correct.
10:02 near that pond.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, 956 near that pond. Correct.
10:02 near the pond.
Yes, correct.
Then 10:05 again near the front door of the house, right?
Yes, that's where the data point is, but these have a wider margin of error.
And you're anticipating my my next question because the margin of error at 10:05 is 68 meters, correct?
Correct.
Which could also encompass the barn as well, right?
Uh, the barn or potentially even that pond as well.
Right. And then at 10:07, you say near the front house, but then the margin of error is actually 92 meters, correct?
Correct.
And again, because of the margin of error, again, at 10:05, that could also include the barn, the tool barn back there, correct?
Yes.
Or anywhere else on the property within that, well, let's say 92 times what, 3?
Yeah, or 276 feet.
Feet.
Yeah.
So within 276 feet from the front or whatever part of the house is where the margin of error is there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then at 10:12, we're back to the intersection of Salem and 200 North, and that's the corner where Chad Daybell's residence is, correct?
Yes.
And then at 10:22, we have Alex Cox's phone back at his, oh, excuse me, we have Alex Cox's phone back at 175 for what looks to be approximately 52 minutes. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's at Lori Vallow's apartment?
Correct.
Judge, this might be a good time right now. I don't, I can go 2 more minutes, but it would be,
No, if this is a good breaking point, we can go ahead
May I?
and conclude
thank you.
for the day. All right, we will continue on then with this cross-examination tomorrow morning. We are going to go ahead and break for the afternoon. As I mentioned, I'll briefly discuss with council some administrative issues once, and we'll discuss that off the record. So that'll go ahead and conclude for today, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Thank you for your attentiveness today and for following the court's continued instruction as you leave to go home this evening. Please continue to follow that instruction, not to look this case up in any way or research the case. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. If you see any media coverage of the case, please try to avoid that as much as you can, and we'll have you confirm all that in the declaration you'll sign in the morning when you return. We'll start again with additional evidence on this cross-examination at 8:30 tomorrow. Thank you also to those in attendance in the courtroom today for complying with the court's conduct order. And with that, we'll be in recess until tomorrow.
Brutus is wanting to. Brutus is wanting to bark right now. Yes, he was an excellent witness. Yeah. He's Pryor was like, I'm so glad this is the end of the day so I can go home and think of some things to say. Ravina Denver says, I really like the point that Nuance Ho made last night. You can't say that you don't believe this shit when Latter-day Saints is in the name of your church. Latter-day Saints, yes. Latter-day. Looking for the Doomsday. Mohawk Mom says, Doomsday happened when the children were found on Chad's property, in my opinion. Sure enough. Let's see. Well, y'all, we're going to be back at 8:30 in the morning with more of this cross-exam. Please, everybody, I'd like for y'all to like, subscribe, and thank you for joining us. I was going to see if difficult research. I was just typing a little question out there to difficult research if you were going to come on, or are we ready to end and meet back in the morning? I think he's taking it home. I think that that the prosecution is doing a good job of bringing all the pieces together, and I think Chad is doomed. I think that there's no possible way that that they're going to let him off. And Natalie Huber says, Kay, safe travels here and back. So y'all all wish Kay safe travels. She's got to go get her grandchild graduated. That's Cresha Kay's daughter, Ashlyn. So we're all here for justice for Tylee, JJ, Tammy, Charles, and Joe. We're here for the family. And okay. Okay, good. So what we're going to do is we're going to say good evening right now. And then we're going to see you back tomorrow. And Chris is going to have a good plan for us tomorrow. And Kay is saying she's looking forward to a ladies' night out real soon. I know she's talking about all her ladies, her Lake Charles ladies. Y'all look out. Party time. All right, now. We'll see y'all in the morning, bright and early at 8:30. See you in the morning. Remember, love always wins.